Good morning, everyone, and thank you so much for joining us here on Live Now from Fox. My name is Josh Breslow, and hey, I'm appearing in a box there. Let me take that down for you. It is 5:05 over on the East Coast and 2:05 if you are joining us over on the West Coast. A lot to get to this morning, so let's get right to it, and this is where that box should be showing up. You can see we are following several top stories there, including, first off, Hurricane Fiona now approaching Bermuda as a Category 4 storm with winds of 130 miles per hour. Hurricane Fiona expected to make its closest approach to Bermuda on Friday, so we're talking tomorrow, prompting the issuance of a tropical storm warning and a hurricane watch for the British Island Territory. At last check, Fiona was a Category 4 hurricane in the southwestern Atlantic with maximum sustained winds around 130 miles per hour. I do want to get right to Fox Weather's Robert Ray, who is over in Bermuda and filed this report for us.
Just under 700 miles from the coastline of North Carolina is Bermuda, where I'm at right now, and we are awaiting Hurricane Fiona to make its trek up here, expected to, well, basically be about 100 miles off the shore, starting very late Thursday into Friday morning. Right now, it is a Category 4 hurricane, very intense. We will not see those kind of winds here in Bermuda, though we will see high-end tropical storm, potentially even low Cat 1 winds here on the island. There are roughly 65,000 residents awaiting Fiona, bracing for it. They are used to storms here in this part of the world, this desolate area in really the center of the Atlantic. Amazing that they've only seen 6 direct hits by hurricanes. We spent the day talking to residents and visitors to see how they were coping with all of this.
But hopefully we don't get too much damage, and it'll probably be a lot of downed trees, a lot of power lines, and losing electricity. You may have people losing their rooftops, but I would guarantee you by Monday, you wouldn't even think a hurricane came across Bermuda. That's how we are. That's how we rode on here. We're just going to get the outskirt, something like more or less. We're going to get some little lightning and thunders and a little more rain and stuff. And I think that's supposed to be. Just get yourself some batteries and water and a couple canned stuff. The generator is running and you should be okay.
Tomorrow into Friday, we could experience power outages, downed trees, and the other elements that these tropical force winds usually bring. Many of the hotels have shut down temporarily. Those that are open are continuing to see tourists that were even flying in as late as Wednesday, even though the government here telling people to perhaps reconsider their travel plans. So many have left the island, though it is still very populated as Fiona is making its way up here, expected to come about 100 miles off the shores and then trek even further north into Canada. Reporting in Bermuda, Robert Ray, Fox Weather.
Robert, thank you so much. Obviously, stay safe out there. We are working to get Robert later on this morning, so we should have a live report as he once again is in Bermuda. So again, at last report, if you are just joining us, Fiona was a Category 4 hurricane in the southwestern Atlantic with maximum sustained winds around, get this, 130 miles per hour. We are talking about a very, very powerful storm. Fiona did batter the Turks and Caicos on Tuesday as high winds and heavy rain spread across the islands after the hurricane had already turned deadly in Puerto Rico and in the Dominican Republic. This video here showing that incredible damage there in the Dominican Republic, as well as those high waters, which thankfully have started to recede just a bit. We know that Fiona made 2 landfalls as a Category 1 hurricane. The first one was Sunday afternoon along the extreme southwestern coast of Puerto Rico. The second one early Monday morning in the eastern Dominican Republic. I do want to take you over to some video that shows the Let's turn that down just a bit. Of course, you're hearing the airplane right there, the helicopter. So Fiona once again did make those 2 landfalls. Over in Puerto Rico, the city of Ponce clocked a 103 mile per hour wind gust, while in the Dominican Republic, a gust of 98 miles per hour was recorded in Samana at the airport. The high winds plunged all of Puerto Rico into a blackout on Sunday as catastrophic flooding unfolded across that U.S. territory. Just yesterday, President Biden did declare Puerto Rico a major disaster area to help with recovery efforts. Fox Weather's Nicole Valdez also there filing this report.
Hurricane Fiona is now a Category 4 storm as it moves north through the Caribbean. It's caused major damage in the Turks and Caicos Islands, and here in Puerto Rico, the mission has now shifted from rescue to recovery mode. Officials are assessing the damage, and it's widespread. Most of the island still without access to power, and half of residents do not have access to running water. Federal officials are increasing their presence, promising not to leave until the rebuilding is done.
I know many of you may feel sadness. You may be frustrated, but what I can tell you is this: you are not alone in this recovery. FEMA is going to be here with you.
But it's still unclear how long that will take. The island's power grid is severely damaged, and most people are turning to generators to power their homes, while others are simply at the mercy of the elements, with the real field temperature hitting 100 degrees Wednesday.
We feel the heat. We are a little on edge, anxious. Your body gets tired. You try to rest a little, and then you labor on.
There are also thousands still sleeping at shelters after their homes were either flooded or ripped apart by the winds. Lawmakers on Capitol Hill are discussing ways to help, while advocates across the country push to get aid dollars flowing as quickly as possible.
The people of Puerto Rico need our support. They need our solidarity. But more importantly, they need the money.
Next up, Bermuda, which could get hit by Thursday or Friday, but as of right now, no threat to the U.S. mainland. In Toa Baja, Puerto Rico, I'm Nicole Valdez, Fox Weather.
All right, Nicole, thank you so much for that report. And once again, we are hoping to speak with Fox Weather's Robert Ray a bit later on this morning for a live report from Bermuda as that Category 4 storm, the first major hurricane of the Atlantic hurricane season, does approach Bermuda with those high winds and a lot of rainfall. So stay with LiveNOW from Fox as we will bring you the latest information. Some other top stories here that we are filing. I do want to get to this story right here. Donald Trump and 3 of his children now the target of a fraud lawsuit in New York. New York's Attorney General says the filing, which was announced Wednesday, is the culmination of a 3-year investigation into the former president's business practices. Fox News senior correspondent Laura Ingle has that story for us.
A bombshell lawsuit Wednesday from New York's Attorney General accusing former President Donald Trump and his adult children of fraud, alleging they lied about the value of assets in order to inflate his net worth by billions.
Claiming you have money that you do not have does not amount to the art of the deal. It's the art of the steal.
Attorney General Letitia James says Trump boosted the value of his properties when it gave him an advantage, like in securing a loan, and played down their worth when it came time to paying taxes on them.
Everyday people cannot lie to a bank about how much money they have in order to get a favorable loan to buy a home or to send their kid to college. And if they did, the government would throw the book at them. Why should this be any different?
The civil suit takes direct aim at Trump's public image of a savvy businessman, one that he has cultivated throughout his career, first as a real estate developer and then as the host of The Apprentice before his foray into politics. Trump and his kids quickly firing back, blasting the suit as a political stunt. Trump writing on his social media platform Truth Social, another witch hunt by a racist attorney general. She is a fraud who campaigned on a Get Trump platform. Donald Trump Jr. tweeting, Letitia James doesn't care about the law. She's a Dem activist who only cares about politics. James wants the Trumps to pay $250 million in restitution and to permanently bar them from doing business in New York State. In New York, Laura Ingle, Fox News.
All right, Laura, thank you so much for that report. A story that we will continue to follow. As you saw there, she talked about the statement that Trump did make on Truth Social after he did learn about this lawsuit. Now we do have some reaction in person here from Donald Trump. He did speak with Fox News Channel's Hannity last night. I do want to play that for you, raw and unfiltered, here on Live Now from Fox.
I was in New Jersey. I got a call in the morning from somebody that's here, person works. Sir, the FBI just came in. I said, what? The FBI? Who? And they go, the FBI. And I said, how many people? Many, many people, sir, many, many people. And I couldn't believe it. And they wanted to do it quietly, silently. And I said, what do you mean silent? They're not silent, because I watched the way they were so horrible to so many people that you know and that I know that are good people, where they just attacked them at the house. And they wanted to do it quietly. And by 4 o'clock in the afternoon, we started getting little strange calls, like from a group called The Media, if you've ever heard of them. And they said, something strange is happening at Mar-a-Lago. There are people standing at the gates with AK-47s or some kind of a very sophisticated gun. And what's happening at Mar-a-Lago? And when I heard that, I said, well, let's put out a notice that we were attacked or raided or broken in by the FBI. I couldn't believe it, too. Right. But you can't just say, here's a financial statement. But what we do is, here's a financial statement, but be careful, because it may not be accurate. It may be way off. I mean, we go, I think it's close to a page and a half of all of these things. Get your own people. Use your own appraisers. Use your own lawyers. Don't rely on us. And then she sued us. Now, again, I didn't think this would ever happen because they had no case. And if you look at the Presidential Records Act, this was what happens. You get together with GSA. Now, you have to understand, they bring it down. But NARA, and you talk, and you work, and you negotiate. I mean, they did it. It's not that old. I think in the 1970s, exactly for this. And we were having very nice discussions, no problem. And then all of a sudden, we got hit very hard by the FBI. I filled up the strategic reserves when oil was cheap. I bought 75 million barrels at a very, very cheap price. Filled it all up right to the top. First time it happened in 50 years where it was filled to the top. And they've taken that and they're giving it to people. It's supposed to be meant for war and for the military. Right. They're giving to people to keep the oil prices down before an election. That's where it's being used. When the election is over, gasoline will go through the roof. All right. And so will your heating bills, so will your electric bills. And, if you look at NARA and if you look at the FBI over the last 10, 15 years, and if you look at all of the things at the Justice Department, what's taken place, when you look at what took place with the Russia hoax, Sean, they spied on my campaign. What could be worse? Could you imagine, take Obama, if we spied on his campaign, it would probably be death sentence. They spied on my campaign even when I was in the White House. And who would think that this is possible? But they spied. So, we're not dealing with a lot of trust here. And the public isn't either. The American public is really angry. I was in New Jersey. I got a call in the morning from somebody that's here, person works. Sir, the FBI just came in. I said, what? The FBI? Who? And they go, the FBI. And I said, how many people? Many, many people, sir. Many, many people. And I couldn't believe it. And they wanted to do it quietly, silently. And I said...
And that was, of course, former President Donald Trump speaking not just about the new lawsuit that was filed by the New York Attorney General, but also about how he found out, he says, about the raid over at his Mar-a-Lago estate. We will have more on that all throughout the morning, as that is one of many top stories that we are covering here. At a time of crisis around the world, President Biden is speaking to world leaders at the United Nations General Assembly. The war in Ukraine, a major focus of his address, as well as threats to global security. Fox Business Chief National Correspondent Connell McShane reports from the UN in New York.
Thank you. President Biden addressing the United Nations General Assembly, calling on world leaders to remain united over Russia's invasion of Ukraine.
This war is about extinguishing Ukraine's right to exist as a state. plain and simple.
Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky is set to address the meeting virtually. Vladimir Putin will not be attending, but his shadow still looms large.
Putin claims he had to act because Russia was threatened, but no one threatened Russia.
President Biden's remarks coming at a time of global uncertainty. China is escalating its rhetoric against Taiwan. Europe is facing an economic crisis with rising energy costs and food shortages as a result of the war overseas. Also speaking Wednesday, Iran's president. After months of negotiations to salvage a nuclear deal, which the Trump administration scrapped, talks between the two countries are at a standstill.
I don't expect a breakthrough in New York because it's not the main venue for moving the JCPOA forward, but we'll see what happens.
Some lawmakers are critical of any negotiations and say the U.S. should not re-enter the Iran deal.
We see this pattern of very bad behavior coming from the Iranians, and yet we continue to reward it by continuing with this nuclear agreement.
President Biden is also planning to meet with the new UK Prime Minister, Liz Truss. In New York, I'm Connell McShane, Fox Business.
All right, Connell, thank you so much for that report. As I mentioned, another story that we will continue to follow here at Live Now from Fox. And coming up in the next, I would say 20 minutes or so, we are going to play the full comments made by Ukraine's president during that UN General Assembly. So we will have that for you again coming up here on Live Now from Fox. We'll play it raw and unfiltered as we do here. 5:21 if you are joining us over on the East Coast, and 2:21 on the West Coast. I'm Josh Breslow. I'm here for the next several hours to bring you all of your top stories from across the country and across the world. We are going to step away for a quick 2-minute commercial break, but much more coming up in just a few. Stick with us. All right, everyone, welcome back here on Live Now from Fox. Time now 5:24 if you are on the East Coast, and 2:24 over on the West Coast. I want to get back into the headlines here. U.S. stocks ending a volatile session Wednesday following that announcement of another interest rate hike by the Federal Reserve. The Dow tumbling more than 500 points, with the S&P 500 and the NASDAQ both down more than 1%. Investors taking in that 75 basis point interest rate hike while taking into account the likelihood of more interest rate hikes by the Federal Reserve this year. Fox News correspondent Mark Meredith does have more on the Fed's announcement. He is in Washington for us.
We will keep at it until we're confident the job is done. The Federal Reserve is taking another major step to fight inflation. The board voting to raise interest rates yet again by 0.75 of a percentage point. It's a decision expected to impact businesses and consumers nationwide.
Benefit of hindsight, we can say that the Fed was way behind the inflation curve and has been tightening too little too late. Now it's being forced to just kind of gun it.
Fed Chair Jerome Powell spoke to reporters after Wednesday's rate hike. He admits the U.S. economy, like others around the world, faces challenges. Stocks plunged in response to Powell's comments.
We are talking about, a jigsaw puzzle that is so intricate and where most professionals and most investors have never had a situation like this.
Chairman Powell recently warned higher rates would bring some pain.
No one knows whether this process will lead to a recession, or if so, how significant that recession would be.
I think there's a chance, not a big chance, a small chance of a soft landing. There's a chance of a mild recession, a chance of a harder recession.
Economists and drivers continue to watch gas prices. Prices climbed Wednesday for the first time in roughly 3 months, bringing the national average to $3.68 a gallon. In Washington, Mark Meredith, Fox News.
A story that we are following very, very closely. As Mark said, the Fed hiked up interest rates by 0.75 of a percentage point for the third time in a row. This brings the total to 5 rate hikes so far just this year. The move by the Fed only adds more pain to borrowers who are already facing some high home mortgages, auto loans, and credit card payments. High home prices and increasing interest rates do continue to push potential home buyers out of the market. According to financial services company Bankrate, the average auto loan is more than 5%, and consumers are depending on credit cards more and more, leading to more debt. There could still be more rate hikes in the future. It's looking very likely. Fox Business Network's Jackie DeAngelis tells us how it is going to affect your wallet.
In 3, 2, 1. The Federal Reserve raised interest rates today by 0.75 of a point. It was the Fed's 5th rate hike this year, its 4th increase in a row, and the 3rd time the market is seeing a 75 basis point hike. Now, the market was trading higher for most of the session before the decision, indicating it was expecting a 75 basis point hike today, rather than the full percentage point that only a small group of market watchers still thought was possible. But then, when the news broke, markets retreated. And they did so because the bottom line is this. As the Fed hikes rates trying to tame persistently high inflation, the economy will slow. Consumers and corporations will see higher borrowing costs, and that's going to impact the overall economy. On the consumer side, the rate on a 30-year fixed mortgage is 6.02% compared to 2.86% this time last year. On a $400,000 mortgage, that equals a 45% increase in the monthly payment. And it doesn't end there. Car loans could break through 6% as well, while credit card interest rates, already on the very high side, may continue to creep up too. The flip side of this, you may finally earn a little bit of interest on your savings. Some high-yield online savings accounts paying close to 2%, more for CDs. Some argue these rates should be substantially higher. But still, Americans are seeing their savings dwindle, along with their retirement accounts. That's the reason that credit card borrowing is up 13% year over year. The government won't be exempt from higher rates either. The Committee for Responsible Federal Budget now warning that this rate hike could add $2.1 trillion to federal deficits over the next 10 years. Jackie DeAngelis, Fox Business.
All right, Jackie, thank you so much for that report. If you were listening to Mark Meredith with Fox News a short time ago, he talked a little bit about this, but the long stretch of falling gas prices has come to an end. Gas prices rising Wednesday for the first time in nearly 100 days. The average price for a gallon of gas in the U.S. went up by a penny to $3.68. That is according to AAA. The last time gas prices increased back in June, when it reached a record high of $5.02 per gallon. So again, the first time that we have seen gas prices rise in about 100 days. Walmart hiring workers for the holiday season, but there will be fewer positions to fill this year. The retail giant says it's planning to hire about 40,000 seasonal workers, but before that, Walmart says it will offer its current employees more hours. This year's holiday hiring goal is dramatically lower than last year's, which was 150,000 seasonal workers. Walmart says it is hiring less because it has a better amount of staff this year for its operations. And we do have Fox Business that's provided this report with a little bit more information about that.
Americans taking a hike again. The Federal Reserve raising key interest rates by another 0.75% Wednesday. The increase is the fifth one this year and is designed to help tackle rising inflation, which sits near a 41-year high. Of course, this now means the cost to borrow money will be going up again for things like credit cards and car loans. If there's a bright side, your savings accounts should earn more interest. On Wall Street, stocks falling after the Fed also warned there will be more rate hikes in the coming months and into 2023. The National Association of Realtors says sales of previously owned homes fell for the 7th month in a row in August, and this might be why the median price was close to $390,000, 7.7% higher than a year ago. Rising mortgage rates aren't helping sales either. Walmart is going on a hiring spree. The nation's largest retailer says it plans to hire 40,000 workers ahead of the holidays. That's business. I'm Jerry Willis.
All right, Jerry, thank you so much. That is another story that we are going to follow very, very closely here on Live Now from Fox. A Republican senator introduces a new bill that he hopes will address student loan debt. Missouri Senator Josh Hawley is called the Make the Universities Pay Act. That is the bill he's talking about. Hawley wants to put higher education institutions on the hook for student debt. According to Hawley, the bill would require universities and colleges to pay half of any student loan balance that is in default. It would also allow student loan debt to be discharged in bankruptcy and require higher education institutions receiving federal aid to publish postgraduate outcomes, including default rates and wages. Thank you so much. If you are just joining us here on Live Now from Fox, my name is Josh Breslow. I mentioned a bit earlier that we are going to play the full comments from Ukraine's president made at the UN General Assembly. They are about 20 minutes or so. It is 5:32 on the East Coast and 2:32 on the West Coast. I do want to step away for a quick 2-minute commercial break. After that, though, we will play those full comments, raw and unfiltered, here on Live Now from Fox. Stay with us. Good morning and welcome back here on Live Now from Fox. It is 5:34 on the East Coast and 2:34 on the West Coast. Thank you so much for starting your day with us here at Live Now from Fox. A bit earlier, we were speaking about the UN General Assembly as President Biden and several other world leaders did address some other world leaders there in New York City. That is going to continue later on this morning, so we will have some live coverage of that. But right now, I want to play the comments, raw and unfiltered, that were made by Ukraine's president just yesterday.
United in our striving to restore peace and to guarantee peace for any nation that has become a victim of the armed aggression. A crime has been committed against Ukraine, and we demand just punishment. The crime was committed against our state borders. The crime was committed against the lives of our people. The crime was committed against the dignity of our women and men. The crime was committed against the values that make you and me a community of the United Nations. And Ukraine demands punishment for trying to steal our territory, punishment for the murders of thousands of people, punishment for tortures and humiliations of women and men, punishment for the catastrophic turbulence that Russia provoked with its illegal war, and not only for us, Ukrainians, but for the whole world, for every nation that is represented in this hall of the UN General Assembly. I'm speaking on behalf of the state which is forced to defend itself, but has the formula for peace. I'm speaking to everyone who wants to hear how to achieve peace. I will present a formula that can work, not only for us, but for everyone who may find themselves in similar circumstances as we did. It's a formula that punishes crime, protects life, restores security and territorial integrity, guarantees security, and provides determination. There are 5 preconditions for peace. Dear Mr. President of the General Assembly, dear Secretary General of the United Nations, dear heads of states and governments, dear journalists, nations of the world, Ukraine wants peace. Europe wants peace. The world wants peace. And we have seen who is the only one who wants war. There is only one entity among all UN member states who would say now, if he could interrupt my speech, that he's happy with this war, with his war. But we will not let this entity prevail over us, even though it's the largest state in the world. Ukraine showed strength on the battlefield, using its right to self-defense in accordance with Article 51 of the UN Charter, and no one will reproach us now or in the future with weakness or inability to fight for ourselves, for our independence. We are achieving a result in this fight, and we see what the end of this war will be and what will be the guarantees of a stable peace. The UN Charter proclaims the equality of nations, and we proved that Ukraine is equal among the equals. The UN Charter protects the inviolability of borders, and we confirm our state borderline by expelling the occupiers outside. The UN Charter stipulates the value of human rights, dignity and life, and we also stipulate them with every Ukrainian city freed from Russian occupation. We didn't provoke this war. We held 88 rounds of talks in various formats to prevent this war, just from the beginning of my presidency until February 24 this year. But Russia, instead of stopping the crime of aggression, which it started back in 2014, turned it into a full-scale invasion. And we have no choice but to defend ourselves. We do it. We push the aggressor beyond the internationally recognized border of the Ukrainian state. And this is the first item of our peace formula. Comprehensive item. Punishment. Punishment for the crime of aggression. Punishment for violation of borders and territorial integrity. Punishment that must be in place until the internationally recognized border is restored, until the aggression stops, and until the damages and losses for the war are fully compensated. Therefore, sanctions against the aggressor are part of the peace formula. Blocking the trade and relations with the aggressor is a part of the peace formula. All this is a punishment. So long as the aggressor is a party to decision-making in the international organization, he must be isolated from them, at least until aggression lasts. Reject the right to vote. Deprive delegation rights. Remove the right of veto if it is a member of the UN Security Council, in order to punish the aggressor within the institutions. We shouldn't turn a blind eye to propagandists who justify aggression, but apply a full package of personal restrictions against them. That is a punishment for lying. Citizens of the aggressor state shouldn't be allowed to enjoy tourism or shopping in the territory of those who value peace, but should be encouraged through visa restrictions to fight against the aggression of their own state. Punish for abetting the evil. A special tribunal should be created to punish Russia for the crime of aggressor against our state. This will become signal to all would-be aggressors that they must value peace or be brought to responsibility by the world. We have prepared precise steps to establish such tribunal. They will be presented to all states. Ukraine will appeal to the UN General Assembly to support an international compensation mechanism. We count on your support. Russia should pay for this war with its assets. It's also a punishment. This is one of the most terrible punishments for Russian officials who value money above everything else. The second item of the peace formula is the protection of life, the most concrete item. Now, while the sessions of the General Assembly continue in the Ukrainian town of Izum, Kharkiv region, the exhumation is underway of bodies from a mass burial which happened when the territory was controlled by Russian troops. The bodies of women and men, children and adults, civilians and soldiers were found there, 445 graves. There is a family that died under the rubble of a house after a Russian airstrike. Father, mother, 6 and 8-year-old girls, grandparents. There is a man who was strangled with a rope. There is a woman with broken ribs and wounds on her body. There is a man who was castrated before the murder, and this is not the first case. Ask, please, the representatives of Russia why the Russian military are so obsessed with castration. What was done to them so that they want to do this to others? The only thing that differs the mass burial in Izum from what the world saw in Bucha is in fact the burial. The Russian army was in Izium for a longer time, and therefore the bodies of the killed people were buried and not scattered on the streets. So how can we allow the Russian army somewhere on Ukrainian soil, knowing that they're committing such mass murders everywhere? We cannot. We must protect life. The world must protect life. Every state suffering the armed aggression needs the opportunity to protect its citizens and liberate its territory. If it requires help with weapons or shells, they should be provided. If you needed financial help for this, it should be given. If for this it's necessary to help with the intelligence data, just do it. But what is not needed is lies. We can return the Ukrainian flag to our entire territory. We can do it.
All right, everyone, it is 5:45 on the East Coast and at 2:45 over on the West Coast. I do want to pause this right here and step away for a quick 2-minute commercial break, but we will be right back to play the rest of those comments made by Volodymyr Zelensky, the president of Ukraine. That is coming up here in just 2 minutes. Stick with us here on Live Now from Fox. All right, let's get back to those comments made by Volodymyr Zelensky, the president of Ukraine, at yesterday's meeting of the UN General Assembly.
We try to implement the basic provisions of the UN Charter for Ukraine through negotiations, but Russia is afraid of real negotiations and doesn't want to fulfill any fair international obligations. It lies to everyone, as it's typical for aggressors, for terrorists. Even now, when Russia talks about negotiations, it only wants to slow down its retreat. Russia wants to spend the winter on the occupied territory of Ukraine and prepare forces to attempt a new offensive, new Buchas, new Iziums. Or at least it wants to prepare fortifications on occupied land and carry out military mobilization at home. We cannot agree to a delayed war because it will be even hotter than the war now. For us, this is a war for life. That is why we need defense support, weapons, military equipment and shells. Offensive weapons and long-range one is enough to liberate our land, and defensive systems, above all air defense. And we need financial support to keep internal stability and fulfill social obligation to our people. Physical and social protection are two elements of any nation's life. So, the second item of our peace formula is the protection of life by all available means allowed by the UN Charter. The third item of our peace formula is restoring security and territorial integrity. Look at how many elements of global security Russia has undermined with its war. Maritime safety, food safety, radiation safety, energy safety, and safety from weapons of mass destruction. We are already restoring maritime safety and food security, and I thank Mr. Antonio Guterres for his personal involvement. Algeria, Ethiopia, Egypt, Libya, Kenya, Somalia, Sudan, Tunisia, Bangladesh, Israel, India, Iran, Yemen, Cyprus, China, Korea, Lebanon, Turkey, Belgium, Bulgaria, Greece, Ireland, Spain, Italy, Netherlands, Germany, Romania, and France have already received Ukrainian agricultural products. And we have to increase the supply by sea, both under market conditions and within the UN food program, for which Ukraine is always a reliable partner. And by the way, despite all the difficulties caused by the war, we decided to provide humanitarian aid to Ethiopia and Somalia. So we will send them an additional amount of our wheat, but it's more difficult with other security elements. On the eve of the General Assembly meeting, Russia fired missiles at the South Ukraine nuclear power plant. The explosion hit the station buildings. Windows were broken. Walls were damaged. The rockets exploded only 300 meters from the walls of the reactors. And this is after the IAEA's clear appeal to Russia to stop any hostile activity against any nuclear facilities of Ukraine, and in particular against the Zaporizhzhia nuclear power station, the largest one in Europe, which Russia has turned into a target. And that makes all of you a target. Russian radiation blackmailing is something that should concern each and every one of you, because none of you will find a vaccine against radiation sickness. The cost of living crisis continues in dozens of countries. It roots in the destabilization of the energy market. It's necessary to remove the main factor of global price turbulence, namely Russian energy blackmailing. It's necessary to cap the prices at which Russia exports its energy resources. It's necessary to make Russian oil and gas just ordinary goods again. Currently, oil and gas are Russia's energy weapons. And that is why it manipulates the markets so that electricity, gas, petrol, and diesel become the privilege of few instead of being a common goods available to all. Limiting prices is safeguarding the world. This is the way to restore energy and price security. But will the world go for it? Or will it be scared? Will it be scared of Russian threats? It's necessary to take only one strong step, after which everything will become clear. The time has come for this. This step will put everything in place. After the Russian missile terror, after the massacres, after Mariupol, after the burning of the Ukrainian prisoners in Olenivka by the Russian military, after blocking the ports, after the strikes of the Russian tanks and missiles on nuclear power plants, and after threats to use nuclear weapons, which have become the rule, not the exception for Russian propagandists. We must finally recognize Russia as the state of sponsor of terrorism at all levels, in all countries that confess the values of peace and protection of human life, legally, politically. If you don't have a legal mechanism, you can make a political decision in the parliaments. This is the foundation for restoring global security. If this strong step is taken, doubts will disappear whether to take other important steps. And what is very sensitive is the border, the territorial integrity. When one country tries to steal the territory of another state, it puts all of the world nation under attack. Global security cannot be restored without restoring the territorial integrity of the nation which suffered the armed aggression. So the third item of the Ukrainian peace formula is the restoration of security and territorial integrity. The fourth item is security guarantees. Every nation has the right to security guarantees, not only the largest nations, not only the most fortunate ones. We have proposals to upgrade the security architecture for Ukraine and for Europe and the world, which will not allow any more aggression against us. We are already presenting them to partners. Proposals for legally binding multilateral and bilateral treaties. These are the conditions for the guarantors to act and the timeline for their actions to bring results. Results on land, at sea, and in the air, in diplomacy and politics, in economy and finance, in providing weapons and intelligence. Each of you who will receive the text of our peace formula will also see the details of what we offer as security guarantees. I do not want to compare our offers with the guarantees of any alliances that exist on the planet now. I want to stress that it is always much better to guarantee the security of a nation preventively rather than to stop a war after it has already begun. And the fifth item of the Ukrainian peace formula is the determination, something without which the other four items will not work. This is our determination to fight. This is the determination of the partners to help us and also themselves and
All right, everyone, 5:57 in the morning if you are joining us on the East Coast, and 2:57 if you are on the West Coast. Thanks so much for starting your day with us here at Live Now from Fox. You were listening to UK's president there addressing the UN General Assembly just yesterday. Things will ramp back up here in the next few hours, so we will bring that to you live, raw, and unfiltered on Live Now from Fox. I do want to step away for a quick 2-minute commercial break, but we will be right back with a live look at your top stories from across the country and across the world. Good morning, everyone, and thank you so much for joining us here on Live Now from Fox. It is 6 o'clock on the dot if you are joining us on the East Coast, and just 3 o'clock if you are on the West Coast. My name is Josh Breslow, and I'm here to bring you all of the top stories from across the country and across the world. As always, a lot going on, so let's get right to it here. We are getting a look here, some breaking news overnight, where a second major earthquake has hit the same portion of Mexico in just a matter of days. And this right here, the first video we are getting out of Mexico City this morning. This latest earthquake measuring 6.8, killing at least one person and causing buildings to shake in the nation's capital. The earthquake hit around 1 a.m. local time, just 3 days after a major earthquake, 7.6 magnitude, hit that same area near the Pacific coast. Mexico City's mayor said via Twitter that one woman has died in a central neighborhood when she fell down the stairs of her home. As you can see in that video here, residents huddling together in the streets as those seismic alarms were blaring all throughout the area. Again, that second earthquake, 6.8. And the one earlier this week, a 7.6. A story that we will, of course, be following very closely here on Live Now from Fox. Hurricane Fiona inching closer to Bermuda, now a powerful Category 4 storm, the first major hurricane of the Atlantic hurricane season. The storm, with maximum sustained winds of 130 miles per hour, likely to get closest to the British Island territory tomorrow. A tropical storm warning and hurricane watch are currently in effect for Bermuda. Fiona has made 2 landfalls so far as a Category 1 storm. First, Sunday afternoon along the extreme southwestern coast of Puerto Rico, and then early Monday morning in the eastern Dominican Republic. Fox Weather's Robert Ray providing this report with the latest information.
700 miles from the coastline of North Carolina is Bermuda, where I'm at right now, and we are awaiting Hurricane Fiona to make its trek up here, expected to, well, basically be about 100 miles off the shore, starting very late Thursday into Friday morning. Right now, it is a Category 4 hurricane, very intense. We will not see those kind of winds here in Bermuda, though we will see high-end tropical storm, potentially even low Cat 1 winds here on the island. There are roughly 65,000 residents awaiting Fiona, bracing for it. They are used to storms here in this part of the world, this desolate area in really the center of the Atlantic. Amazing that they've only seen 6 direct hits by hurricanes. We spent the day talking to residents and visitors to see how they were coping with all of this.
But hopefully we don't get too much damage, and it'll probably be a lot of downed trees, a lot of power lines, and losing electricity. You may have people losing their rooftops, but I would guarantee you by Monday, you wouldn't even think a hurricane came across Bermuda. That's how we are. That's how we roll down here. We're just going to get the outskirt, something like more or less. We're going to get some little lightning and thunders and a little more rain and stuff. And I think that's supposed to be it. Just get yourself some batteries and water and a couple canned stuff. The generator is running and you should be okay.
Tomorrow into Friday, we could experience power outages, downed trees, and the other elements that these tropical force winds usually bring. Many of the hotels have shut down temporarily. Those that are open are continuing to see tourists that were even flying in as late as Wednesday, even though the government here telling people to perhaps reconsider their travel plans. So many have left the island, though it is still very populated as Fiona is making its way up here, expected to come about 100 miles off the shores and then trek even further north into Canada. Reporting in Bermuda, Robert Ray, Fox Weather.
All right, and by the way, Robert Ray with Fox Weather that you just saw there is in Bermuda. He's going to join us around 7:45 Eastern time this morning to provide a live report with a look at the situation on that British Island territory. So stick with us here on Live Now from Fox for that. In Puerto Rico, the city of Ponce clocked a 103-mile-per-hour wind gust, while over in the Dominican Republic, where this video is from, a gust of 98 miles per hour was recorded. Very intense winds. The high winds caused all of Puerto Rico to lose power, a full blackout, while also dealing with some catastrophic flooding. On Wednesday, President Joe Biden did declare Puerto Rico a major disaster area to help with the recovery efforts. A lot going on in Puerto Rico as people are left trying to pick up the pieces, still dealing with some high waters. Fox weather correspondent Nicole Valdez has more from Puerto Rico.
Hurricane Fiona is now a Category 4 storm as it moves north through the Caribbean. It's caused major damage in the Turks and Caicos Islands, and here in Puerto Rico, the mission has now shifted from rescue to recovery mode. Officials are assessing the damage, and it's widespread. Most of the island still without access to power, and half of residents do not have access to running water. Federal officials are increasing their presence, promising not to leave until the rebuilding is done.
I know many of you may feel sadness. You may be frustrated, but what I can tell you is this: you are not alone in this recovery. FEMA is going to be here with you.
But it's still unclear how long that will take. The island's power grid is severely damaged, and most people are turning to generators to power their homes, while others are simply at the mercy of the elements, with the real field temperature hitting 100 degrees Wednesday.
We feel the heat. We are a little on edge, anxious. Your body gets tired. You try to rest a little, and then you labor on.
There are also thousands still sleeping at shelters after their homes were either flooded or ripped apart by the winds. Lawmakers on Capitol Hill are discussing ways to help, while advocates across the country push to get aid dollars flowing as quickly as possible.
The people of Puerto Rico need our support. They need our solidarity. But more importantly, they need the money.
Next up, Bermuda, which could get hit by Thursday or Friday, but as of right now, no threat to the U.S. mainland. In Toa Baja, Puerto Rico, I'm Nicole Valdez, Fox Weather.
Nicole, thank you so much for that report. I do want to take a live look here from our XRAD where you can see where the storm is right now. Again, inching closer and closer to Bermuda, where a tropical storm warning is in effect and a hurricane watch also in effect. At 7:45, so a little less than 2 hours this morning Eastern time, we will of course bring you that live report from Fox Weather's Robert Ray as he is live for us over in Bermuda, where they are preparing for this major storm, which again is the first major hurricane of the Atlantic hurricane season. So again, that will be at 7:45 this morning. I do want to get to some of the other top stories that we are following this morning. Donald Trump and 3 of his children now the target of a fraud lawsuit in New York. The state's attorney general saying the filing announced Wednesday is the culmination of a 3-year investigation into the former president's business practices. Fox News senior correspondent Laura Ingle has that story.
A bombshell lawsuit Wednesday from New York's Attorney General accusing former President Donald Trump and his adult children of fraud, alleging they lied about the value of assets in order to inflate his net worth by billions.
Claiming you have money that you do not have does not amount to the art of the deal. It's the art of the steal.
Attorney General Letitia James says Trump boosted the value of his properties when it gave him an advantage, like in securing a loan, and played down their worth when it came time to paying taxes on them.
Everyday people cannot lie to a bank about how much money they have in order to get a favorable loan to buy a home or to send their kid to college. And if they did, the government would throw the book at them. Why should this be any different?
The civil suit takes direct aim at Trump's public image of a savvy businessman, one that he has cultivated throughout his career, first as a real estate developer and then as the host of The Apprentice before his foray into politics. Trump and his kids quickly firing back, blasting the suit as a political stunt. Trump writing on his social media platform, Truth Social, another witch hunt by a racist attorney general. She is a fraud who campaigned on a Get Trump platform. Donald Trump Jr. tweeting, Letitia James doesn't care about the law. She's a Dem activist who only cares about politics. James wants the Trumps to pay $250 million in restitution and to permanently bar them from doing business in New York State. In New York, Laura Ingle, Fox News.
So that all comes as a federal appeals court on Wednesday allowed the Justice Department to resume its use of classified records seized from the former president's Florida estate as part of its ongoing criminal investigation there. The ruling from a 3-judge panel of the U.S. Court of Appeals for the 11th Circuit amounts to an overwhelming victory for the DOJ, clearing the way for investigators to continue scrutinizing those documents as they consider whether to bring criminal charges over the storage of top-secret records at Mar-a-Lago after Trump left the White House. In lifting a hold on a core aspect of the department's probe, the court removed an obstacle that could have delayed the investigation by weeks. Our Fox 5 New York team provided this report with that information and more about the lawsuit in New York.
State Attorney General Letitia James is suing Donald Trump, the Trump Organization, and 3 of his children for fraud. In the civil lawsuit, she is alleging they exaggerated the value of numerous Trump properties in order to get better loans from banks, in addition to downplaying assets in other situations in order to get tax breaks.
There cannot be different rules for different people in this country or in this state. And former presidents are no different.
The 3-year-long investigation includes more than 65 witnesses and a review of millions of documents. AG James taking a jab at Trump with a play on words from his best-selling book, The Art of the Deal.
Claiming you have money that you do not have does not amount to the art of the deal. It's the art of the steal.
The lawsuit seeks to permanently ban Trump and his 3 children from running a business in New York, ban Trump and the Trump Organization from buying commercial real estate in New York for 5 years, and forcing Trump to pay at least $250 million in damages. Attorney General James is also referring the case to federal prosecutors and the IRS to investigate further. Former federal prosecutor Doug Burns so far does not see this as a compelling case. He says lying to get bank loans can be just a part of doing business, as long as the banks get paid back.
If I lie to get a loan, that's the crime. But in the real world, let's not kid ourselves. If a loan then fully performs, prosecutors look at that much differently. The bottom line is, banks aren't bringing the case.
Tonight, Trump once again saying he is being unfairly targeted as he appeared on Hannity on Fox News.
This was just a continuation of a witch hunt that began when I came down the escalator at Trump Tower.
All right, just another story that we will continue to follow here at LiveNOW from Fox. I do, though, want to get to some other news. At a time of crisis around the world, President Biden speaking to world leaders at the United Nations General Assembly yesterday. The war in Ukraine, a major focus of his address, as well as threats to global security. Fox Business Chief National Correspondent Connell McShane reports from the UN over in New York.
Thank you. President Biden addressing the United Nations General Assembly, calling on world leaders to remain united over Russia's invasion of Ukraine.
This war is about extinguishing Ukraine's right to exist as a state, plain and simple.
Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky is set to address the meeting virtually. Vladimir Putin will not be attending, but his shadow still looms large.
Putin claims he had to act because Russia was threatened. But no one threatened Russia.
President Biden's remarks coming at a time of global uncertainty. China is escalating its rhetoric against Taiwan. Europe is facing an economic crisis with rising energy costs and food shortages as a result of the war overseas. Also speaking Wednesday, Iran's president. After months of negotiations to salvage a nuclear deal, which the Trump administration scrapped, talks between the two countries are at a standstill.
I don't expect a breakthrough in New York because it's not the main venue for moving the JCPOA forward, but we'll see what happens.
Some lawmakers are critical of any negotiations and say the U.S. should not re-enter the Iran deal.
We see this pattern of very bad behavior coming from the Iranians, and yet we continue to reward it by continuing with this nuclear agreement.
President Biden is also planning to meet with the new UK Prime Minister Liz Truss. In New York, I'm Connell McShane, Fox Business.
Connell, thank you. The immigration battle heating up as Republican governors continue sending migrants to Democratic-led states. This is from a few days ago, last weekend, as we did see migrants sent over to Martha's Vineyard. We also learned that a Texas sheriff is investigating, filing a lawsuit here about this ongoing situation. Fox News senior correspondent Casey Stiegel has more on that for us.
They are fleeing political persecution only to be used as a political pawn by the Florida governor. And that is something that the people in Florida should be asking the governor, why is he doing this?
Florida Governor Ron DeSantis is firing back after receiving criticism for flying asylum seekers to Martha's Vineyard in Massachusetts last week. DeSantis says the migrants signed consent forms that read in part, quote, I agree to be transported by the benefactor or its designated representatives to locations in sanctuary cities. On Tuesday, those migrants filed a lawsuit against Florida's governor and other state officials, claiming they were told they were going to Boston or Washington, not Martha's Vineyard. Senator Marco Rubio says the lawsuit is outrageous.
People came into this country illegally, violating our laws. Okay, and the first thing they do is get lawyers and use our laws to sue an elected governor, to sue a state. I mean, just think about that. They just got here. They're not even here legally. They didn't enter the country the proper way, and they're immediately in court demanding rights and claims under our laws. This is outrageous.
The immigration crisis is front and center as record numbers of migrants reach the border states, and according to Customs and Border Protection, thousands are entering the U.S. every day.
This is not immigration, what we're seeing. Okay, this is mass migration. That's a very different thing.
Even more asylum seekers are expected to be flown and bussed out of the Lone Star State as this immigration battle continues. That's the latest from El Paso, Texas. Casey Stiegel, Fox News.
All right, want to bring you this live look from our XRAD radar as we do continue to track the latest information here about Hurricane Fiona, now a Category 4 with maximum sustained winds of 130 miles per hour. Not just a major hurricane, a very powerful one. The storm now headed for Bermuda, where people are taking cover. We know there is a tropical storm warning that is in effect and a hurricane watch. We are expecting tonight into Friday morning. That is when we will see the largest effects that hit Bermuda. This is a story that we will follow all throughout the morning into this afternoon and, of course, tomorrow. It is 6:18 on the East Coast, and at 7:45 here, we are expecting to have a live report from Robert Ray with Fox Weather. Well, he will bring us the latest there from Bermuda. We are going to step away for a quick 2-minute commercial break, but on the other side of that break, we are going to talk about the latest with the Fed raising interest rates by 75 basis points. Stick with us because we'll tell you what it means for you. Good morning, everyone, and welcome in on Live Now from Fox. It is 6:21 over on the East Coast and 3:21 if you are joining us on the West Coast. My name is Josh Breslow, and I'm here for the next several hours to bring you all of your top stories from across the country and across the world. I want to get right back to it and talk about financials. This is what's important for you. So, U.S. stocks ending a volatile season Wednesday, following the announcement of another interest rate hike by the Federal Reserve. The Dow tumbling more than 500 points, with the S&P 500 and NASDAQ down more than 1%. Investors taking in that 75 basis point interest rate hike while taking into account the likelihood of more interest rate hikes by the Federal Reserve later on this year. Not just likelihood, it is going to happen. So Fox News correspondent Mark Meredith does report more about this from Washington.
We will keep at it until we're confident the job is done.
The Federal Reserve is taking another major step to fight inflation. The board voting to raise interest rates yet again by 0.75 percentage point. It's a decision expected to impact businesses and consumers nationwide.
Benefit of hindsight, we can say that the Fed was way behind the inflation curve and has been tightening too little too late. Now it's being forced to just kind of gun it.
Fed Chair Jerome Powell spoke to reporters after Wednesday's rate hike. He admits the U.S. economy, like others around the world, faces challenges. Stocks plunged in response to Powell's comments.
We are talking about, a jigsaw puzzle that is so intricate, and where most professionals and most investors have never had a situation like this.
Chairman Powell recently warned higher rates would bring some pain.
No one knows whether this process will lead to a recession, or if so, how significant that recession would be.
I think there's a chance, not a big chance, a small chance of a soft landing. There's a chance of a mild recession, a chance of a harder recession.
Economists and drivers continue to watch gas prices. Prices climbed Wednesday for the first time in roughly 3 months, bringing the national average to $3.68 a gallon. In Washington, Mark Meredith, Fox News.
As you just heard there from Mark, the Fed hiking up interest rates by 0.75 percentage point for the third time in a row. That brings the total to 5 rate hikes so far this year. The move by the Fed only adds more pain to borrowers who are already facing high home mortgages, auto loans, and credit card payments. High home prices and increasing interest rates continue to push potential home buyers out of the market. According to financial services company Bankrate, the average auto loan is more than 5%, and consumers are depending on credit cards more and more, leading to, unfortunately, even more debt. So what exactly does it mean for you? Our very own Live Now from Fox's Andy Mack spoke with an economic expert to help break it down. I do want to play this for you raw and unfiltered here on Live Now from Fox.
Another big story we are following today is the Federal Reserve increasing those interest rates by 75 basis points. Those will impact a lot of Americans, and according to one expert I talked to, it will impact everyone, and it won't isolate from anyone else. So we're going to hear more on what it will impact on average Americans, including interest rates, including housing market, here on Live Now from Fox. So let's listen to this interview from just earlier today here. Federal Reserve will increase those interest rates by 75 basis points. And to get a little bit more understanding into what average Americans can see from the economy moving forward, we're joined now by John Milikowski, certainly a financial expert in that regard. What can you tell us, and what was your reaction when you heard, for the third straight time, another 0.75 point going up in interest rates?
Well, that's a significant amount, right? It's, again, as you mentioned, the third time, and it's probably the largest rate hike ever. And so what this is really going to have an effect on, as we've seen already, it's affecting mortgages, and the refi market is basically non-existent at this point. In the end of the day, the Fed is trying to tame inflation, and how they do that is by slowing demand down, by increasing the prices of goods and services, by making it more expensive. And so these increases in the rates are costing companies more to produce products, and it's actually eating away at the household income, what they have left. And so they're already paying a lot for housing, and how much are they going to have to pay for gas, and gas prices being high. So it's really leaving the consumer with less money and ability to pay for other things.
And we've seen that the inflation, obviously, they're trying to tame that, like you said. That's a good word, tame, to do it. But they've also already done it 3 straight times, and they kind of hint at the fact that they're going to do it again. Are they maybe a little bit surprised that this isn't coming, the inflation isn't really impacted yet?
Yeah, I think the Fed is a little bit shocked that it hasn't come under control, because if you look at the historical inflation rates, and I was kind of looking at that today, March of 1980, inflation was at 14.6%, quite a bit. Today it's about 8.3%, which is fairly high. October 1990, 6.4%, you know, when the stock market basically melted down. March of 2000, before the dot-com, or right around the dot-com bust, 3.8%. July of 2008, 5.5%. And July 2008 was a big indicator in the market, because we had Lehman Brothers and a lot of financial companies that were basically dissolving. And so now that we're at 8.3, which is significantly higher than we were in 2008, I think the Fed is surprised that the rate hikes, and their significant rate hikes, have not had enough of an impact to slow down the demand. And I think that's so the Fed has promised to get inflation under control and bring it down to around 2%. So we'll see if that happens.
Yeah, definitely. And when you mentioned the year 2008, I think it concerned, it maybe not scare, but concerns a lot of people, because the short-term rates 3 to 3.5, the highest since 2008. Does that concern you as well? Just the fact that we're alluding to some of these timeframes and dates that are synonymous with recessions?
Yeah, I mean, you know, historically, if you look back, every recession's different, right? There's a different cause for it. In 2008, it was the mortgages, and that they were some of them were not based on good quality assets, which affected the stock market, right? So what is it really today? I mean, we're coming out of coronavirus. 2019 was a pretty phenomenal year economically. And then, you know, we started to have some significant downturns with unemployment. So all of this it's a different breed of what's happened, but we're trying to determine, at least the Fed is, what is the right combination of changes, you know, to affect, to slow down the economy. And it's really, it's different every time. So how they do that is it's unknown at this point, whether this is really going to work. But what we do know is that this is impacting families, right? I mean, so it's pricing certain people out of the market for homes. One interesting statistic that I saw is that home starts was pretty high. It's 1.57 million units for August. But if you compare that with the building permits, which plunged 10%. So what that means is some of these home builders have already locked in their rates for loans, right? And they've already gotten their building permits and they started to build, and they're already now committed to doing that. So they really, you know, pulling out of that would cost a loss for them. But it does show that in the near future that we're going to be expecting some downturns in the construction industry, which affects so many different industries, you know, right? Because if I were to buy a home, I'm going to be buying furnishings and appliances, and then to build a home, you need materials. So all of those industries that support housing over time, maybe not immediately, but within the next, you know, 2 or 3 quarters, we're going to see some significant downturns.
And the term I saw was shelter inflation, and I thought that was a term that I really haven't seen a ton of. And you mentioned about the housing market. You mentioned the construction also impacting that. What is shelter inflation? And like you said, can we expect maybe the Fed increase shelter inflation or decrease shelter inflation?
I feel like that's kind of a play on right when we had COVID, shelter in place, and I think what they're expecting is a significant effect on the economy. And again, it won't maybe not be today, it might be tomorrow, it might be 3 months from now, but basically brace, because they're expecting a significant impact to the economy, and which, by the way, could result in a high unemployment, right? Because if the cost of doing business is so significant that companies cannot afford, they're going to have to cut their margins or cut their expenses so they can keep their margins flat. I mean, we have in California, you know, there's a proposal to increase the minimum wage for fast food workers to $22 an hour. All of these basically are a result of high inflation, because the cost of living is so high. So anything that affects, you know, the cost of living, whether it's food and for gasoline and transportation, all these things are going to drive up prices. And hopefully the Fed is expecting that it's going to drive down demand, which is really the ultimate goal.
Definitely, as they try to tame inflation. And Jerome Powell, obviously Fed chair, he said, quote, "Hope for the best, but plan for the worst." Is that a good synopsis of what's going on right now?
I would guess so, but I don't think it gives a lot of confidence to the market. And we've seen the stock market, take a beating. I'm not sure that's going to be a positive reaction by the market. And today we saw that after his presentation.
And what else can we expect from it? Because obviously, you also mentioned jobs, and that's a big proponent of this, that they haven't seen necessarily as many jobs. And we saw it with President Biden in the 60 Minutes interview. It's talking about how unemployment rate is still so low. How does that maybe impact what the Fed is doing with the job and unemployment and stuff like that?
Well, I guess it gives the Fed some confidence that if the unemployment rate isn't so high, that maybe we can't afford to increase the federal rate, right? Which will then, if the economy can still afford to function and retain people to work, then it's not enough, right? If the economy is red hot and we're trying to slow it down. So I guess at some point that would be a really good statistic to look at. If the unemployment rate starts to really creep up and people are unemployed and we have high inflation, that's really a bad combination. People cannot afford the basic services and products to live. Then there might have to be a new policy decision.
Definitely. Thank you again, John. Are there any last words or anything else you could think of in regards that you want to get off your chest here in terms of what we saw from the Fed today and maybe what's to come from the economy or anything else financial related?
Well, I definitely, think the stock market, again, if you have, savings and you're relying upon that, you have a fixed income, especially if you're older, definitely want to shift on how you invest so that you don't lose some of your investment. But you can definitely see that this is going to affect everybody. I don't think anybody's going to be isolated from this.
Definitely, very sure of that. Thank you again, John. I know we're going to have much more to come here in terms of the economy, and as we saw the stock market kind of bounce around over the last few weeks here. So thank you again for joining us here on Live Now from Fox.
All right, and thank you so much to our very own Live Now from Fox's Andy Mack, breaking down with the economic expert exactly what this means for you with the Fed raising the interest rate by 75 basis points. That is the third time that has been done so far this year, and we do know that more interest rate hikes are not just likely, they are going to happen. 6:33 over on the East Coast and 3:33 on the West Coast. We are going to step away for a quick 2-minute commercial break, but more of your headlines coming up, including the latest on Hurricane Fiona. Good morning, everyone, and welcome in on Live Now from Fox. It is 6:35 on the East Coast and 3:35 on the West Coast. What you are looking at is a live view from our XRAD radar that does show the current positioning of Hurricane Fiona. We have been tracking this storm for several days along with our partners over at Fox News. And at last check, this storm is a Category 4 hurricane, the first major one of the Atlantic hurricane season. This is kind of when we see those storms really start to peak during hurricane season. Maximum sustained winds here of 130 miles per hour as that storm does near Bermuda. We are going to have a live report in a little over an hour at 7:45 a.m. Eastern Time with Robert Ray with Fox News. He is over there right now covering this from every angle, watching as the storm does approach. So as we get closer, of course, we will bring that to you live, raw, and unfiltered on Live Now from Fox. I do want to get back into some other headlines. If you were watching us before the break, you know that we are covering the economy and the Fed rate hike. So the long stretch of falling gas prices comes to an end. Gas prices rose Wednesday. We did see them rise for the first time in nearly 100 days. The average price for a gallon of gas in the U.S. went up by a penny to $3.68. That is according to AAA. The last time gas prices increased was all the way back in June when it reached a record high of $5.02. Some other headlines we are following: Walmart hiring workers for the holiday season, but there will be fewer positions available as a result, they say, partially of that inflation and just the current state of the economy. The retail giant says it's planning to hire about 40,000 seasonal workers, but before that, Walmart says it will offer its current employees more hours. This year's holiday hiring goal is dramatically lower than last year's, which was 150,000 seasonal workers. Walmart says it is hiring less because it has a better amount of staff this year for its operations, of course, mentioning that inflation and the state of the market is going to play a role. Fox Business does have a little bit more about this.
Americans taking a hike again. The Federal Reserve raising key interest rates by another 0.75% Wednesday. The increase is the fifth one this year and is designed to help tackle rising inflation, which sits near a 41-year high. Of course, this now means the cost to borrow money will be going up again for things like credit cards and car loans. If there's a bright side, your savings accounts should earn more interest. On Wall Street, stocks falling after the Fed also warned there will be more rate hikes in the coming months and into 2023. The National Association of Realtors says sales of previously owned homes fell for the seventh month in a row in August, and this might be why the median price was close to $390,000, 7.7% higher than a year ago. Rising mortgage rates aren't helping sales either. Walmart is going on a hiring spree. The nation's largest retailer says it plans to hire 40,000 workers ahead of the holidays. That's business. I'm Jerry Willis.
All right, Jerry, thanks so much. As the U.S. does continue to battle that inflation, the effects of prolonged drought and extreme weather are just adding to an increase in food prices affecting you at the store. Fox Business Network's Kelly O'Grady does have more on that for us from California.
We're at the Santa Monica Farmers Market today, and normally this place is a haven for small businesses. It's the place where you go to get the best produce at the best price, but these farmers are dealing with the worst drought conditions in over 1,200 years. If you can believe it, over 99% of California is in a state of drought, 41% in extreme or exceptional conditions, and that might be kind of hard to imagine when you go to the faucet, you turn on the water, but we've been talking to farmers today about just how bad it's getting.
For the first time in 32 years, we ran out of water, totally, in mid-July. It's never happened. Our water rights are about 150 years old, but if there's no water, your water rights don't mean anything.
And with the overwhelming majority of fruits, tree nuts, vegetables being sourced from regions like the Golden State, we could be relying more on foreign food supplies, and there could be less variety at the store. These farmers have to make difficult choices planning for the uncertainty of future harvests. The American Farm Bureau Federation finds 33% of farmers out west are destroying their orchard trees or multi-year crops due to the years of investment and cultivation needed. 74% are seeing less production from the harvest, and that means more inflation.
You definitely will see rising prices. For one of the reasons is because if you have less water, you're raising less crop, so you have less to sell.
And the farmers are also citing gas as a reason why they're having to raise prices. I mean, your food has to get to the supermarket or the farmer's market somehow. But I have to say, from being here, these small businesses, they are doing something that they love, and this drought is putting that in jeopardy. Back to you.
Thank you so much. She was talking there about the gas prices, and we do know the steady decline of gas prices could be over. That's according to AAA. We told you a short time ago that the prices went up for the first time in nearly 100 days. In just about 30 minutes at 7:10 Eastern Time, we will be joined by Fox News' Doug Luzader, who is following all of this. He will bring us the latest information about that, as well as the Fed raising the interest rate. Again, that is coming up in just about 30 minutes at 7:10. I do want to get into a little bit of health news right now, because we have been covering the latest on COVID-19, monkeypox, and I do want to get to this information here, a look at what's happening to the workers who lost their jobs over their refusal to be vaccinated against COVID-19. President Biden does insist the pandemic is now over, and yesterday, a federal judge ordered a big change in one of the president's COVID-19 policies. Fox News correspondent Griff Jenkins has the details for us.
It's destroyed careers, it's destroyed families.
22-year veteran firefighter John Knox has gone nearly a year without a paycheck after being put on leave for rejecting LA's vaccine mandate, despite answering the call during the hardest times.
We still had to do our job. We couldn't, we can't perform 911 duties via Zoom. It just doesn't work, It's hard to put out a fire that way.
This as the White House attempts to walk back President Biden's declaration that the pandemic is over.
So we are in a different time. He's been very consistent about that.
That isn't sitting well with New York City sanitation worker Curtis Cutler, denied a religious exemption and fired despite being a deacon in his church.
Mr. President, if you would, please listen to my story. And please think about all my fellow brothers and sisters who are in New York City or other areas who have been affected by those who won't let this mandate go. Please put them back to work.
Even before the president's comments, this New York City firefighter's testimony began drawing attention.
I was allowed to work through the pandemic, but I wasn't allowed to eat in a restaurant. I could wear the uniform, go to a burning building, but not eat here.
Thank you.
What's wrong with you people?
At the federal level, State Department diplomat Marcus Thornton is leading the fight against President Biden's executive mandate, representing a group of more than 8,000 federal employees in a lawsuit in a federal appeals court, opposing the vaccine for personal, religious, and medical reasons.
Over the past year, the government has threatened me with termination, excluded me from the workforce, discriminated against me, and subjected me to harassment for standing up for those very principles.
A ruling in the federal case is expected in the coming weeks. Meanwhile, New York City dropped their private employer vaccine mandate yesterday. However, public servants are still forced to comply. In Washington, Griff Jenkins, Fox News.
Let's travel out of this world for some space news. NASA said its team did encounter a hydrogen leak during the tanking test for the Artemis 1 rocket yesterday. The leak was found at the quick disconnect between the tail surface mast umbilical and the rocket. That information coming from a tweet from NASA. The space agency uncovered the leak during a test, adding supercooled fuel to the rocket to confirm the repairs as it prepares for another attempt to launch the rocket to the moon later on this month. The launch was scrubbed twice due to hydrogen leaks and other technological issues. NASA is targeting September 27th to launch the moon rocket from Cape Canaveral, Florida, if the issues have been repaired. A backup date is planned for October 2nd, which is under review. NASA replaced leaky seals in Artemis 1 at the pad in hopes of launching it on its first test flight by the end of the month. A series of hydrogen fuel leaks and other problems halted back-to-back launch attempts last week. The Space Launch System rocket, the most powerful ever built by NASA, holds a crew capsule with 3 test dummies. The space agency wants to send the capsule into lunar orbit on a trial run before putting astronauts on the next flight in 2024. That around-the-moon mission will pave the way for the first human moon landing in 50 years, currently scheduled for 2025. That 70-minute launch window on September 27th is scheduled to open at 11:30 a.m. Eastern Time. If postponed to October 2nd, that launch window would be 109 minutes and would open at 2:52 p.m. Eastern Time. Our Fox 35 Orlando team filing this report with the latest information about Artemis.
NASA's testing took place right behind us here at Launch Pad 39B, and they tell us they met all of their goals with today's fueling test.
Getting ready to flow liquid hydrogen again back into the rocket.
After 2 scrubs and a series of technical issues, NASA performed their cryo fueling test today, hoping for full speed ahead as they push forward to their next launch attempt.
A million technical things that could go wrong, but right now it's looking really good.
Today's test started at 7:30 in the morning. They added supercooled fuel to the rocket to see if the repairs worked. NASA says engineers placed seals that caused a hydrogen leak. We saw the same issue come up again today during the first half of the process.
A hydrogen leak's real significant. I'm a chemist. That's flammable. That means it could blow up. It could catch fire. That would destroy the rocket.
Then a twist of events. While the odds didn't look good for a while, NASA says the leak became manageable.
This mission must succeed. There's no margin for failure. The rocket has to work, Orion has to work, and if it launches today, tomorrow, or a month from now, it is completely irrelevant. Failure would be remembered forever.
Right now, NASA is reviewing all of the data that they learned from the testing today. The next 2 backup launch opportunities next Tuesday and next Sunday. At Kennedy Space Center, Alina Shirazi, Fox 35 News.
And thank you so much. Of course, we will have coverage here as we're hoping that Artemis will take off there on September 27th. So watch us here on Live Now from Fox. We will keep you covered with all the latest information leading up to that launch window. And again, I am crossing my fingers, crossing my toes. This is going to happen this time. I am hopeful. 6:48 over on the East Coast and 3:48 on the West Coast. We are going to step away for a quick 2-minute commercial break, but we will be right back with more of your headlines from across the country and across the world. Stick with us. All right, everyone, welcome back here on Live Now from Fox. It is 6:50 Eastern Time, 3:50 Pacific Time. Thanks so much for being here. We did cover the Queen's funeral earlier on this week, and we also saw that she was laid to rest. 10 days of mourning following the passing of Queen Elizabeth II at the age of 96 at her Balmoral Castle there in Scotland. Our very own Andrew Kraft spoke with an expert about the fact that King Charles III, her son who is now on the throne, will not have to pay any taxes on the estate that he does inherit. Let's play that interview for you, raw and unfiltered, here on Live Now from Fox.
We kind of move on from our coverage of Queen Elizabeth II's death, her funeral, and the accession of King Charles III. We want to talk about Charles III as well, because he's inheriting a lot of money. Some estimates put that at about 750 million pounds. And there's a law in the UK where he's not going to have to pay any inheritance tax on that specifically. Joining us now to talk about that is Kern Singh. He's an estate planning attorney based in California. Kern, thanks for being with us. We have been covering the Queen's death and her funeral for about the last 12 days. But this particular angle is quite interesting. And walk us through this. So the UK has a law on the books, I think it was passed in the 90s, where the monarch and the inheritors of the sovereignty do not have to pay this inheritance tax. Why?
Well, thank you so much, Andrew, for having me here today. When you look at that 1993 act that was passed, if you look at the public policy behind such laws in general, whatever country we're from, a lot of times these countries will incentivize certain groups of individuals, and specifically this one is the monarchy. If you think about it, the monarchy has been around for centuries. They're public figures. The people of the UK look up to them, and even different people in different parts of the world. So in order to incentivize them, and I'm not saying it's right or wrong, but I believe that it's an incentivization for the monarchy to continue the good, continue the work they do, and then keep the morale of the people moving forward. Here in the United States, the government here does incentivize us here in the United States when it comes to whether it's capital gains taxes on rental properties with the 1031 exchange, the Hummer tax, which is Section 179, or even with estate taxes here in the United States. We have a lot of tools within our estate planning world to help mitigate and sometimes eliminate those estate taxes as well.
Okay, just to go into the UK law as well. So essentially, if I'm just, your everyday commoner in the United Kingdom, if I inherit about $374,000, there's a standard inheritance tax rate of 40%. So now King Charles III is inheriting about a $750, I believe it's $1 million estate there. And so he's not going to have to pay any taxes on that. There is really a lot of consternation and frustration among some kind of anti-monarchists, some people who think the monarchy does not pay their fair share. And so help us contextualize that from an American point of view. If I inherit so much money, maybe in the state of California, how much do you think I'm handing over to the federal government?
So a lot of times we hear the words or terms inheritance tax or estate tax, and they're kind of different. An estate tax is a tax levied on an estate of a decedent when they pass and before the assets are transferred to the beneficiaries. An inheritance tax is a tax levied on the person receiving the inheritance, so essentially the heir, the beneficiary. Now, in the United States, the federal government does impose an estate tax on estates that are valued above a federal threshold limit. And that limit currently for individuals is $12.06 million. And for a married couple, it's a tad above $24 million. What that means is that if your net worth, when you pass, exceeds this federal threshold, there will be a tax on the delta. And that tax rate is at 40%. Now, if your estate value is below that threshold, there would not be an estate tax. And again, reminding you that this tax is due to the government before the assets are distributed from the decedent's estate to the beneficiaries.
Okay, so essentially, I don't want to get into tax dodging or tax avoidance here, but But, what can you do to kind of lower your bill? Say you do get a large inheritance. And, even if King Charles III, was not under this or privy to this law, what is the appropriate amount for a new king to give back to the coffers of Parliament?
Well, look at it this way here, Andrew. We all pay our fair share of taxes, whether it's down to the local level of our estate tax or our income taxes. We're paying, property taxes. So we're paying taxes on all this wealth that we're accumulating over time, and then to essentially be taxed and double dip and have the government double dip into our pockets in the back end. It's tough to swallow. So when we talk about U.S. planning and U.S. estate tax planning, there are different incentives that the government does give to individuals. For instance, there's the qualified small business stock that the government allows certain sectors of the tech field where stock is qualifying for QSBS. They're exempt from paying up to $10 million in income taxes on the capital gains there. So there's layering we can do for individuals who have QSBS taxation issues, that we can try to exempt the taxes for the individual, maybe their children as well, by setting up different types of non-grantor irrevocable trusts. So there's a plethora of tools within our estate planning toolbox, depending on the client situation, that allow us to maneuver along the tax code, but also make sure that we're just playing really good tax defense.
Okay, and just lastly, are there really any preferences or carve-outs? I know you were talking about incentives for folks here stateside, but we don't favor any group when it comes to, I guess, tax inheritance avoidance here at home. Can you think of any?
It depends on who you talk to, which groups of people you talk to. But I think here in the U.S., the government wants to incentivize business, right? Obviously, that's been a big part of our government in our framework here. So there's a lot of taxation benefits for business owners, but also just incentivizing infrastructure in technology. So and that falls right into the QSBS matters as well. But I think in general, public policy favors those who are producing and providing. But in general, here in the US, we do have estate taxes. There are ways that we could navigate through them and help a client as well.
Yeah, and of course, just bringing it back to the British monarchy, historically and notably, their finances have been quite opaque, not very, very transparent. There are estimates out there about, how much money they are worth, how much, revenue and profits they accrue on a year-to-year basis. But it is still very, opaque, like I said. So King Charles III there inheriting a lot, not giving it back, though, to the British government. Kern Singh, we thank you for your time, and we'll speak again.
Thank you so much, Andrew.
And thank you so much to Andrew Kraft for providing that information. It's a question that a lot of people were asking. We are taking a live look once again over at our XRAD radar as we watch Hurricane Fiona very closely as she heads toward Bermuda. We're going to step away for a quick 2-minute commercial break, but we will have the latest on Hurricane Fiona coming up at the top of our next hour. Stick with us. Good morning, everyone, and welcome in on Live Now from Fox. It is 7:01 if you are over on the East Coast and 4:01 if you're joining us on the West Coast. My name is Josh Breslow, and I'm here for the next few hours to bring you all of your top stories from across the country and across the world. I want to get to a big one right now as we continue to track Hurricane Fiona. The storm inching closer to Bermuda, now a powerful Category 4, the first major hurricane of this Atlantic hurricane season. The video right here showing the damage left behind in Puerto Rico. You can see how high those floodwaters are. The storm, with maximum sustained winds of 130 miles per hour, likely to get closest to Bermuda on Friday, where a tropical storm warning and hurricane watch are in effect. Fiona made 2 landfalls as a Category 1 storm, first on Sunday afternoon along the extreme southwestern coast of Puerto Rico, and then early Monday morning in the eastern Dominican Republic. Robert Ray with Fox Weather is in Bermuda, and he will join us around 7:45 Eastern time to provide a live report with a look at the situation on the British Island territory. Stick with us for that, but I do want to bring you to his latest report that he filed just yesterday that takes a look at what we can expect.
Just under 700 miles from the coastline of North Carolina is Bermuda, where I'm at right now, and we are awaiting Hurricane Fiona to make its trek up here, expected to, well, basically be about 100 miles off the shore, starting very late Thursday into Friday morning. Right now, it is a Category 4 hurricane, very intense. We will not see those kind of winds here in Bermuda, though we will see high-end tropical storm, potentially even low Cat 1 winds here on the island. There are roughly 65,000 residents awaiting Fiona, bracing for it. They are used to storms here in this part of the world, this desolate area in really the center of the Atlantic. Amazing that they've only seen 6 direct hits by hurricanes. We spent the day talking to residents and visitors to see how they were coping with all of this.
But hopefully we don't get too much damage, and it'll probably be a lot of downed trees, a lot of power lines, and losing electricity. You may have people losing their rooftops, but I would guarantee you by Monday, you wouldn't even think a hurricane came across Bermuda. That's how we are. That's how we roll down here. We're just going to get the outskirt, something like more or less. We're going to get some little lightning and thunders and a little more rain and stuff. And I think that's supposed to be. Just get yourself some batteries and water and a couple canned stuff. The generator is running and you should be okay.
Tomorrow into Friday, we could experience power outages, downed trees, and the other elements that these tropical force winds usually bring. Many of the hotels have shut down temporarily. Those that are open are continuing to see tourists that were even flying in as late as Wednesday, even though the government here telling people to perhaps reconsider their travel plans. So many have left the island, though it is still very populated as Fiona is making its way up here, expected to come about 100 miles off the shores and then trek even further north into Canada. Reporting in Bermuda, Robert Ray, Fox Weather.
Thank you so much, Robert. I do want to give you this live look at Hurricane Fiona from our XRAD system, where you can see its current position as it does approach Bermuda. But in Puerto Rico, the city of Ponce clocked a 103 mile per hour wind gust, while in the Dominican Republic, a gust of 98 miles per hour was recorded. The high winds caused all of Puerto Rico to lose power, a full blackout, while also dealing with catastrophic flooding. On Wednesday, President Joe Biden declared Puerto Rico a major disaster area to help with the recovery efforts, and people there in Puerto Rico are picking up the pieces after that storm, still dealing with some pretty high water. Fox Weather correspondent Nicole Valdez has more for us.
Hurricane Fiona is now a Category 4 storm as it moves north through the Caribbean. It's caused major damage in the Turks and Caicos Islands, and here in Puerto Rico, the mission has now shifted from rescue to recovery mode. Officials are assessing the damage, and it's widespread. Most of the island still without access to power, and half of residents do not have access to running water. Federal officials are increasing their presence, promising not to leave until the rebuilding is done.
I know many of you may feel sadness.
You may be frustrated, but what I can tell you is this. You are not alone in this recovery. FEMA is going to be here with you.
But it's still unclear how long that will take. The island's power grid is severely damaged, and most people are turning to generators to power their homes, while others are simply at the mercy of the elements, with the real field temperature hitting 100 degrees Wednesday.
We feel the heat. We are a little on edge, anxious. Your body gets tired. You try to rest a little, and then you labor on.
There are also thousands still sleeping at shelters after their homes were either flooded or ripped apart by the winds. Lawmakers on Capitol Hill are discussing ways to help, while advocates across the country push to get aid dollars flowing as quickly as possible.
The people of Puerto Rico need our support. They need our solidarity. But more importantly, they need the money.
Next up, Bermuda, which could get hit by Thursday or Friday, but as of right now, no threat to the U.S. mainland. In Toa Baja, Puerto Rico, I'm Nicole Valdez, Fox Weather.
And we are expecting to have a live report from Fox Weather's Robert Ray coming up here in just about 40 minutes at 7:45 a.m. Eastern Time. You will not want to miss that as he is there watching the storm approach. We do know a tropical storm warning is in effect for Bermuda, and a hurricane watch does also remain in effect. Another top story that we are tracking, Donald Trump and 3 of his children now the target of a fraud lawsuit in New York. The state's attorney general says the filing announced Wednesday is the culmination of a 3-year investigation into the former president's business practices. Fox News senior correspondent Laura Ingle has that for us.
A bombshell lawsuit Wednesday from New York's Attorney General accusing former President Donald Trump and his adult children of fraud, alleging they lied about the value of assets in order to inflate his net worth by billions.
Claiming you have money that you do not have does not amount to the art of the deal. It's the art of the steal.
Attorney General Letitia James says Trump boosted the value of his properties when it gave him an advantage, like in securing a loan, and played down their worth when it came time to paying taxes on them.
Everyday people cannot lie to a bank about how much money they have in order to get a favorable loan to buy a home or to send their kid to college. And if they did, the government would throw the book at them. Why should this be any different?
The civil suit takes direct aim at Trump's public image of a savvy businessman, one that he has cultivated throughout his career, first as a real estate developer and then as the host of The Apprentice before his foray into politics. Trump and his kids quickly firing back, blasting the suit as a political stunt. Trump writing on his social media platform Truth Social, another witch hunt by a racist attorney general. She is a fraud who campaigned on a Get Trump platform. Donald Trump Jr. tweeting, Letitia James doesn't care about the law. She's a Dem activist who only cares about politics. James wants the Trumps to pay $250 million in restitution and to permanently bar them from doing business in New York State. In New York.
All right, and that is a story that we will have much more on coming up throughout the morning here on Live Now from Fox. I do want to switch gears just a little bit, though. The steady decline of gas prices may be over. AAA says prices at the pump have now risen 2 days in a row, ending a nearly 100-day streak of declines. Fox correspondent Doug Luzader joining us live now from D.C. to give us an update and the latest information. As always, Doug, thanks so much for being here.
Good morning. The chairman of the Fed is talking about how difficult it may be now to avoid a recession as these rising prices are hitting all of us. It might be a good time to top off your tank. AAA says this may be the end of the road for falling prices. They went up again this morning, just slightly, but if this is the start of a trend, it could create more pressure for inflation across the board. The markets tanked yesterday as the Federal Reserve announced it was tightening the screws, raising interest rates by 3/4 of a point for the third time in a row to help tame inflation. That's going to increase mortgage and credit card rates. But the Fed chairman acknowledges that this effort to slow the economy to bring down prices is risky.
And we don't know. No one knows whether this process will lead to a recession, or if so, how significant that recession would be.
We've already seen the housing market take a hit. Home sales have fallen 20% in the past year. The 30-year mortgage rate has topped 6% for the first time since 2008.
J.P. Morgan CEO Jamie Dimon told Congress yesterday that government spending had played a part in driving inflation higher, and he offered an ominous warning.
I think policymakers should be prepared for the worst, so we take the right actions if and when that happens.
All right, now President Biden still thinks that we can have a so-called soft landing here, where you tame inflation without triggering a recession. But each of these rate hikes makes that more and more difficult. Back to you guys.
Doug, the fact that we are going to be dealing with probably more rate hikes means we could see the situation get, I guess, even worse as we do see the year progress.
Well, it's going to depend on what the Fed sees as far as inflation is concerned. It's remained consistently above 8%. If there are signs that that's beginning to come down, then the Fed may ease up. But they have made it very, very clear that they are taking these inflation reports very seriously and doing whatever is necessary to try to bring inflation down.
All right, Fox's Doug Luzader, as always, thank you so much for joining us. We appreciate it.
Thanks so much.
All right, everyone, time now 7:12 if you are joining us over on the East Coast, and 4:12 on the West Coast. We are going to step away for a quick 2-minute commercial break, but more of your headlines coming up in just a few. Stick with us. Welcome back, everyone, on Live Now from Fox. It is 7:15 over on the East Coast and 4:15 on the West Coast. Thanks so much for joining us here on Live Now from Fox. We appreciate you starting your morning with us. Do want to get back into the headlines this morning. At a time of crisis around the world, President Biden is speaking to world leaders at the United Nations General Assembly. The war in Ukraine, a major focus of his address, as well as threats to global security. Fox Business Chief National Correspondent Conal McShane does report from the UN headquarters over in New York.
Thank you. President Biden addressing the United Nations General Assembly. calling on world leaders to remain united over Russia's invasion of Ukraine.
This war is about extinguishing Ukraine's right to exist as a state, plain and simple.
Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky is set to address the meeting virtually. Vladimir Putin will not be attending, but his shadow still looms large.
Putin claims he had to act because Russia was threatened, but no one threatened Russia.
President Biden's remarks coming at a time of global uncertainty. China is escalating its rhetoric against Taiwan. Europe is facing an economic crisis with rising energy costs and food shortages as a result of the war overseas. Also speaking Wednesday, Iran's president. After months of negotiations to salvage a nuclear deal, which the Trump administration scrapped, talks between the two countries are at a standstill.
I don't expect a breakthrough in New York because it's not the main venue for moving the JCPOA forward, but we'll see what happens.
Some lawmakers are critical of any negotiations and say the U.S. should not re-enter the Iran deal.
We see this pattern of very bad behavior coming from the Iranians, and yet we continue to reward it by continuing with this nuclear agreement.
President Biden is also planning to meet with the new UK Prime Minister Liz Truss. In New York, I'm Connell McShane, Fox Business.
Connell, thank you for that report. The immigration battle heating up as Republican governors continue sending migrants to Democratic-led states. This video showing earlier on, just a few days ago, as some migrants were sent from Florida over to Martha's Vineyard. We also know that an investigation is underway by a Texas sheriff in response to this. Fox News senior correspondent Casey Stiegel has more on that for us.
They are fleeing political persecution only to be used as a political pawn by the Florida governor. And that is something that the people in Florida should be asking the governor, why is he doing this?
Florida Governor Ron DeSantis is firing back after receiving criticism for flying asylum seekers to Martha's Vineyard in Massachusetts last week. DeSantis says the migrants signed consent forms that read in part, quote, I agree to be transported by the benefactor or its designated representatives to locations in sanctuary cities. On Tuesday, those migrants filed a lawsuit against Florida's governor and other state officials, claiming they were told they were going to Boston or Washington, not Martha's Vineyard. Senator Marco Rubio says the lawsuit is outrageous.
People came into this country illegally, violating our laws, okay, and the first thing they do is get lawyers and use our laws to sue an elected governor, to sue a state. I mean, just think about that. They just got here. They're not even here legally. They didn't enter the country the proper way, and they're immediately in court demanding rights and claims under our laws. This is outrageous.
The immigration crisis is front and center as record numbers of migrants reach the border states, and according to Customs and Border Protection, thousands are entering the U.S. every day.
This is not immigration, what we're seeing. Okay, this is mass migration. That's a very different thing.
Even more asylum seekers are expected to be flown and bussed out of the Lone Star State as this immigration battle continues. That's the latest from El Paso, Texas. Casey Stiegel, Fox News.
Well, U.S. stocks ending a volatile session Wednesday following the announcement of yet another interest rate hike by the Federal Reserve. The Dow tumbling more than 500 points, with the S&P 500 and NASDAQ down more than 1%. Investors taking in that 75 basis point interest rate hike while taking into account the likelihood of more interest rate hikes by the Federal Reserve this year. Fox News correspondent Mark Meredith reports on the latest from Washington.
We will keep at it until we're confident the job is done.
The Federal Reserve is taking another major step to fight inflation. The board voting to raise interest rates yet again by 0.75 of a percentage point. It's a decision expected to impact businesses and consumers nationwide.
Benefit of hindsight, we can say that the Fed was way behind the inflation curve and has been tightening too little too late. Now it's being forced to just kind of gun it.
Fed Chair Jerome Powell spoke to reporters after Wednesday's rate hike. He admits the U.S. economy, like others around the world, faces challenges. Stocks plunged in response to Powell's comments.
We are talking about, a jigsaw puzzle that is so
intricate and where most professionals and most investors have never had a situation like this.
Chairman Powell recently warned higher rates would bring some pain.
No one knows whether this process will lead to a recession, or if so, how significant that recession would be.
I think there's a chance, not a big chance, a small chance of a soft landing. There's a chance of a mild recession, a chance of a harder recession.
Economists and drivers continue to watch gas prices. Prices climbed Wednesday for the first time in roughly 3 months, bringing the national average to $3.68 a gallon. In Washington, Mark Meredith, Fox News.
Thank you, Mark. I appreciate it. I do want to get back to the headlines here. Donald Trump and 3 of his children now the target of a fraud lawsuit in New York. The state's attorney general says the filing announced Wednesday is the culmination of a 3-year investigation into the former president's business practices. Our Fox 5 New York team covering this story, and they bring us this report with the latest information.
State Attorney General Letitia James is suing Donald Trump, the Trump Organization, and 3 of his children for fraud. In the civil lawsuit, she is alleging they exaggerated the value of numerous Trump properties in order to get better loans from banks, in addition to downplaying assets in other situations in order to get tax breaks.
There cannot be different rules for different people in this country or in this state. And former presidents are no different.
The 3-year-long investigation includes more than 65 witnesses and a review of millions of documents. AG James taking a jab at Trump with a play on words from his best-selling book, The Art of the Deal.
Claiming you have money that you do not have does not amount to the art of the deal. It's the art of the steal.
The lawsuit seeks to permanently ban Trump and his 3 children from running a business in New York, ban Trump and the Trump Organization from buying commercial real estate in New York for 5 years, and forcing Trump to pay at least $250 million in damages. Attorney General James is also referring the case to federal prosecutors and the IRS to investigate further. Former federal prosecutor Doug Burns so far does not see this as a compelling case. He says lying to get bank loans can be just a part of doing business, as long as the banks get paid back.
If I lie to get a loan, that's the crime. But in the real world, let's not kid ourselves. If a loan then fully performs, prosecutors look at that much, much differently. The bottom line is, banks aren't bringing the case.
Tonight, Trump once again saying he is being unfairly targeted as he appeared on Hannity on Fox News.
This was just a continuation of a witch hunt that began when I came down the escalator at Trump Tower.
We are covering the story from each and every angle as it does develop. We know that we did hear from the New York Attorney General just yesterday morning, providing the information about that lawsuit filed against former President Donald Trump and 3 of his children. Our very own Andrew Kraft spoke with an expert to help break down what it means and what is ahead.
And joining us now to discuss all of that and more is legal expert Randy Zellin. Randy, thanks so much for being with us yet again. I know we had you on earlier this morning, but there's a lot to unpack here, and let's get right to it. So, according to the complaint, Tish James is alleging these acts of fraud and misrepresentation were similar in nature, were committed by upper management at the Trump Organization as part of a common endeavor for each annual statement. Now, the court order, Randy, is asking to bar Trump and the Trump Organization from entering into any New York State commercial real estate acquisitions for a period of 5 years, barring Trump and the Trump Organization from applying for loans from any financial institution chartered by or registered with the New York Department of Financial Services for a period of 5 years, and permanently barring Trump, Donald Trump Jr., Ivanka, and Eric from serving as an officer or director in any New York corporation or similar business entity registered and or licensed in New York State. That is wide-ranging, and that is all-encompassing. What do you make of the claims made in this?
Well, if we work backwards and we first focus in on the relief, as you just laid out, what we're seeing here, if we're reading between the lines, and what resonates with me is the following. First of all, the Attorney General is looking to put the Trump Organization out of business. You can't borrow money, can't open companies and do business in New York, can't really do anything. Again, I mean, the lifeblood of the organization is borrowing money and buying real estate. So, as I said, putting them out of business is strike one. What the Attorney General is also doing is really dividing the Trump family. Remember, former President Trump is in his mid to late 70s, so he's on what, 13th, 14th, 15th hole since he's a golfer. His kids are in their 40s and 30s. They've got their whole lives ahead of them. So this impacts them more potentially in terms of the rest of their lives, far greater than it does their father. So now we see the potential of a crack in the Trump family armor. But now if you go back to the claims, what resonates with me is simply this. When you have young children, your young children are great. They eat free at restaurants. They get to go on rides cheaper. They get to fly cheaper. So sometimes you want your kids to be young, but then your kids want to be older. They want to be able to go to bars. They want to be able to go out and get into clubs. Well, one child cannot be 8 years old with the airline and 12 years old at the International House of Pancakes and 22 years old going to a bar. And that's basically what you have here. You have a piece of real estate. And depending on who the Trump Organization is talking to, if it's a bank, it's worth $400 million, so I have borrowing power. If I'm talking to an investor, it's worth $600 million. I want you to give me more money. If I'm talking to the insurance company, it's worth $50 million because I want to pay less insurance premiums. And if I'm talking to the IRS, it's worth $4 million because I don't want to pay taxes.
I see. Randy, there was reporting last week by the New York Times that the Trump side made a settlement offer to which the New York Attorney General's office rejected. They rebuffed an offer from Trump's lawyers to settle this investigation. Now, the Trump side is claiming that never happened. We do have a statement I want to put up from them as well. We're going to get that in just a moment here. But as well, you know, there's other investigations in New York going on into the business practices of the Trump Organization. We also heard from the Manhattan District Attorney Alvin Bragg today. He says, quote, our criminal investigation concerning former President Trump, the Trump Organization, and its leadership is active and ongoing. So you have the civil lawsuit that was filed and that civil probe that's been ongoing. And then you have the criminal operation that's ongoing as well.
Well, look, District Attorney Bragg was first to the party, and now I think he's late to the party because for all intents and purposes, he basically told us he wasn't going forward with regard to the Trumps individually. Of course, we have the trial upcoming with the Trump Organization, which will certainly resonate and have an impact on this case. But I will tell you, you brought something up very interesting. And I thought that the Attorney General did everything right except this one thing. Don't bring up settlement conversations. They're inadmissible. They're prejudicial. Listen, there are all kinds of reasons why people settle. Oftentimes, it has nothing to do with wrongdoing. It's looking at the cost of the defense. It's looking at the exposure. And oftentimes, settlements are entered into without giving any thought to whether or not I did anything wrong. In fact, just about every settlement agreement says I'm entering into this without admitting that I've done anything wrong. So I thought that was a bit out of bounds for the Attorney General to highlight the fact that there was an effort to settle. I would have stayed away from that, and I think that really detracted from everything that the Attorney General is trying to do in terms of playing it down the middle. But you're absolutely right. The Attorney General said in no uncertain terms, I'm referring this case to the Southern District. They probably already have a case going. I'm referring the case to the IRS. The IRS probably already has a case going. Again, DA Bragg was there and apparently now wants back into the party. And then you have the Trump Organization criminal trial coming up. Right. There is a lot. You talk about having some pretty massive shoulders to be able to carry this water.
Yeah. Okay, we do have the statement. This is from Trump's attorney. Randy, I'm going to read it now in full. They say This is Alina Haba. She says today's filing is neither focused on the facts nor the law. Rather, it's solely focused on advancing the Attorney General's political agenda. It's abundantly clear that the Attorney General's office has exceeded its statutory authority by prying into transactions where absolutely no wrongdoing has taken place. We are confident that our judicial system will not stand for this unchecked abuse of authority, and we look forward to defending our client against each and every one of the Attorney General's meritless claims. Okay, that's the Trump side. That's what they're saying right now. What about some of these financial institutions, Randy? Deutsche Bank, Mazars.
Listen, as soon as we heard that Deutsche Bank was cooperating, that was a mic drop moment. But I have to tell you, and I shouldn't say this, but I'm going to. It's late. I've had a long day, so my filter comes off. I think it was Mark Twain who said, better that people think you're an idiot than you open your mouth and prove them right. That statement was ill-advised. It was silly, particularly in the backdrop of the number of hundreds of times anyone with the last name Trump invoked his privilege not to be a witness against himself in any criminal proceeding. Code speak for, I am pleading the Fifth Amendment. If you look so forward to these transactions seeing the light of day, if you are so confident that there was no wrongdoing, it does beg the question, and I'm a criminal defense lawyer, so I shouldn't be saying this, but for the rest of us, then why the hell did you take 5? That was a statement you really wish you could have taken that one back or deleted it. Sometimes the smartest thing you can say is the thing that you don't say. She should have said absolutely nothing.
I mean, Trump is also responding to this. He posted on his social media account, Truth Social, he called Attorney General James racist attacks against him and his family. Last question, Randy, because I want to get to the side of Tish James and her office. So you don't think this is kind of egregious, if you will? You don't think she's on a fishing expedition, do you?
Well, based upon a 280-page complaint with 23 properties and a press conference that gave us the who, what, where, when, how, and why, this ain't no fishing expedition. In fact, I think the most fun part of this case hasn't even happened yet, where you are allowed to throw that net out there, and that's called discovery. In fact, some of my colleagues have wondered why Tish James just didn't indict this case. Well, that would be no fun, because with her civil authority, she brings a civil complaint. She now can notice the Trumps to produce documents. She can notice the Trumps for depositions. She can serve them with interrogatories where they have to answer written questions. She can serve them with a notice to admit where they have to admit certain things that have a damn good reason for denying it. So I think the AG is going to have a lot of fun with the civil part of this case, because you get to request all kinds of discovery that in a criminal case, our Constitution expressly forbids.
Okay, final word there from Randy Zellin. As always, we appreciate your insight into these pretty complicated, pretty wide-ranging legal matters, especially when they have to do with a former president and his family. Randy, thanks so much.
Thank you, Buck.
And thank you so much to our very own Andrew Kraft, always providing those details conversations here to break down a big story like that. Just one of the top stories that we are following as the New York Attorney General does announce a lawsuit against former President Donald Trump and 3 of his children. Time now is 7:34 if you are on the East Coast and 4:34 on the West Coast. We're going to step away for a quick 2-minute commercial break, but we will be right back with more of your top stories from across the country and across the world. Stick with us. Good morning, everyone, and welcome back on Live Now from Fox. I do want to get right to some breaking news as another bus carrying migrants has arrived in New York City, and people with the city here are speaking out against it, as they have every time that a bus has arrived. So I do want to listen in raw and unfiltered on Live Now from Fox.
So many of the parents who are coming on those buses must be facing as they are not able to plan for their child's first day of school. They're not able to manage after school or to worry about what kind of lunch they're going to provide for their child that day. This is a really severe situation that so many parents are being faced with, and the challenges that young people are facing. Many are coming sick, many are coming confused, and so we in the New York City Department of Cultural Affairs, we wanted to be here because so many of the families, they need shelter, they need food, they need support, they need medical care, but they also need joy, and they also need happiness, and they need to experience that. And so we in the Department of Cultural Affairs and many agencies, we've been proud to welcome so many of our children here today, to give them a sense of joy, to give them a sense of space, to know that they belong here by welcoming them with little Amal, who is a Syrian refugee who has been all throughout New York City. You have seen her travel and to bring joy and happiness through the artistry of puppetry. And while this may seem like such a small thing in the midst of so much that they need, but to see their smiles after such a tragic journey is worth every element of it. So I really want to thank Yasmani and the entire team who have made it possible for her to be here to welcome so many children who need joy and who need help in their lives at this time.
Commissioner, we saw you just get emotional. You said you're speaking with your mom. What are you thinking about?
I'm just thinking about all the dreams and aspirations that I have up for my own son. I'm thinking about how challenging it was to prepare for the first day of school and all the things that I went through, making sure he had his uniforms, making sure that he made new friends, making sure that he had his school supplies. And I can't imagine, as stressed out and excited as I was about that, what parents must be going through who don't even have the ability to do that right now, who don't even know they're just coming out of a pandemic, and coming out of a pandemic, traveling for months at a time on 30, 40, 50-hour bus rides, what that has to do psychologically to you as a mother, as a parent, as a father. This is really traumatizing, and it's natural as a parent to want the best for your child. And so when parents arrive here and they say, I need a doctor, my child is coughing. I know for myself, when my son is coughing, it is the worst feeling in the world to hear them coughing and sleeping at night. So I really understand from a very far-off vantage point what that must feel like. And so for us in New York City to provide humanity, to provide a welcoming smile, a face to say, you belong, we welcome you, and we're here for you, is the most important and powerful thing we can do.
Yeah, my name is Yasmani Arboleda. I have the People's Artist for the City of New York through the Civic Engagement Commission. Today we have little Amal inside. Little Amal is a puppet of a 10-year-old Syrian girl who has been traveling New York City. This morning she's coming to the Port Authority to welcome these buses because literally she represents communities from around the world who have been displaced by violence, by war, by climate change. I mean, all kinds of things are making humans have to leave their homes. And when I think about little Amal being here in this moment, to me it is a critical moment because it is where the art piece and the artfulness of what we're building connects to the realities of humans who are dealing with the hardships of having to leave their home and find a new place to live.
Are you the puppeteer?
No, I am a part of a very big team of people who are working together to move Little Amal through New York City. I have the great honor of being the creative producer for Little Amal Walks New York City, and we've planned 55 events that really tell the stories of New York. But to come here in this moment when there's so many questions and narratives about what it means to be an immigrant in the world and who we are, I'll tell you personally, I'm Colombian. I was born in Boston, but when I was 11, my father was assassinated in Colombia, and two of my uncles were killed, and my mother had to figure out how to bring me and my sisters to this country to find a way forward. It's very personal work, right? human beings are being moved literally to the city, and for us to be here and to show up with dignity and with care. Part of what we're doing with Little Amal's presence here also is that the New York Immigration Coalition is now providing dignity packages to everyone who's arriving, and we're able to support those efforts from today going forward through Choose Love.
So this is new, the dignity packages?
Well, we're hearing that all the resources are drying up for all the buses that are coming in, and part of what we're trying to do is find resources to continue to be able to enable, these folks to get up and have resources when they get off.
So you're doing that today? You're handing out packages?
Yeah, we are.
What's in them?
Toiletries, basic needs. We have a lot of Pampers, things that are the basic things that are needed for children and for families.
Last question. Can you spell first and last name?
Yeah, Yasmani Arboleda. First name is Yazmany. Last name Arboleda, Arboleda. In my role as the People's Artist for the City of New York, I always think, how do we bring beauty and joy and quality to all of our communities and our residents so that we can transform our city to one that takes care of all people, not just those who have access to resources.
Thank you. I have just 2 questions for French TV. Do you know what we tell them before they take the bus? Like what?
That is something that we're looking into what people are being told as they are boarding the buses, but we do know that people are incredibly confused. Often they cannot tell who is a federal authority from a state authority in Texas. And of course, they're being misled that they'll find all kinds of resources, jobs, and etc. here in New York City and in DC, Chicago, and other places are being sent. They're often being misled to get on these buses thinking that the state of Texas is coordinating with us, which is not true. In fact, as we've said before, Governor Abbott has made these bus companies sign non-disclosure agreements that do not allow them to coordinate with us, so we don't know when they'll be arriving, how many people are on board, or there are children or people with special needs that we need to assist. So Governor Abbott is doing everything possible to be disruptive and use asylum seekers as political pawns.
Okay, so do you think that the city of New York is stuck between a political battle?
Well, this is a political battle created by Governor Abbott by using innocent individuals, families, as you saw this morning. We welcomed over 30 children. This is unacceptable. We should not allow that to happen in our country. So this is to be clear, this was initiated by Governor Abbott. This is something that...
All right, everyone, if you are just joining us here on Live Now from Fox, it is 7:45 on the East Coast and 4:45 over on the West Coast. Thanks so much for starting your day with us here. I can tell you right now what you're watching is a news conference with officials from New York City reacting after yet another bus carrying migrants has arrived at the port there in New York City. We will have more coverage on that coming up in just a bit. But I do want to get back to one of our other top stories that we have been covering all throughout the morning here, and that is the latest on Hurricane Fiona. This is a powerful storm that we have been tracking, and I can tell you now it is getting closer and closer to Bermuda, now a powerful Category 4, the first major hurricane of this Atlantic hurricane season. The storm, with maximum sustained winds at last check of 130 miles per hour, likely to get closest on Friday. So we do know that a tropical storm warning and hurricane watch are in effect for that area. Fox Weather's Robert Ray joins us live from Bermuda with the latest information from out there. Thank you so much for joining us.
Yeah, Josh, good morning here from the island of Bermuda, just 21 square miles out here in the Atlantic Ocean. Hurricane Fiona, a deadly system, and we are just learning that 8 people have unfortunately lost their lives down in the Caribbean. And now Hurricane Fiona trekking up here, going to come about 100 miles to the west of Bermuda. And here's the thing, we are in a hurricane warning. We are going to start feeling the effects later this afternoon, the wind, and then ultimately overnight into Friday morning. We will have a very serious situation here. Perhaps sustained winds from 70 to 90 miles per hour. That's going to cause some problems here on this tiny island. We'll see downed trees, down power lines, perhaps structures, that are impacted and people hunkering down here, Josh, the past couple days preparing for Hurricane Fiona's wrath. And by the way, thanking that it's not going to make a direct hit. The last direct hit, believe it or not, here in Bermuda was in 2003. That unfortunately was deadly and caused $300 million in damage and power outages for days. So people very concerned here and also crossing their fingers that it doesn't trek more to the east. If it does that, then those winds are going to kick up on what is called the dirty side of the counterclockwise spin of the hurricane. So, you know, there's nothing to shield the wind and the rain and the elements out here in the Atlantic Ocean. We are just under 700 miles away from North Carolina. So when systems come in here, it's not a good scene, but people ready. And there are visitors on the island that have not left, hunkering down in hotels. It doesn't look like much right now. It's a beautiful morning, but just in a few hours, all that's going to change, Josh.
Yeah, I guess the calm before the storm there. And I was going to ask, are you seeing people who are kind of out and about in that area, or is everyone essentially focused on hunkering down to protect themselves?
I can tell you this, yesterday people were out going upon their daily activities. Tourists were in downtown Hamilton at the restaurants and the pubs. Today will likely be a different story mid-afternoon. I think people are having breakfast this morning and enjoying their final moments of peace and beauty here out in the Atlantic Ocean. As I would say about 1, 2 o'clock out here, we're going to start to see those winds kick up. And then overnight, it's going to rumble and get loud and nasty. And Friday, it's going to be a doozy here, Josh.
For sure. All right, Fox Weather's Robert Ray, thank you so much for joining us as always. We do appreciate it, and stay safe out there.
Yeah. Thank you.
All right, everyone, 7:48 if you are joining us over on the East Coast and 4:48 on the West Coast. We are going to step away for a quick 2-minute commercial break, but more of your headlines coming up here in just a few. Stick with us. All right, welcome back here on Live Now from Fox. It is 7:51 on the East Coast and 4:51 on the West Coast. We do appreciate you starting your day with us here at Live Now from Fox. And I want to get right to some economic news. U.S. stocks ending a volatile season Wednesday following the announcement of another interest rate hike by the Federal Reserve. The Dow tumbling more than 500 points, with the S&P 500 and the NASDAQ down more than 1%. Investors taking in that 75 basis point interest rate hike while taking into account the likelihood of more interest rate hikes by the Federal Reserve this year. We did have Fox's Doug Luzader with us just about 30 minutes ago, and he said it's not even a likelihood, it is going to happen. Fox News correspondent Mark Meredith does have more for us from Washington.
We will keep at it until we're confident the job is done.
The Federal Reserve is taking another major step to fight inflation. The board voting to raise interest rates yet again by 0.75 percentage point. It's a decision expected to impact businesses and consumers nationwide.
Benefit of hindsight, we can say that the Fed was way behind the inflation curve and has been tightening too little too late. Now it's being forced to just kind of gun it.
Fed Chair Jerome Powell spoke to reporters after Wednesday's rate hike. He admits the U.S. economy, like others around the world, faces challenges. Stocks plunged in response to Powell's comments.
We are talking about, a jigsaw puzzle that is so intricate and where most professionals and most investors have never had a situation like this.
Chairman Powell recently warned higher rates would bring some pain.
No one knows whether this process will lead to a recession, or if so, how significant that recession would be.
I think there's a chance, not a big chance, a small chance of a soft landing. There's a chance of a mild recession, a chance of a harder recession.
Economists and drivers continue to watch gas prices. Prices climbed Wednesday for the first time in roughly 3 months, bringing the national average to $3.68 a gallon. In Washington, Mark Meredith, Fox News.
All right, and you heard Mark just talking about this here, those gas prices. The long stretch of falling gas prices comes to an end. Gas prices rising Wednesday for the first time in nearly 100 days. The average price for a gallon of gas in the U.S. went up by a penny to $3.68. That information from AAA. The last time gas prices increased was all the way back in June, when it reached a record high of $5.02 per gallon. Another story that has been making headlines here involves Walmart hiring workers for the holiday season, but there will be fewer positions to fill this year. The retail giant says it's planning to hire about 40,000 seasonal workers, but before that, Walmart says it will offer its current employees more hours. This year's holiday hiring goal is dramatically lower than last year's, which was 150,000 seasonal workers. Walmart says it's hiring less because it has a better amount of staff this year for its operations. Our Fox Business team does have more information about that and the Federal Reserve and kind of recaps it here. So that is Fox Business with this report.
Americans taking a hike again. The Federal Reserve raising key interest rates by another 0.75% Wednesday. The increase is the fifth one this year and is designed to help tackle rising inflation, which sits near a 41-year high. Of course, this now means the cost to borrow money will be going up again for things like credit cards and car loans. If there's a bright side, your savings accounts should earn more interest. On Wall Street, stocks falling after the Fed also warned there will be more rate hikes in the coming months and into 2023. The National Association of Realtors says sales of previously owned homes fell for the 7th month in a row in August, and this might be why the median price was close to $390,000, 7.7% higher than a year ago. Rising mortgage rates aren't helping sales either. Walmart is going on a hiring spree. The nation's largest retailer says it plans to hire 40,000 workers ahead of the holidays. That's business. I'm Jerry Willis.
All right, everyone, 7:56 over on the East Coast and 4:56 on the West Coast. Thanks so much for joining us here on Live Now from Fox. I do want to get you to the latest information about Artemis because, hey, we could see it finally launch next week. NASA does say that its team encountered a hydrogen leak during the tanking tests for Artemis 1 Wednesday morning. The leak was found at the quick disconnect between the tail service mast umbilical and the rocket. That information from a tweet. The space agency uncovered the leak during a test adding supercooled fuel to the rocket to confirm those repairs as it prepares for another attempt to launch the rocket to the moon later on this month. The launch was scrubbed twice during the last 2 attempts there due to hydrogen leaks and other technological issues. NASA targeting September 27th, so next week, to launch the moon rocket from Cape Canaveral if those issues have been repaired. A backup date is planned for October 2nd, which is under review. If it does take off next week, we will have you covered completely so you can watch it live here on Live Now from Fox. Regardless, though, we will have that coverage beforehand as we all cross our fingers, cross our toes, and hope that we do see Artemis finally launched into space. All right, everyone, it is 7:57 on the East Coast. We are going to step away for a quick commercial break, but on the other side, we will take a live look at all of your top stories from across the country and across the world. Stick with us. Good morning, everyone, and welcome in on Live Now from Fox. It is 7:59 on the East Coast and 4:59. We just hit that 5 o'clock hour on the West Coast. Thanks so much for joining us. My name is Josh Breslow, and I'm here for the next little bit to bring you all of your top stories from across the country and across the world. As always, a lot going on, so I do want to get right to it here. And don't forget, you can look off to the left side of your screen and see what stories we are working at any time of the day. So I do want to get to some breaking overnight news where a second major earthquake hit the same portion of Mexico in just a matter of days. We are getting now some new video coming out of Mexico City this morning. That is what you're looking at on your screen. The latest quake measuring 6.8, killing at least one person and causing buildings to shake in the nation's capital. This earthquake hit around 1 a.m. local time 3 days after a 7.6 magnitude earthquake hit that same area near the Pacific coast. Mexico City's mayor, who you just saw there, said that one woman died in a central neighborhood when she fell down the stairs of her home. Residents were huddled in streets as seismic alarms did blare. We are waiting to get some more information as the situation did break overnight, so stay with us for the latest. I also want to take you out to our X-Rad view where you can see the other story that we are working on right now, and this is a live view showing the current positioning of Hurricane Fiona. Fiona's inching closer to Bermuda, now a powerful Category 4 storm, the first major hurricane of the Atlantic hurricane season. The storm, with maximum sustained winds of 130 miles per hour, likely to get closest to the British Island territory Friday. A tropical storm warning and hurricane watch do remain in effect there for Bermuda. Fiona already made 2 landfalls as a Category 1 storm. First, on Sunday afternoon along the extreme southwestern coast of Puerto Rico, and then early Monday morning in the eastern Dominican Republic. We spoke with Robert Ray with Fox Weather just about 20 minutes ago, live from Bermuda, where things are all calm now, but that is definitely going to change as the day does progress. And I do want to take you outside live to the UN national headquarters there over in New York City. This is a live view as we are seeing the delegates enter that building. Several world leaders for what will be day 3 of that UN General Assembly, where you do have all those world leaders coming together. We know that President Biden did speak yesterday, and so did Ukraine's President Volodymyr Zelensky. He had a lot to say, and he did speak in English. I do want to play those comments for you now, raw and unfiltered, on LiveNOW from Fox.
77/506 of 16th of September 2022, I give the floor to the distinguished representative of Ukraine to introduce an address by the head of state.
Mr. President, I have the honor to introduce the pre-recorded statement by His Excellency, Mr. Volodymyr Zelensky, President of Ukraine.
Greetings to all people of the world who value peace and unity between different and equal nations. I wish you all peace. I thank you that we are united in our striving to restore peace and to guarantee peace for any nation that has become a victim of the armed aggression. A crime has been committed against Ukraine, and we demand just punishment. The crime was committed against our state borders. The crime was committed against the lives of our people. The crime was committed against the dignity of our women and men. The crime was committed against the values that make you and me a community of the United Nations. And Ukraine demands punishment for trying to steal our territory, punishment for the murders of thousands of people, punishment for tortures and humiliations of women and men, punishment for the catastrophic turbulence that Russia provoked with its illegal war, and not only for us, Ukrainians, but for the whole world, for every nation that is represented in this hall of the UN General Assembly. I'm speaking on behalf of the state which is forced to defend itself but has the formula for peace. I'm speaking to everyone who wants to hear how to achieve peace. I will present a formula that can work, not only for us, but for everyone who may find themselves in similar circumstances as we did. It's a formula that punishes crime, protects life, restores security and territorial integrity, guarantees security, and provides determination. There are 5 preconditions for peace. Dear Mr. President of the General Assembly, dear Secretary General of the United Nations, dear heads of states and governments, dear journalists, nations of the world, Ukraine wants peace. Europe wants peace. The world wants peace. And we have seen who is the only one who wants war. There is only one entity among all UN member states who would say now, if he could interrupt my speech, that he's happy with this war, with his war. But we will not let this entity prevail over us, even though it's the largest state in the world. Ukraine showed strength on the battlefield, using its right to self-defense in accordance with Article 51 of the UN Charter, and no one will reproach us now or in the future with weakness or inability to fight for ourselves, for our independence. We are achieving a result in this fight, and we see what the end of this war will be and what will be the guarantees of a stable peace. The UN Charter proclaims the equality of nations, and we proved that Ukraine is equal among the equals. The UN Charter protects the inviolability of borders, and we confirm our state borderline by expelling the occupiers outside. The UN Charter stipulates the value of human rights, dignity, and life, and we also stipulate them with every Ukrainian city freed from Russian occupation. We didn't provoke this war. We held 88 rounds of talks in various formats to prevent this war just from the beginning of my presidency until February 24 this year. But Russia, instead of stopping the crime of aggression, which it started back in 2014, turned it into a full-scale invasion. And we have no choice but to defend ourselves. We do it. We push the aggressor beyond the internationally recognized border of the Ukrainian state. And this is the first item of our peace formula. Comprehensive item. Punishment. Punishment for the crime of aggression. Punishment for violation of borders and territorial integrity. Punishment that must be in place until the internationally recognized border is restored, until the aggression stops, and until the damages and losses for the war are fully compensated. Therefore, sanctions against the aggressor are part of the peace formula. Blocking the trade and relations with the aggressor is a part of the peace formula. All this is a punishment. So long as the aggressor is a party to decision-making in the international organization, he must be isolated from them, at least until aggression lasts. Reject the right to vote. Deprive delegation rights. Remove the right of veto if it is a member of the UN Security Council, in order to punish the aggressor within the institutions. We shouldn't turn a blind eye to propagandists who justify aggression, but apply a full package of personal restrictions against them. That is a punishment for lying. Citizens of the aggressor state shouldn't be allowed to enjoy tourism or shopping in the territory of those who value peace, but should be encouraged through visa restrictions to fight against the aggression of their own state. Punish for abetting the evil. A special tribunal should be created to punish Russia for the crime of aggressor against our state. This will become signal to all would-be aggressors that they must value peace or be brought to responsibility by the world. We have prepared precise steps to establish such tribunal. They will be presented to all states. Ukraine will appeal to the UN General Assembly to support an international compensation mechanism. We count on your support. Russia should pay for this war with its assets. It's also a punishment. This is one of the most terrible punishments for Russian officials, who value money above everything else. The second item of the peace formula is the protection of life, the most concrete item. Now, while the sessions of the General Assembly continue in the Ukrainian town of Izum, Kharkiv region, the exhumation is underway of bodies from a mass burial which happened when the territory was controlled by Russian troops. The bodies of women and men, children and adults, civilians and soldiers were found there, 445 graves. There is a family that died under the rubble of a house after a Russian airstrike. Father, mother, 6- and 8-year-old girls, grandparents. There is a man who was strangled with a rope. There is a woman with broken ribs and wounds on her body. There is a man who was castrated before the murder, and this is not the first case. Ask, please, the representatives of Russia why the Russian military are so obsessed with castration. What was done to them so that they want to do this to others? The only thing that differs the mass burial in Izum from what the world saw in Bucha is in fact the burial. The Russian army was in Izum for a longer time, and therefore the bodies of the killed people were buried and not scattered on the streets. So how can we allow the Russian army somewhere on Ukrainian soil, knowing that they are committing such mass murders everywhere? We cannot. We must protect life. The world must protect life. Every state suffering the armed aggression needs the opportunity to protect its citizens and liberate its territory. If it requires help with weapons or shells, they should be provided. If you needed financial help for this, it should be given. If for this it's necessary to help with intelligence data, just do it. But what is not needed is lies. We can return the Ukrainian flag to our entire territory. We can do it with the force of arms, but we need time. We tried to speed it up. We tried to implement the basic provisions of the UN Charter for Ukraine through negotiations, but Russia is afraid of real negotiations and doesn't want to fulfill any fair international obligations. It lies to everyone, as it's typical for aggressors, for terrorists. Even now, when Russia talks about negotiations, it only wants to slow down its retreat. Russia wants to spend the winter on the occupied territory of Ukraine and prepare forces to attempt a new offensive, new Buchas, new Izums. Or at least it wants to prepare fortifications on occupied land and carry out military mobilization at home. We cannot agree to a delayed war because it will be even hotter than the war now. For us, this is a war for life. That is why we need defense support, weapons, military equipment and shells. Offensive weapons and long-range one is enough to liberate our land, and defensive systems, above all air defense. And we need financial support to keep internal stability and fulfill social obligation to our people. Physical and social protection are two elements of any nation's life. So the second item of our peace formula is the protection of life by all available means allowed by the UN Charter. The third item of our peace formula is restoring security and territorial integrity. Look at how many elements of global security Russia has undermined with its war. Maritime safety, food safety, radiation safety, energy safety, and safety from weapons of mass destruction. We are already restoring maritime safety and food security, and I thank Mr. Antonio Guterres for his personal involvement, Algeria, Ethiopia, Egypt, Libya, Kenya, Somalia, Sudan, Tunisia, Bangladesh, Israel, India, Iran, Yemen, Cyprus, China, Korea, Lebanon, Turkey, Belgium, Bulgaria, Greece, Ireland, Spain, Italy, Netherlands, Germany, Romania, and France have already received Ukrainian agricultural products. And we have to increase the supply by sea, both under market conditions and within the UN Food Program, for which Ukraine is always a reliable partner. And by the way, despite all the difficulties caused by the war, we decided to provide humanitarian aid to Ethiopia and Somalia. So we will send them an additional amount of our wheat, but it's more difficult with other security elements. On the eve of the General Assembly meeting, Russia fired missiles at the South Ukraine nuclear power plant. The explosion hit the station buildings. Windows were broken. Walls were damaged. The rockets exploded only 300 meters from the walls of the reactors. And this is after the IAEA's clear appeal to Russia to stop any hostile activity against any nuclear facilities of Ukraine, and in particular against the Zaporizhzhia nuclear power station, the largest one in Europe, which Russia has turned into a target. And that makes all of you a target. Russian radiation blackmailing is something that should concern each and every one of you, because none of you will find a vaccine against radiation sickness. The cost of living crisis continues in dozens of countries. It rules in the destabilization of the energy market. It's necessary to remove the main factor of global price turbulence, namely Russian energy blackmailing. It's necessary to cap the prices at which Russia exports its energy resources. It's necessary to make Russian oil and gas just ordinary goods again. Currently, oil and gas are Russia's energy weapons. And that is why it manipulates the markets so that electricity, gas, petrol, and diesel become the privilege of few instead of being a common goods available to all. Limiting prices is safeguarding the world. This is the way to restore energy and price security. But will the world go for it? Or will it be scared? Will it be scared of Russian threats? It's necessary to take only one strong step, after which everything will become clear. The time has come for this. This step will put everything in place. After the Russian missile terror, after the massacres, after Mariupol, after the burning of the Ukrainian prisoners in Olenivka by the Russian military, after blocking the ports, after the strikes of the Russian tanks and missiles on nuclear power plants, and after threats to use nuclear weapons, which have become the rule, not the exception, for Russian propagandists. We must finally recognize Russia as the state of sponsor of terrorism at all levels, in all countries that confess the values of peace and protection of human life, legally, politically. If you don't have a legal mechanism, you can make a political decision in the parliaments. This is the foundation for restoring global security. If this strong step is taken, doubts will disappear whether to take other important steps. And what is very sensitive is the border, the territorial integrity. When one country tries to steal the territory of another state, it puts all of the world nation under attack. Global security cannot be restored without restoring the territorial integrity of the nation which suffered the armed aggression. So the third item of the Ukrainian peace formula is the restoration of security and territorial integrity. The fourth item is security guarantees. Every nation has the right to security guarantees, not only the largest nations, not only the most fortunate ones. We have proposals to upgrade the security architecture for Ukraine and for Europe and the world, which will not allow any more aggression against us. We are already presenting them to partners. Proposals for legally binding multilateral and bilateral treaties. These are the conditions for the guarantors to act and the timeline for their actions to bring results. Results on land, at sea, and in the air, in diplomacy and politics, in economy and finance, in providing weapons and intelligence. Each of you who will receive the text of our peace formula will also see the details of what we offer as security guarantees. I do not want to compare our offers with the guarantees of any alliances that exist on the planet now. I want to stress that it is always much better to guarantee the security of a nation preventively rather than to stop a war after it has already begun. And the fifth item of the Ukrainian peace formula is the determination, something without which the other four items will not work. This is our determination to fight. This is the determination of the partners to help us and also themselves. And this is the determination of the world to unite around the one who fights against armed aggression and to call to order the one who threatens all. So, all five items of our formula: punishment for aggression, protection of life, restoration of security and territorial integrity, security guarantees, and determination to defend oneself. This is the formula of crime and punishment, which is already well known to Russia. And this is the formula of justice and law, an order that Russia has yet to learn, as well as any potential aggressors. What is not in our formula? Neutrality. Those who speak of neutrality when human values and peace are under attack mean something else. They talk about indifference, everyone for themselves. Here is what they say. They pretend to be interested in each other's problems. They take care of each other formally. They sympathize only for protocol, and that is why they pretend to protect someone, but in reality they protect only their vested interests. This is what creates the conditions for war. This is what needs to be corrected in order to create conditions for peace. All you need is determination. There was a lot of talking about reforming the UN. How did all end? No result. If you look carefully at our peace formula, you will see that its implementation is already becoming a de facto reform of the United Nations. Our formula is universal and unites the North and the South of the world. It calls for the world's majority and encourages to expand the representation of those who remain unheard. This is an imbalance when Africa, Latin America, most of Asia, Central and Eastern Europe comply with the right of veto that they themselves never had. And this is what Ukraine is talking about. And have you ever heard such words from Russia? But it's a permanent member of the Security Council. For some reason. For what reason? No Japan or Brazil, no Turkey or India, no Germany or Ukraine. The day will come when this will be resolved. As for the talks between Ukraine and Russia, probably you have happened to hear different words from Russia about the talks, as if they were ready for them. But they talk about the talks but announce military mobilization. They talk about the talks but announce pseudo-referendums in the occupied territories of Ukraine. What is true then? The military mobilization in Russia is true. Sham referendums are also true. Russia wants war, it's true, but Russia will not be able to stop the course of history. Mankind and the international law are stronger than one terrorist state. Russia will be forced to end this war. The war, it has started. I rule out that the settlement can happen on a different basis than the Ukrainian peace formula. The further the Russian terror reaches, the less likely it's that anyone in the world will agree to sit at one table with them. And if my words will be followed by new Russian missiles and acts of terrorism, it will only prove their weakness. Russia's weakness, its inability to prevail over us, its inability to prevail over the world. It will only prove that 5 items of the Ukrainian peace formula must be implemented as soon as possible. We are ready for peace, but true, honest and fair peace. That's why the world is on our side. And finally, I want to thank 101 countries that voted for my video address to take place. It was a vote not only about the format, it was the vote about principles. Only 7 countries voted against: Belarus, Cuba, North Korea, Eritrea, Nicaragua, Russia, and Syria. 7 who are afraid of the video address. 7 who respond to principles with a red button. Only 7. 101 and 7. Friends, if this coalition is against our determination, then I congratulate you all, because this means that peace will prevail over any aggression and that there is no obstacle for us to implement the peace formula. I thank you for your attention. Once again, I wish you all peace. Slava Ukraini!
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the President of Ukraine for his statement just made.
You're streaming live now from Fox. That was the latest from Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky as he addressed the United Nations General Assembly on Wednesday. In a pre-recorded speech to global leaders, Zelensky highlighted the Russian war in his country, and he laid out a 5-point plan for peace and said it starts with punishing Russia with starting the war in Ukraine. If you're just now joining us here, good morning and welcome to Live Now from Fox. I'm your host, Rain Augustine. The time is now 8:30 a.m. here on the East Coast, and we are continuing to monitor several top stories. Let's go ahead and take a Live Now look as we continue to cover Hurricane Fiona, which has strengthened into a Category 4 storm this morning after devastating Puerto Rico and is now forecasted to squeeze past Bermuda later this week. Now, President Biden has issued a disaster declaration for Puerto Rico as the island continues to recover from this devastating storm. The declaration orders federal aid to assist recovery efforts in the Commonwealth of Puerto Rico as hundreds of thousands of people remain without power, water, or shelter. The funds also supplement local emergency services that are looking to provide temporary shelter for those displaced by the major storm. Now, assistance can include grants for temporary housing, home repairs, low-cost loans to cover uninsured property losses, and other programs to help individuals and business owners recover from the effects of the disaster. Now, the funds aim to help more than 50 municipalities in the United States territory. The president also says federal funds have been made available to local governments and some nonprofit organizations via a cost-sharing basis for hazard mitigation, debris removal, and protective measures for all municipalities in the country. Again, we're in touch with our news partners at Fox Weather, bringing you all the latest as we continue to track this devastating storm. In the meantime, let's move right along with other top stories that we are closely following here at Live Now from Fox. Donald Trump and 3 of his children now the target of a fraud lawsuit in New York. New York's Attorney General says that the filing announced on Wednesday is accumulation of a 3-year investigation into the president's business practices. We'll have a live conversation with Fox's David Lee Miller at the end of the hour. And we are also paying close attention to a earthquake that has devastated parts of Mexico. At least 1 person is dead after a 6.8 magnitude earthquake hit Mexico City early Thursday morning. We're taking a look back as the president of Mexico delivers this news. Now, the powerful earthquake caused buildings to sway and a few landslides in the western state to be devastated near the Pacific coast. Residents, as you see here, were rattled as this was the 2nd earthquake in just 3 days. Now, the first one hit on Monday. The 7.6 earthquake shook western and central Mexico, killing 2 people. Mexico's most devastating earthquake occurred in 1985 when at least 10,000 people were killed after an 8 magnitude quake hit just outside of Mexico City. We're covering those top stories and more right here on Live Now from Fox. Let's check in with Fox Weather's Robert Ray as he brings us the latest on Hurricane Fiona.
Just under 700 miles from the coastline of North Carolina is Bermuda, where I'm at right now, and we are awaiting Hurricane Fiona to make its trek up here, expected to, well, basically be about 100 miles off the shore, starting very late Thursday into Friday morning. Right now, it is a Category 4 hurricane, very intense. We will not see those kind of winds here in Bermuda, though we will see high-end tropical storm, potentially even low Cat 1 winds here on the island. There are roughly 65,000 residents awaiting Fiona, bracing for it. They are used to storms here in this part of the world, this desolate area in really the center of the Atlantic. Amazing that they've only seen 6 direct hits by hurricanes. We spent the day talking to residents and visitors to see how they were coping with all of this.
But hopefully we don't get too much damage, and it'll probably be a lot of downed trees, a lot of power lines, and losing electricity. You may have people losing their rooftops, but I would guarantee you by Monday, you wouldn't even think a hurricane came across Bermuda. That's how we are. That's how we roll down here. We're just going to get the outskirt, something like more or less. We're going to get some little lightning and thunders and a little more rain and stuff. And I think that's supposed to be. Just get yourself some batteries and water and a couple canned stuff. The generator is running and you should be okay.
Tomorrow into Friday, we could experience power outages, downed trees, and the other elements that these tropical force winds usually bring. Many of the hotels have shut down temporarily. Those that are open are continuing to see tourists that were even flying in as late as Wednesday, even though the government here telling people to perhaps reconsider their travel plans. So many have left the island, though it is still very populated as Fiona is making its way up here, expected to come about 100 miles off the shores and then trek even further north into Canada. Reporting in Bermuda, Robert Ray, Fox Weather.
In other news, Donald Trump and 3 of his children now the target of a fraud lawsuit in New York. New York's Attorney General says that the filing announced on Wednesday is the accumulation of a 3-year investigation into the former president's business practices. Fox News senior correspondent Laura Ingle has that story.
State Attorney General Letitia James is suing Donald Trump, the Trump Organization, and 3 of his children for fraud. In the civil lawsuit, she is alleging they exaggerated the value of numerous Trump properties in order to get better loans from banks, in addition to downplaying assets in other situations in order to get tax breaks.
There cannot be different rules for different people in this country or in this state. And former presidents are no different.
The 3-year-long investigation includes more than 65 witnesses and a review of millions of documents. AG James taking a jab at Trump with a play on words from his best-selling book, The Art of the Deal.
Claiming you have money that you do not have does not amount to the art of the deal. It's the art of the steal.
The lawsuit seeks to permanently ban Trump and his 3 children from running a business in New York, ban Trump and the Trump Organization from buying commercial real estate in New York for 5 years, and forcing Trump to pay at least $250 million in damages. Attorney General James is also referring the case to federal prosecutors and the IRS to investigate further. Former federal prosecutor Doug Burns so far does not see this as a compelling case. He says lying to get bank loans can be just a part of doing business, as long as the banks get paid back.
If I lie to get a loan, that's the crime. But in the real world, let's not kid ourselves. If a loan then fully performs, prosecutors look at that much, much differently. The bottom line is banks aren't bringing the case.
Tonight, Trump once again saying he is being unfairly targeted as he appeared on Hannity on Fox News.
This was just a continuation of a witch hunt that began when I came down the escalator at Trump Tower.
New York State Attorney General Letitia James.
State Attorney General Letitia.
She announced again that she's suing Donald Trump. Now, in her lawsuit, she does accuse Mr. Trump, his children, and other associates of the former president of, quote, numerous acts of fraud and misrepresentation. Let's listen into her, a segment of her full announcement.
To satisfy continuing loan agreements and to induce insurance companies to provide insurance coverage for higher limits and at lower premiums. As a result of these violations, we are asking the court to, among other things, permanently bar Mr. Trump, Donald Trump Jr., Ivanka Trump, Eric Trump, from serving as an officer or director in any corporation or similar entity registered and or licensed in New York. To bar Mr. Trump and the Trump Organization from entering into any New York State commercial real estate acquisition or from applying for loans from any financial institution in New York for 5 years. To pay for the financial benefits obtained as a result of the persistent fraudulent practices at an estimated $250 million. Mr. Trump and the Trump Organization repeatedly and persistently manipulated the value of assets to induce banks to lend money to the Trump Organization on more favorable terms than would otherwise have been available to the company, to pay lower taxes, to satisfy continuing loan agreements, and to induce insurance companies to provide insurance coverage for higher limits and at lower premiums. As a result of these violations, we are asking the court to, among other things, permanently bar Mr. Trump, Donald Trump Jr., Ivanka Trump, Eric Trump, from serving as an officer or director in any corporation or similar entity registered and or licensed in New York. To bar Mr. Trump and the Trump Organization from entering into any New York State commercial real estate acquisition or from applying for loans from any financial institution in New York for 5 years. To pay for the financial benefits obtained as a result of the persistent fraudulent practices at an estimated $250 million. Mr. Trump and the Trump Organization repeatedly and persistently manipulated the value of assets to induce banks to lend money to the Trump Organization on more favorable terms than would otherwise have been available to the company, to pay lower taxes, to satisfy continuing loan agreements, and to induce insurance companies to provide insurance coverage for higher limits and at lower premiums. As a result of these violations, we are asking the court to, among other things, permanently bar Mr. Trump, Donald Trump Jr., Ivanka Trump, Eric Trump, from serving as an officer or director in any corporation or similar entity registered and or licensed in New York. To bar Mr. Trump and the Trump Organization from entering into any New York State commercial real estate acquisition or from applying for loans from any financial institution in New York for 5 years. To pay for the financial benefits obtained as a result of the persistent fraudulent practices at an estimated $250 million.
Raw and unfiltered remarks from New York's Attorney General, who alleges that former President Donald Trump inflated his net worth by billions of dollars. Live Now from Fox's Andrew Krabs is going to bring us a more in-depth look on this conversation.
And joining us now to discuss all of that and more is legal expert Randy Zellin. Randy, thanks so much for being with us yet again. I know we had you on earlier this morning, but there's a lot to unpack here, and let's get right to it. So, according to the complaint, Tish James is alleging these acts of fraud and misrepresentation were similar in nature, were committed by upper management at the Trump Organization as part of a common endeavor for each annual statement. Now, the court order, Randy, is asking to bar Trump and the Trump Organization from entering into any New York State commercial real estate acquisitions for a period of 5 years, barring Trump and the Trump Organization from applying for loans from any financial institution chartered by or registered with the New York Department of Financial Services for a period of 5 years, and permanently barring Trump, Donald Trump Jr., Ivanka, and Eric from serving as an officer or director in any New York corporation or similar business entity registered and or licensed in New York State. That is wide-ranging, and that is all-encompassing. What do you make of the claims made in this?
Well, if we work backwards and we first focus in on the relief, as you just laid out, what we're seeing here, if we're reading between the lines, and what resonates with me, is the following. First of all, the Attorney General is looking to put the Trump Organization out of business. You can't borrow money, can't open companies and do business in New York, can't really do anything. Again, I mean, the lifeblood of the organization is borrowing money and buying real estate. So, as I said, putting them out of business is strike one. What the Attorney General is also doing is really dividing the Trump family. Remember, former President Trump is in his mid to late 70s, so he's on what, 13th, 14th, 15th hole since he's a golfer. His kids are in their 40s and 30s. They've got their whole lives ahead of them. So this impacts them more potentially in terms of the rest of their lives, far greater than it does their father. So now we see the potential of a crack in the Trump family armor. But now if you go back to the claims, what resonates with me is simply this. When you have young children, your young children are great. They eat free at restaurants. They get to go on rides cheaper. They get to fly cheaper. So sometimes you want your kids to be young, but then your kids want to be older. They want to be able to go to bars. They want to be able to go out and get into clubs. Well, one child cannot be 8 years old with the airline, and 12 years old at the International House of Pancakes, and 22 years old going to a bar. And that's basically what you have here. You have a piece of real estate, and depending on who the Trump organization is talking to, if it's a bank, it's worth $400 million, so I have borrowing power. If I'm talking to an investor, it's worth $600 million. I want you to give me more money. If I'm talking to the insurance company, it's worth $50 million because I want to pay less insurance premiums. And if I'm talking to the IRS, it's worth $4 million because I don't want to pay taxes.
I see. Randy, there was reporting last week by the New York Times that the Trump side made a settlement offer to which the New York Attorney General's office rejected. They rebuffed an offer from Trump's lawyers to settle this investigation. Now, the Trump side is claiming that never happened. We do have a statement I want to put up from them as well. We're going to get that in just a moment here. But as well, you know, there's other investigations in New York going on into the business practices of the Trump organization. We also heard from the Manhattan District Attorney Alvin Bragg today. He says, quote, our criminal investigation concerning former President Trump, the Trump organization, and its leadership is active and ongoing. So you have the civil lawsuit that was filed and that civil probe that's been ongoing. And then you have the criminal operation that's ongoing as well.
Well, look, District Attorney Bragg was first to the party, and now I think he's late to the party because for all intents and purposes, he basically told us he wasn't going forward with regard to the Trumps individually. Of course, we have the trial upcoming with the Trump organization, which will certainly resonate and have an impact on this case. But I will tell you, you brought something up very interesting. And I thought that the Attorney General did everything right except this one thing. Don't bring up settlement conversations. They're inadmissible. They're prejudicial. Listen, there are all kinds of reasons why people settle. Oftentimes, it has nothing to do with wrongdoing. It's looking at the cost of the defense. It's looking at the exposure. And oftentimes, settlements are entered into without giving any thought to whether or not I did anything wrong. In fact, just about every settlement agreement says I'm entering into this without admitting that I've done anything wrong. So I thought that was a bit out of bounds for the Attorney General to highlight the fact that there was an effort to settle. I would have stayed away from that, and I think that really detracted from everything that the Attorney General is trying to do in terms of playing it down the middle. But you're absolutely right. The Attorney General said in no uncertain terms, I'm referring this case to the Southern District. They probably already have a case going. I'm referring the case to the IRS. The IRS probably already has a case going. Again, DA Bragg was there and apparently now wants back into the party. And then you have the Trump organization criminal trial coming up. Right. There is a lot. You talk about having some pretty massive shoulders to be able to carry this water.
Yeah. Okay, we do have the statement. This is from Trump's attorney. Randy, I'm going to read it now in full. They say, this is Alina Habba. She says, today's filing is neither focused on the facts nor the law. Rather, it's solely focused on advancing the Attorney General's political agenda. It's abundantly clear that the Attorney General's office has exceeded its statutory authority by prying into transactions where absolutely no wrongdoing has taken place. We are confident that our judicial system will not stand for this unchecked abuse of authority, and we look forward to defending our client against each and every one of the Attorney General's meritless claims. Okay, that's the Trump side. That's what they're saying right now. What about some of these financial institutions, Randy? Deutsche Bank, Mazars.
Listen, as soon as we heard that Deutsche Bank was cooperating, that was a mic drop moment. But I have to tell you, and I shouldn't say this, but I'm going to. It's late. I've had a long day, so my filter comes off. I think it was Mark Twain who said, better that people think you're an idiot than you open your mouth and prove them right. That statement was ill-advised. It was silly, particularly in the backdrop of the number of hundreds of times anyone with the last name Trump invoked his privilege not to be a witness against himself in any criminal proceeding. Code Speak 4, I am pleading the Fifth Amendment. If you look so forward to these transactions seeing the light of day, if you are so confident that there was no wrongdoing, it does beg the question, and I'm a criminal defense lawyer, so I shouldn't be saying this, but for the rest of us, then why the hell did you take 5? That was a statement you really wish you could have taken that one back or deleted it. Sometimes the smartest thing you can say is the thing that you don't say. She should have said absolutely nothing.
I mean, Trump is also responding to this. He posted on his social media account, Truth Social, he called Attorney General James racist attacks against him and his family. Last question, Randy, because I want to get to the side of Tish James and her office. So you don't think this is kind of egregious, if you will? You don't think she's on a fishing expedition, do you?
Well, based upon a 280-page complaint with 23 properties and a press conference that gave us the who, what, where, when, how, and why, this ain't no fishing expedition. In fact, I think the most fun part of this case hasn't even happened yet, where you are allowed to throw that net out there, and that's called discovery. In fact, some of my colleagues have wondered why Tish James just didn't indict this case. Well, that would be no fun, because with her civil authority, she brings a civil complaint. She now can notice the Trumps to produce documents. She can notice the Trumps for depositions. She can serve them with interrogatories where they have to answer written questions. She can serve them with a notice to admit where they have to admit certain things and have a damn good reason for denying it. So I think the AG is going to have a lot of fun with the civil part of this case, because you get to request all kinds of discovery that in a criminal case, our Constitution expressly forbids.
Okay, final word there from Randy Zellin. As always, we appreciate your insight into these pretty complicated, pretty wide-ranging legal matters, especially when they have to do with a former president and his family. Randy, thanks so much.
Thank you. Buckle up.
And joining us now to discuss.
All right, a huge thank you to Live Now from Fox's Andrew Kraft bringing us that update. We are continuing to keep our eyes on Hurricane Fiona, which is now a Category 4 hurricane after completely devastating parts of the United States territory, Puerto Rico. We'll have an update on that right after this break. Good morning and welcome back to Live Now from Fox. We are swiftly approaching the 9 a.m. hour here in Orlando, Florida, as we take this Live Now look from the United Nations General Assembly. Today is the third day of world leaders coming together at the UN's General Assembly. As that gets underway, the Future Investment Initiative Institute is hosting a priority summit on the side. The nonprofit organization says that it simply wants to find new solutions to ensure sustainable life as the world population increases. So it's essentially a think tank, but we are going to take it live for you all and listen in, live, raw, and unfiltered.
Lead to recommendations, and then we go back to the opinion. Is this the right thing to do or not? And before even making the decision, we should look into the impact of these decisions. Really good example would be when most of the governments around the world, especially in Western Europe and to somewhat extent in the US, started demonizing the fossil fuel oil and gas companies, and that led to less investments in the exploration, less investments in adding new supply to the market, and they thought you can just press a button and you can transfer from fossil fuel-based energy to renewable energy. And the result was catastrophic. The inflation has gone higher, cost of living gone higher, cost of food gone higher, everything went in the wrong direction. And I usually use two terminologies, which is how to manage a crisis and how to manage by crisis. And unfortunately, what we've done was managing by crisis. We went from one catastrophe to another. The way we should look into it is how we should manage and mitigate all the risks while providing the same or even better to our lives.
I agree with that completely. I think you know that when I led the Rockefeller Foundation, we did a great deal of work on building resilience, which is really building the capacity to anticipate the knowable risks and mitigate those, develop ways to respond to the unknowable risks more effectively, more quickly, and then learn how to grow and thrive if crisis occurs, rather than being put back down on your heels or trying to return to normal, because often normal has some of the features that got you into trouble in the first place.
Yeah.
So it's a very interesting kind of methodology for encapsulating what you talked about. You have so many hats and so many different roles, but let's start really with your investor role, because how you deploy PIF money has tremendous impact, not only on your bottom line and what you can do with it in terms of the financial returns, but where you decide to deploy. Will you deploy against climate and energy goals, food security, food insecurity, and even social and economic progress? Do you see investable goals there in wearing your PIF hat?
Yeah. No, thank you. I mean, PIF was established back in 1971, 1 year younger than me. And I joined PIF in 2015 under the chairmanship of the Crown Prince. And then the board decided we should change the strategy of PIF. It was initially developmental, more of a developmental fund, and it was decided that we want to change it to a sovereign wealth fund that invests in the future of many generations for the nation. So we, after the full diagnostic and benchmarking exercise, we decided where we want to be. And if you look at PIF today, it's one sovereign wealth fund, but it's in fact like 6 different pools of investments. So we have 2 pools that invest internationally and 4 pools that invest domestically. We have the giga projects and real estate and infrastructure. We have the Saudi equity. We have the sector development. Then internationally, we have strategic investments plus the balanced portfolio. We issue every 5 years, the first time in 2017, and the second time was in 2021, something called Vision Realization Program. It's a public document that we have in our website. And in this document, we put our thoughts, what is exactly that we want to do in the coming 5 years. We have achieved the first targets for the first visualization program. The second one, we said we have 13 different sectors that we think we should be in, both domestically and internationally. Some of these sectors like, food, supply chain, technology, renewable, infrastructure. And accordingly, we start deploying in these different sectors. In addition to that, PIF is playing a major role in stimulating the Saudi economy. Mm-hmm. So we go into some of these sectors, into greenfield projects, and we said we want to deploy between $40 to $50 billion an annual basis on the greenfield projects and these sectors within the Saudi economy, in addition to what we do internationally and domestically and other things. So we have established in the past few years 54 companies in 10 different sectors, created 500,000 jobs. Our new targets is to continue on, but we want to create at least 1.8 million jobs. And these are quality jobs. It's not only the figures that we're looking at, but the quality of these figures, the quality of these jobs, the quality of our offering to our society, and at the same time, making money while we're doing it. All of these things, I mean, if you put the right ecosystems, rules or regulations, in addition to some kind of alignment with the government, what is exactly that way they want to do, you will have a very lucrative, impactful investments.
I think you're talking really about one mechanism for social and economic progress, and that is strategic job creation through your investments. And I think that really is central, and often that's overlooked in the role that investors can play in really moving towards greater social and economic progress in whatever countries they're investing in, but certainly in one's own country.
Absolutely, and if I may add one more thing, it's not only the jobs creation, but the economic multiplier.
Right.
So every dollar we want to deploy, we want at least $2 of an economic multiplier into the economy. So that's why I think, in fact, I don't know if Ray Dalio is with us today, but I had a discussion with him yesterday. And I remember back in 2017.
You're streaming live now from Fox. The time is now 9:04 a.m. here on the East Coast. We are taking a live listen in as this think tank, a nonprofit organization called Priority, is hosting a summit discussing ways to find new solutions to ensure sustainable life as the world population increases. So this organization is holding a discussion on the outskirts of the United Nations General Assembly, which is just now beginning underway. We have several world leaders meeting. Let's go ahead and listen in.
On addressing vaccine equity, the sustainable development of Africa, financing for sustainable recovery, and the nexus between natural resources and sustainable development, among other priorities. Close collaboration among UN principal organs of the United Nations is beneficial and must be promoted. Mr. President, Botswana endorses your choice of the theme for this session, that is, a watershed moment, transformative solutions to interlocking challenges. We concur with your observation that the current global challenges, namely the COVID-19 pandemic, the war in Ukraine, humanitarian challenges, and climate change, are complex and interconnected, hence require transformative solutions. Given the interconnectedness of these challenges, it is evident that they can only be effectively addressed in a holistic approach This further demonstrates the enduring relevance of the United Nations Charter, which 77 years ago established the three founding pillars of the UN system, namely human rights, peace and security, and development, as interrelated and mutually reinforcing. As UN member states, we should look no further for these solutions than in the already existing key multilateral frameworks. Among these, the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development and its SDGs, the Paris Agreement, and the UN's 75th Anniversary Declaration, as well as the outcomes of major UN meetings. This session gives us an opportunity to reaffirm our commitment to these solutions. In his comprehensive report on our common agenda, the Secretary General has offered us a boost with concrete ideas and recommendations to accelerate implementation of the 2030 Agenda and close the existing gaps in our multilateral frameworks. Mr. President, I wish, therefore, to preface my remarks through which I will share my country's progress in recovering from the COVID-19 and towards a transformative and sustainable development by reminding this auspicious body of Botswana's road to development. Many in this room may only know the Botswana of now, which is an upper middle income country. This is a status that we are proud of, given that when we attained our independence, only 56 years ago, we were among the poorest in the world. However, we were fortunate to discover what has turned out to be the world's largest diamond reserve across the Kimberley Belt. For those less acquainted with the development path we've traveled as a country, this is not the entire reflection of the Botswana story. Our story is based on the humanity, the principle and tenacity that we have as a people, as Botswana. It is a story of the wisdom of our forefathers who avoided the misfortune that often accompanied the discovery and exploitation of minerals in other parts of the world, and electing instead to turn the discovery of diamonds into a story for development. Botswana as a nation would never have been able to realize this development had we not held firmly to our belief in the principles of democracy to attract investors to help us diversify our economy away from dependence on diamonds. I stood before this General Assembly and I've engaged at different fora when the opportunity arises to share the Botswana story with a view to encouraging partnerships to augment our efforts towards diversification. I trust that those that are attentive to our call are more in number, and I firmly believe that they too aspire to share a part of our story. In the meantime, diamonds are still the bedrock of our economy. It is in this respect that the words of the Secretary General, Antonio Guterres, and the call for a common agenda resonates with me. I liked in particular the call by the Secretary General for a global view whereby power, wealth, and opportunity are shared more broadly and fairly at the international level. For my country, this translates into a fair and equitable opportunity to use the resources that we have to develop our people and give them an equal opportunity to contribute and share in global wealth. As we continue to advocate for the Kimberley process, I wish to remind this august body that Botswana's story is unquestionable proof and living testimony that diamonds with good governance are for development. In fact, diamonds are a serious matter of livelihoods. I'll be hosting a side event on diamonds for development later this evening, through which I hope to further broaden conversations and allow our partners, both within the United Nations, governments, civil society, and the private sector, to join us in ensuring that my country, Botswana, will also be part of the United Nations family espoused around shared power, wealth, and opportunity as we endeavor to realize the 2030 Agenda. Mr. President, despite our challenges, my government continues to play its part to contribute to the international agenda and in ensuring that access to medicines by our people is part and parcel of their health care, while ensuring that the economy also recovers from the pandemic. Vaccine rollout remains a precondition for a sustainable recovery, yet many countries in the global south, especially Africa, have not met the WHO's target of 70% of their populations being fully vaccinated by mid-2022. This underscores the urgent need to continue promoting vaccine equity through international solidarity, as well as addressing vaccine hesitancy by countering disinformation and raising awareness about the science-backed facts regarding the effectiveness and safety of the vaccines. Despite the challenges we encountered, which were common to many developing countries, Botswana has procured enough vaccines to administer to all eligible groups, thus enabling significant progress, with 64% of our population now fully vaccinated. However, much more needs to be done. It is in this context that Botswana continues to play an active role on this matter and recently also joined other member states in co-sponsoring the General Assembly resolution calling for the convening of a high-level meeting on pandemic prevention, preparedness and response during the 78th session of the General Assembly. We also continue to actively participate in the ongoing process towards a possible elaboration of a pandemic treaty at the World Health Organization in Geneva. We believe that such a legally binding instrument will strengthen existing global mechanisms to address and react more speedily to health emergencies. Mr. President, I am pleased to inform you that as part of overcoming the challenges of global vaccine inequity and in line with our commitment to build back better, and in a transformative manner, the government of Botswana has approved the manufacturing of the patent-free Corbavax COVID-19 vaccine, and the construction of a vaccine manufacturing plant has already commenced. Additionally, the facility will produce cancer treatment and next-generation cell-based immunotherapy. This initiative is being undertaken in partnership with NantWorks, the Texas Children's Hospital Center for Vaccine Development, and the Baylor College of Medicine. This partnership will enhance Botswana's capacity in human vaccine production, contribute to our goal of building a knowledge-based economy, and help in preparations for future pandemics. Botswana's recovery plans include strengthening the country's vast social protection system to ensure the inclusivity of vulnerable groups, persons living with disabilities, which will go a long way in facilitating equal enjoyment of their rights while broadening the accountability framework, as we recently acceded to the Convention on the Rights of Persons with Disabilities. In this regard, my government has set a medium to long-term economic recovery and transformation plan intended to fast-track recovery efforts while advancing the implementation of the 2030 Agenda and its goals. In order to achieve sustainable development, adequate financing is needed for the success of our recovery efforts from the pandemic and acceleration of implementation of the 2030 Agenda during this decade of action. Effective mobilization of domestic and international financial resources, as well as their prudent utilization, is therefore imperative. I therefore reiterate calls for development partners to scale up and fulfill our official development assistance commitments and our efforts in attaining long-term development sustainability. Mr. President, in addition to international funding, it should be noted that transformative agendas require the effective implementation by governments and associated stakeholders, as well as a sense of ownership by all stakeholders and a buy-in from the people we serve. This decisive moment of the myriad of challenges we face demands that we challenge ourselves even more. My government has thus initiated the Reset Agenda, inspired by the need for collective, inclusive, and coordinated efforts towards the transformative agenda. We are accelerating digitization in the delivery of services driven by innovation and creativity. Our people are responding to the technology-driven solutions, and they too are demonstrating the reorientation of their disposition as well as conceptual agility to venture into new frontiers of doing things differently. A full embrace of this mindset change is an inspirational approach to effective implementation of government policies, programs, projects, and business activities, and indeed, the Sustainable Development Goals. The realization of transformative solutions to the current social and economic challenges will require solidarity, both within and between countries. As chair of the landlocked developing countries, many of whom are also characterized as least developed and small states, Botswana expresses solidarity with fellow UN member states in special situations, particularly the distinct and peculiar challenges faced by the LDCs and SIDSs in their efforts to build back better and recover sustainably from the pandemic. In line with the repeated position of our sub-regional body, SADC, I also wish to express solidarity with our northeastern neighbor, Zimbabwe, and call for the removal of unilateral coercive measures targeted at that country. While we are confident of the resilience and resolve of Zimbabwe, as well as its economic transformation prospects, we are concerned that such measures are not advancing the cause of livelihoods of innocent Zimbabweans, nor the cause of our SDGs. Mr. President, this year we continue to witness extreme weather events that point to the escalating severity of the climate crisis. Decisive implementation of the bold climate action spelled out in the Paris Agreement and the Glasgow Climate Pact is therefore needed to prevent the worst implications. Botswana remains committed to our 15% carbon emission reduction target by 2030, as indicated in our nationally determined contributions and reconfirmed in our climate change policy adopted in 2021. The policy addresses access to climate finance, clean technologies, and renewable energy. Climate ambitions will not translate into climate action in developing countries if they remain inadequately funded. We are therefore pleased that new financial pledges to support adaptation in developing countries were made at COP26 in Glasgow, the United Kingdom. It is our hope that these commitments will be fulfilled expeditiously in order to enable accelerated implementation, particularly in Africa, a region that contributes minimally to climate change but is regrettably the most affected. In this context, we are optimistic that COP27, to be held in Sharm el-Sheikh in Egypt on African soil, will further inspire ambitious climate action and deliver more adaptation resources for Africa and other vulnerable regions. Drawing on this inspiration, Botswana, in collaboration with the United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change and various stakeholders, convened the Climate Adaptation Week 2022 from 22nd to 26th August 2022 in Gaborone under the theme Transformations in Advancing the Formulations and Implementation of National Adaptation Plans. The Expo succeeded in promoting the exchange of experiences and fostering partnerships between a wide range of actors and stakeholders on how to advance national adaptation plans. On 2nd March this year, Botswana was among the 141 member states that voted in favor of the General Assembly resolution which demanded an end to the invasion of Ukraine. With that vote, we were reaffirming the purpose and principles of the UN Charter, particularly its Articles 1 and 2, which underscore the need for peaceful settlement of disputes, as well as respect for sovereignty and territorial integrity. The Charter is a binding instrument of international law. Therefore, all peace-loving nations ought to adhere to its letter and spirit under all circumstances. We therefore continue to call on all parties to recommit to finding peaceful and lasting solutions to the conflict through diplomacy and dialogue. The UN brokered talks that resulted in the Russian Federation and Ukraine signing an agreement on the Black Sea Grain Initiative are a testament that when given a chance, diplomacy and dialogue can yield results. If nothing else, the end of the Second World War and the founding of the United Nations in 1945 has demonstrated that only if we approach conflict based on solidarity and working together can we find peace. I commend the SG and the UN system, organizations, Turkey, and other stakeholders, including neighboring countries such as Poland, for rising to the challenges to address humanitarian needs in Ukraine and other crisis situations. As we continue to seek amicable redress of this worrying conflict, it is important that the UN system be particularly adequately resourced, given its critical work of saving lives and alleviating the suffering of victims of armed conflict, climate change, and other disasters. We, the collective member states of the United Nations, have the responsibility and mandate to strengthen international law, promote human rights and gender equality, and most crucial, to protect civilians in challenging peacekeeping environments. In this context, Botswana shares the same ideals with many of you present here today on the principle of responsibility to protect. Mr. President, as already been acknowledged by the 2005 World Summit, states have the primary responsibility to protect their own populations from genocide, ethnic cleansing, war crimes, and crimes against humanity. As part of the group of friends on responsibility to protect, Botswana is co-chair, together with Costa Rica and Denmark, will continue to ensure that the membership of the United Nations pays attention to this important responsibility to reinforce global action. In Southern Africa, we remain actively engaged through our sub-regional organization SADC in addressing the threat posed by terrorism and violent extremism to peace and security in our sub-region. To this end, SADC has deployed its security forces to thwart terrorist threats in the Cabo Delgado province of Mozambique. The UN response to today's crisis is a clear demonstration of its indispensability as the foremost organization in addressing global issues. From its system-wide response to COVID-19 to its swift action in relation to the humanitarian crisis in Ukraine and other crisis situations, the UN has proven to be fit for purpose. Nonetheless, there remains ample room for improving the organization's effectiveness in fulfilling the principles and purpose of the UN Charter. In this connection, we welcome recent reforms and proposals aimed at strengthening the UN system and enhancing its relevance in addressing contemporary challenges. These efforts include SDGs, development management, peace and security, human rights, and humanitarian pillar reforms, which are aimed at enhancing the Secretariat's ability, agility, accountability, and effectiveness in mandate implementation. Mr. President, for a small country like mine, the reform of the United Nations is important only in as far as to ensure the equal voice of member states, regardless of size. My government and I personally are therefore eager to have our own people represented and employed within the UN system. With our presidency of the ECOSOC, I believe Botswana has demonstrated its ability, including the capacity of our youth, who have received positive reviews from their support to the ECOSOC Secretariat during our tenure. We are, however, eager to see such accolades turning into real opportunities for absorption throughout the employ and hierarchy of the organization, particularly for our youth. As I conclude my remarks, Mr. President, let me reassure you that you can count on Botswana's support and constructive engagement towards the successful implementation of the program of work of the 77th session of the General Assembly. I hope that Botswana can also rely on the UN system and our development partners and the wider international community to help us realize the Agenda 2030 and transform our people and country into a developed nation by 2036. I thank you.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the President of the Republic of Botswana for the statement just made, and I request protocol to escort His Excellency. The Assembly will hear an address by His Excellency Mohamed Bazoum, President of the Republic of Niger. I request protocol to escort His Excellency. On behalf of the General Assembly, I have the honor to welcome His Excellency Mohamed Bazoum, President of the Republic of the Niger, and to invite him to address the Assembly.
Monsieur le Président, Excellences, Mesdames et Messieurs les chefs d'État et de gouvernement, Mesdames et Messieurs les chefs de délégation, Mesdames et Messieurs les représentants des organisations internationales, Mesdames et Messieurs. Monsieur le Président, de prime abord, permettez-moi de vous adresser mes chaleureuses félicitations auxquelles je joins mes vœux de succès pour votre brillante élection à la présidence de la 77e session ordinaire
of the General Assembly of the United Nations Organization. I would like to salute the leadership and commitment of the Secretary-General of the United Nations, Mr. Antonio Guterres, for peace and for development, for climate action, and for overcoming, mastering the COVID-19 pandemic, as well as his sustained efforts to find solutions to various areas of tension throughout the world.
You're streaming live now from Fox. The time is now 9:25. Continuing to bring you all top stories and breaking news. Right now, we are taking a live now listen as world leaders continue to meet at the United Nations General Assembly. Among topics discussed, vaccine equity, the Russian invasion of Ukraine, as well as climate change issues. Let's take a 2-minute commercial break, and when we return, we will continue to listen in.
It's gotten worse in recent years. This is particularly the case for Niger, given the unfavorable regional situation. If you remember, it all began with the fall in 2011 of the Libyan regime. And to date, it has never been able to be replaced by a stable government that has been able to exercise authority throughout the country. Also, the vast territory in the south of Libya has become a platform for transnational organized crime, where we see a blossoming of trafficking in arms, drugs, fuel, and migrants, leading to structural insecurity throughout the countries of the Sahel and its neighborhood. Mali, which succumbed in 2011 to the generalized violence coming from Libya, has never really been able to recover. It has, in its turn, become a breeding ground for terrorism, which is characteristic of the Sahel, extremely affected by the effects of climate change, threatening the practice of pastoral farming. This ecosystem of violence has experienced a bonanza amongst young shepherds of the communities affected by climate change, and very many of them have turned to terrorism. In the north of Mali, this scourge is also spreading towards Niger, Burkina Faso, and is now threatening to extend to the Gulf of Guinea. This violence has such potential for destabilizing state institutions that it has led to the fall of democratically elected governments in Mali and Burkina Faso, respectively, in 2020 and 2022. Niger, my country, in addition to this terrorist threat on our three borders, is facing another terrorist threat in the Lake Chad Basin, where we see the various groups of the nebulous organization Boko Haram operating. Mr. President, despite the constraints that I have mentioned, my country is showing great resilience based on wise governance promoting a culture of tolerance and cohesion between communities, as well as promoting the rules of democracy and the rule of law. It is this option in favor of freedom that has made it possible for us to organize transparent elections and led to the first change in the head of state, where a democratically elected president handed over power to another president elected under the same conditions in April 2021. Our experience in Niger has shown us, as if this were necessary, that the best way to ward off the effects of terrorist violence is to strengthen the democratic system and nothing else. The war against terrorism means that we have to currently allocate significant resources to increase the number of our forces, to acquire appropriate equipment, and to strengthen the capacity of our soldiers. Allow me to take this opportunity, Mr. President, to thank our various partners that are committed with us in this fight against terrorism. I would particularly like to thank France. Their action through Operation Barkhane represents a major asset in the balance of forces vis-à-vis our enemy. I would also like to thank the United States of America, the Federal Republic of Germany, as well as the other countries that are working alongside us in various ways, all of them equally helpful. Mr. President, nevertheless, I feel that we must stress here that the commitment of the international community in fighting terrorism in the Sahel still shows great gaps, which should be identified and addressed. Indeed, this terrorism draws a lot of its financing from the trans-Saharan trafficking in drugs towards Europe and Asia via Libya. The majority of the weapons that are flooding the market for terrorist violence in the Sahel also come from Libya. It seems to me that in this particular case we are facing a problem that is not particularly complicated. Why, then, has it not been possible to put in place an adequate system with the necessary funding in order to appropriately fight this phenomenon? Indeed, it is high time, Mr. President, that our collective thinking of the great powers represented in this region, as well as the international community, work together with us, the countries of this region, so that together we can start thinking in a much more focused way about how we can define action that will be effective in fighting drug trafficking and arms trafficking in the Sahel. Mr. President, despite the great challenges that we face, as described above, Niger remains a robust and stable state, underpinned by democratic institutions, resolutely committed to the fight against poverty and in favor of development. Our deep conviction in this regard is that the genuinely most effective way to fight poverty is by promoting the educational system. The development challenges for Niger can be summed up by the following simple figures: an annual population growth rate of 3.9%, an average fertility rate of, on average, 7 children per woman, the first pregnancy for around 50% of girls before the age of 15 years, with half the population being around 15 years old. These statistics tell you a lot about the failure of our education system, and that is why we are committed to act resolutely in order to improve matters. Also, the program for which we have been elected by the people of Niger is to act to improve access to education as well as the quality of education. With regard to quality, we have decided to stress the in particular the quality of teacher training, and to make the job of teaching much more professional. With regard to improving access, our policy stresses the building of school infrastructure. Another aspect which is particularly important that I would like to stress as part of our educational program is gender equality and building boarding schools for girls in rural areas. Given the situation in rural areas where pupils are a long way away from their parents, sometimes it stops girls pursuing their education. And very often when they leave education, they are married off, and not included in some of the statistics I mentioned earlier on. Boarding schools give them peace and quiet and security and the conditions to continue their studies with the possibility to stay at the school and to acquire academic and vocational skills that they will need there. The scaling up of boarding arrangements in rural schools, whilst contributing to improving the performance of the educational system, also helps to reduce the rate of population growth. Mr. President, the reason why I have stressed our educational policy, after having spoken about climate change, terrorism, and lack of security in the Sahel, I did this because these three issues, demography, insecurity, and terrorism, are very much linked. Terrorism operating the Sahel today is linked to the living conditions for certain communities, where the environment has been significantly affected by climate change. The Sahel, moreover, in recent decades, is an area that has seen a particularly high spike in population growth. These two phenomena combined, population growth and the worsening of the environment combined, have led to regional disorder following the collapse of the Gaddafi regime in 2011, and has contributed to the chaotic situation being experienced by countries in the region. This is why, for the United Nations and for the international community, becoming emotional and speaking about terrorist violence will not be enough. We have to act by investing in the resources that we need in education in order to fight the violence of today and prevent the violence of tomorrow. Thank you very much, Mr. President.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the President of the Republic of the Niger for the statement just made, and I request protocol to escort His Excellency. The Assembly will hear an address by His Excellency Adama Barrow, President of the Republic of the Gambia. I request protocol to escort His Excellency. On behalf of the General Assembly, I have the honor to welcome His Excellency Adama Barrow, President of the Republic of the Gambia, and to invite him to address the Assembly.
Mr. President, Mr. Secretary General, Your Majesties, Excellencies, Head of State and Government, Heads of Delegation, ladies and gentlemen, I bring you warm greetings from the people of the Gambia and wish that we have a successful and fruitful 77 session. It is regrettable that we could not convene.
You're streaming live now from Fox. We are You're streaming live now from Fox. We are taking a live now listen from the United Nations as world leaders continue to gather and speak on a variety of topics, including vaccine equity, climate change, as well as the Russian invasion of Ukraine. We're going to take a 2-minute commercial break, and we'll have more live events on the other side. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. The time is now 9:42 a.m. We are continuing to cover top stories and other major news headlines across the country, including this Live Now event that we are getting to our desk. We're taking a listen in as the House Oversight Committee holds a meeting discussing how certain industries hiked prices, fleeced customers, and drove up inflation. Let's go ahead and listen in, live, raw, and unfiltered.
Generally, companies are able to raise prices without their consumers understanding how much of that price increase is coming from, factors that are happening in the economy and how much of that price increase is coming from them just gilding the lily. And at Groundwork Collaborative, we've combed through hundreds of earnings calls, and what we see is in sector after sector, corporation after corporation, CEOs are very forthright that these crises have been really, really good for business.
Mr. Consul, Dr. Goodspeed presents an analysis within his statement. He compares 2021 to 2019, but he omits all of 2022. That looks like a rather odd analysis. Why would someone omit all of 2022 in their analysis of the comparison of inflation, and how would that affect the analysis?
Well, one is that we see inflation, both overall inflation, but also core inflation. So excluding the energy and food prices that we know are particularly volatile in the aftermath of geopolitical events this year. Inflation in Europe catches up quite a bit, and year-over-year inflation starts to level out, which is not necessarily the best metric for looking at inflation right now, but it's the metrics being discussed here. So while in U.S. inflation basically levels out in 2022 at a very high and elevated rate, other countries catch up to us. The other thing about looking at just 2021 is that we had a really robust recovery. Our GDP growth is far above peer nations. The upgrade to our estimates for GDP by such places as the IMF were much higher. We had a much faster, stronger, and robust recovery than peer nations. So it does not surprise me that it took a while for their supply chains and their ability to address complicated global problems didn't really catch up because they had not yet recovered to the extent we have.
So, Dr. Goodspeed, in your statement you say the magnitude of the increase in the rate of inflation in 2021 was so much greater in the United States and coincided precisely with an unprecedented demand shock in March 2021. Now, sir, I should just point out to you a couple things. One, are you contending that the ARP stimulus package of $1.9 trillion was all spent in March 2021?
That it was spent largely throughout 2021.
But was it spent in March 2021?
The vast majority of the checks went out in March 2021.
That's incorrect. By April 19, 2021, only $485 billion of the $1.9 trillion had been spent.
The checks.
Instead, by April 19th, $686 billion of the Consolidated Appropriations Act had been spent. $50 billion of the PPP program had been spent by April 19th, 2021, and $10 billion of Families First Coronavirus Act was spent in 2021. However, you didn't mention any of those other potential recovery programs, and it appears that you cherry-picked one program which only comprised a minority of the spending by March 2021 in your analysis. So that undermines the integrity of your entire analysis. Dr. Mahmoud, let me just point out a couple of the quotations from AutoZone as well as H.B. Fuller that you had presented to us. They're very disturbing. You said, following periods of higher inflation, our industry has historically not reduced pricing to reflect lower ultimate costs. What does that mean?
It means that even as input prices start to come down, they're keeping prices high because they know that they can.
Why?
Because it's really, really good for business. They're making record profits and issuing massive stock buybacks to enrich their shareholders.
Thank you. I'll now recognize Mr. Cloud for his questions.
Thank you, Chairman. First of all, would you like to finish what you were saying before the Chairman cut you off?
Sure. I would just like to specify that the economic impact payments were disbursed quickly in March and April 2021, and that is the direct stimulus to personal consumption expenditure on goods.
Okay. one of the major drivers right now is the cost of energy, and that's U.S. energy policy affecting international markets as well. Could you speak to the connection of that and how it affects the economy?
Certainly. I mean, energy passes through to prices throughout the economy, and in 2021, we did see a large global shock to energy, and there was another leg up in early 2021 with the Russian Federation invasion of Ukraine. That disproportionately affected Europe, and that is why we have seen convergence in inflation rates in 2022 between Europe and the United States.
Now, it seems to me that the supposition being made is that, a company makes profit and that, and that the solution is, I think, was all of government approach, higher regulations, higher business. Does that actually help these major corporations, or does that hurt these major corporations when there's a regulatory burden put on, in contrast to other companies trying to enter the market?
Generally speaking, an increased regulatory burden is going to raise barriers to entry, and it is also going to raise the break-even rate of return on an investment project in order for that to be viable.
As a matter of fact, what we see up here in Washington, D.C. is, okay, there's a consolidation going on among corporations. The corporations are actually usually the ones writing the regulations, giving them to the government, getting them passed through Congress because they give them a competitive advantage over smaller companies trying to enter the market that would provide competition and help drive down prices. Is that?
That observation would be consistent with an observation going back all the way to Adam Smith.
Okay, that's kind of what I was thinking. What you mentioned in your testimony that the two major drivers of the economy, major government spending, supply chain disruption. Could you speak a little more to that?
Well, I think that a simple analysis in 2020 would have helped one to predict inflation quite accurately, which would be to simply add up the productive potential of the U.S. economy, the supply side components, what is the potential output, and then what is the expected increase in nominal demand given a fiscal stimulus of the magnitude we observed in 2021. What is the difference between that increase in nominal demand and the potential output of the United States economy? That difference is going to go into the price level.
Roger. Increased prices for shelter, food, medical care were the largest and most relevant factors contributing to the higher CPI in August. Do you think we'll continue to see those indexes rise under the Biden administration's economic policies?
I do. Those tend to be what we call the more inertial components of inflation. A lot of these services, particularly shelter, rent, and owner equivalent rent. And rent right now, the cost of shelter has risen thus far this year at an annualized rate of 6.6%. It rose at an annualized rate in August of 8.6%. And insofar as one thinks that the inflation we're observing is a consequence of collusion or corporate power, then evidently 80 million homeowners are somehow colluding to increase the implicit rent that they pay to themselves.
All right. Now, historically, recession's been defined as 2 consecutive quarters of negative GDP growth. Have we had that?
We have had two consecutive quarters of negative GDP growth, yes.
Okay, so are we in a recession, or why is the White House denying we're in a recession?
Well, typically we think of 3 Ds when it comes to defining a recession: depth, duration, and diffusion. So we have the duration with 2 quarters. We have depth. If you look at the depth of the contraction in output in the first half of this year, it was deeper than the recession in the early 2000s. It was deeper than the recession in 69, 70. It was deeper than the recession in the early 60s. And when you look at diffusion, we had a decline in inventory investment. We had a decline in business investment. We had a decline in non-residential investment. We had a decline in consumer spending on goods. The only thing that was positive was consumer spending on services.
Now, one of the major things when I talk to every single industry, throughout my district, every single business owner, the biggest issue that they're facing is the employment market. They can't find people to fill positions, and it's making it difficult for them to thrive and to grow their companies right now. Now, just a couple years ago, we had the same issue, but it was for very different reasons. We had a thriving economy. Wages across every demographic were growing. It was amazing to see what was happening really in our economy. Could you speak to the labor issues and how they're connected to what's going on, how our policies are driving the labor crisis?
Yes, I think when you have good, sound tax and regulatory policy, you see an economy such as we observed in 2018, 2019, where in 3/4 of the flows into employment were people coming in from out of the labor force. We had positive real wage growth, and we had declining wage, income, and wealth inequality.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. And before I move to Mr. DeSonia, I will ask unanimous consent to enter into the record this June 14th, 2022 Pew Research Center study showing that the U.S. has had lower comparative inflation, core inflation, among OECD peers from Q1 2020 to Q1 2022. If you can enter that into the record. Now I'd like to recognize Mr. DeSonia for 5 minutes of questions. I'm sorry, we're going to recognize Congresswoman Brown for 5 minutes of questions.
Thank you, Chairman Krishnamurthy and Ranking Member Cloud, for holding this hearing. This week, JBS, one of the largest meat producers in the world, agreed to pay $20 million to settle a lawsuit with consumers who have accused them of intentionally eliminating competition to inflate the price of their pork products. And this is not the first settlement of its kind. Meat producers of all kinds have entered settlements after being accused of price fixing. And although these settlements are not an admission of wrongdoing, they do open the conversation of how the concentration of power at the top can trickle down to store shelves across the country. Dr. Mahboub, can you explain how large-scale consolidation within industries can drive up prices for consumers?
Absolutely. I mean, to take beef, for example, 4 companies in the meatpacking industry, Tyson, Cargill, JBS, and National Beef Packing, control 85% of the industry. That means 2 things. One, if one of those companies, goes down for any reason, the whole supply chain for meat is disrupted, which drives up prices. It also means that they have an enormous amount of pricing power because of the market share that they hold, and consumers are paying really high prices at the checkout counter as a result.
Thank you very much for that. Following up on your response, it is important to acknowledge that these price hikes do not land equally across the country. Low-income and marginalized communities like mine in the 11th Congressional District seem to always be hit the hardest. So, Doctor, can you talk about how these disenfranchised communities are uniquely affected when our economy is struggling, and what we can do here in Congress to reverse this?
Yes, that's a really, really important question. Low-income families, especially families of color, are disproportionately impacted by higher prices, especially when those higher prices are being driven by essentials such as food and shelter. Low-income families spend about 75% of their income on necessities such as food, gas, and shelter, more than double the 31% for high-income households. So, when these prices go up, it eats up family budgets, and their dollar just doesn't go as far. To address this, we have to address the rampant corporate profiteering that is endemic in our economy. We've seen examples, I've cited examples in my testimony earlier today. We also must continue to invest in these working families who keep our economy going.
Well, with that, I thank you for that response, and it's clear that we need to have these conversations so that we can fully understand the economic imbalance that affects our working and middle class families. So thank you again, Doctor, and with that, I yield back. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Congresswoman Brown. I will use your remaining time. So I'm going to ask Dr. Reich this. Dr. Reich, in Dr. Goodspeed's analysis, he claims that $1.9 trillion ARP stimulus package is what caused a spike in inflation in March 2021. However, it was a clear minority of the spending that had happened by April of 2021. Why would you just focus on the ARP as opposed to the Family First Act, the CARES Act, the Consolidated Appropriations Act, which dispersed far more money than what had happened with the ARP by April 2021?
Mr. Chairman, there's no reason to focus on the ARP. I want to add, though, and this is an important consideration, the ARP did a lot of good. It kept Americans afloat. It made sure that a lot of Americans did not fall into poverty at one of the most critical and difficult periods of time we have had in this country over the last century in terms of a public health crisis. It did a lot of good. And the other thing is that we've seen that after all of the CARES Act, the ARP, all of the other structures that we put into place, a lot of that is now gone. A lot of American families are now back to where they were before, although jobs are plentiful. Note that employers are not raising wages as high as inflation. Wages and wage gains continue to trail inflation, which means that most families, particularly low-income families, but even middle-class families, are falling further and further behind.
Thank you, Dr. Reich. Let me just direct a question to Dr. Mahbood. Constellation Brands, Dr. Mahbood, said the following: we continue to think that inflation is going to be a big factor for us next year, and we still intend to take a significant amount of pricing. We'll take as much pricing as we think the consumer can absorb. That's what Constellation Brands said. What does that mean? We'll take as much pricing as we think the consumer can absorb.
It means that they'll keep prices as high as they possibly can to rake in record profits as long as they don't start losing consumers.
Mr. Consul, I want to go back to the comparative inflation that we saw in other countries versus the United States. The Pew Research study shows that, again, America is, quote unquote, middle of the pack when it comes to the comparative growth in inflation in 2022 versus 2020. Axios said the same thing. What is your comment on that?
I have to see the specific analysis, but it strikes me as broadly correct and accurate, and concluded by many other non-impartial analysts, such as the IMF. I would also add that our employment recovery has been significantly better than peers, and our growth recovery has been way better than peers. So, though we're all dealing with this challenge of inflation, we have a lot of other things going for our country that are very important.
Thank you. I now recognize Mr. Keller for 5 minutes of questions.
Thank you. I've just been listening to what's going on here, and I just have a question. Mr. Goodspeed, I'll just start out with this. I heard that wages had not increased as much as inflation. How would a person that's running a business know how much inflation is going to be until we see what that is? Wouldn't wages normally be increased after we see what the inflation number is?
Historically, wages have tended to lag inflation, yes.
Yeah, because you don't think, oh my gosh, President Biden's going to go and have an assault on American energy, and he's going to do all these things. Oh my gosh, I better raise my wages before gas prices go up. I mean, usually the prices increase, and then the answer to that is businesses taking care of their employees raise their employees' wages. So it would be a natural thing for wages to increase after we see what the inflation numbers are.
Yes. Also, wage contracts tend to be negotiated at a lower frequency than a lot of price contracts.
Okay, thank you. Because I hear a lot of things that my colleagues on the other side and some experts that I don't know whether they ever ran a business or not have been saying. And one of the things they're saying is, oh, we're less worse than someone else. In America, that's not good. I don't measure that I'm less worse than some other country's economy. We want to be the best. I don't want to settle for second for anybody in America. And I think it's really sad that we have people that are trying to say, oh, we're not so bad off because we're less worse. And my favorite president, the first president for which I could vote, Ronald Reagan, said government's view of the economy could be summed up in a few short phrases. If it moves, tax it. If it keeps moving, regulate it. And if it stops moving, subsidize it. I've heard mention of all these corporations, and some of them were from Dr. Mahbood, AutoZone, Procter & Gamble, General Motors, and Ford. I hear all these corporations mentioned in the testimony. And the title of our hearing is Power and Profiteering, How Certain Industries Hiked Prices, Fleeced Consumers, and Drove Inflation. So I don't know, it's these companies who have shareholders, right, that have to be profitable. I mean, I don't know when in America it became a bad thing to be profitable, okay? That's not the America I grew up in. But let's talk about who owns these companies, okay? And I would like to submit for the record, with unanimous consent, to submit for the record 2 reports. one from CalPERS, which is the California's retirement system, and one from the Pennsylvania State Employees Retirement System. I'd like to submit these for the record, if I may.
Sure.
It proves that our teachers, our highway workers, our police officers, our firefighters are the people that own these companies. Right there. That's who it is. And the company has a fiduciary responsibility, which means they're supposed to look out for their shareholders. And if companies aren't profitable, then we don't have retirement plans for all these people. So where are we going to get that money? I think we'd probably, Mr. Goodspeed, if CalPERS can't afford, doesn't have enough income on their retirement system, they would probably have to raise taxes or something to make those retirement payments, wouldn't they?
Yes.
Okay. And then who would pay for those taxes?
The American tax base.
Yeah, exactly. So I don't know why we're having a hearing demonizing. Of course, that's the thing to do now, demonize Americans. President Biden did it in front of Independence Hall and said half of us are terrible people. And now we're having a hearing saying that our factory workers and our highway workers and our police officers are bad people because they own stocks in these corporations to pay for their retirement. And all of a sudden, this is a bad thing. You know what? Everybody talks about poor people. I grew up poor. It's not fun, okay? It is not fun. We lived in a shack for a period of time with no running water, no electricity. And in 1973, that summer, we moved into a tent. We walked the highways picking up aluminum cans and soda bottles in southern Arizona. It's not fun, but we did it. And you know what? My dad could have taught us to be envious. He never did. You respected the fact that in America, if you worked hard, you could own things and you could do well and you could succeed. That's what all the people that own these retirement plans want to do, and they want to have a better future for their kids. They don't want to be taxed to death. They don't want to be regulated to death. American people care and have done more for humanity than anybody around the world, and I think it is pretty pathetic that members of Congress are demonizing the American people because they own shares in these companies and because they're reacting to the policies of their government on energy, on supply chain, and all the other things, taking their dollars. So I just say that I think we need to realize who really pays the bills around here. It's the people who get up to work every day. I've done it, and I think some people in this room have not, and if they did, they'd have a lot more respect for the person that works every day and owns these funds. I yield back.
Mr. Chairman, ask unanimous consent to submit this letter for the record to Director Deese, Director of the National Economic Council, again requesting information from the Biden administration's plans to address the ongoing economic crisis.
So entered. And now, as I recognize Congresswoman Porter for her questions, I'll just point out, in the first year of Ronald Reagan's presidency, inflation was 10.32%. I don't blame him for it, but it was 10.32%. Congresswoman Katie
We were coming
Porter,
out of Jimmy Carter's disaster.
Please begin your questions.
Good morning, Mr. Kunzel. You published a paper, Prices, Profits, and Power, an analysis of 2021 firm-level markups. This is a chart from your paper. What is this chart? This chart is about markups. What is a markup?
A markup is the increase in sales over the price of production, the marginal cost of production.
Over the price of production.
Yes.
So if it let's break down for people what this means. If it costs $10 to make the item, the product, and you sell it for $12, you have a $2 markup, right?
Correct, a 20% markup.
So this is showing that markups have gone up beginning about 40 years ago. But what is this Top Gun kind of trajectory that's basically vertical here? What is this?
That is the level of markups in aggregate across publicly traded companies starting in 2020 and particularly in 2021, the highest increase, highest one-year increase on record.
So this is after they pay their expenses, after they deal with supply chain, after they pay their labor. This is what the corporation is adding to the cost of the product in order to pad its bottom line.
Absolutely. That is after the cost of goods sold, which they record as part of their accounting.
So this chart shows that corporations are adding to the cost to boost their profits beyond their costs.
Correct.
Mr. Kunzel, did you see also, Mr. Kunzel, did you also see in this period a rise in corporate profit margins?
Yes. Undoubted that is at the highest level since the 1950s.
Okay, so I want to show another chart. All right, so this is a really important point when we talk about inflation, what consumers are experiencing. Prices are not going up just because of supply chain or labor or some other invisible market forces. They are going up because powerful executives are making deliberate choices to maximize their profits at the expense of the rest of us. According to this chart, what is the biggest driver of inflation during the pandemic? The dark blue is the recent period.
It would be corporate profits.
And what is that percentage?
It is 54%, and that number does stay that level of high if you update that number to more recent numbers as well.
So over half of the increased prices people are paying are coming from increases in corporate profits.
Yes, the unit price index is reflected in corporate profits as opposed to other costs.
And how does that compare to historically, to other periods of inflation or over other periods of economic time?
As reflected there and in other analysis, it is significantly higher in this recovery, 11.5%.
And what is it today?
53%.
So I want to make sure everyone in America understands this chart. What is a unit labor cost?
The cost, wages and associated work costs.
So we could just wages. What is a non-labor input cost?
A variety of things, including maintenance and investments.
Okay, so I have to buy the stuff to make the widget. I have to have a factory. I have to keep the lights on. I have to hire someone to make the widget. That's this stuff. And this is what I add on on top.
Yes.
So your research shows that in some industries, this 50%, this more than half of inflation driven by corporate profits, was driven by some industries that increased significantly their prices during the pandemic, but other industries didn't. When you analyze the different industries, one of the things you found that I thought was really interesting was that the companies that have the highest profits, that are driving those markups straight up, are the same companies that had the highest profits before the pandemic. Why?
We believe those high markups from before the pandemic reflected a severe market power problem that we had even before COVID. And those companies were able to increase their prices at an even higher pace as a result of the reopening.
So I want to be clear with my colleagues on the other side of the aisle and the American people. It's not bad for corporations to be profitable in a market economy, but it is bad for markets to be anti-competitive. And that anti-competitive nature of the market is what's permitting markups that are soaring upward, what's permitting corporate profits to drive inflation rather than unit costs and labor. That's what's permitting the price gouging. So we need to pass My Competitive Prices Act to give consumers the tools they need to create a competitive marketplace and to hold corporations accountable when they abuse market power to gouge Americans. I yield back.
Thank you, Congresswoman. Now I'd like to recognize Mr. Clyde for 5 minutes of questions.
Thank you, Chairman. And I was elated to hear that our subcommittee, the Subcommittee on Economic and Consumer Policy, was actually holding a hearing on inflation. Thank you. You know, today is September the 22nd, meaning that after nearly 9 full months, this is only the second hearing that we've had this calendar year. So I'm very glad that Democrats are actually holding a hearing on a relevant topic. Let's not forget that the only other hearing that this subcommittee has had was on pet flea and tick collars. This year, the United States has experienced the highest inflation in decades, and it is deeply troubling to me that Democrats on this committee seem to have decided to turn a blind eye to the painful price hikes their policies have inflicted on the American people. Now, Democrats are desperately trying to deflect the blame, largely toward capitalism and so-called corporate greed, rather than admitting that their runaway spending and big government socialist agenda has caused and continues to fuel the inflation crisis. Last week, the CPI report revealed that during the month of August, inflation hit a whopping 8.3%, exceeding all expectations. The average price of gas is still 25% higher than last year, and groceries have surged almost 14%. Groceries, The price of groceries continues to rise, hitting the lowest income Americans the hardest. Eggs are up nearly 40% compared to August of 2021. Milk is up 17%, chicken is up 17%, and bread is up over 16%. Now Americans are struggling to buy groceries and to afford gas, and it simply did not have to be like this. Mr. Wright, I believe you served in the Clinton administration, is that correct?
That's correct, Congressman.
All right. I believe Mr. Larry Summers, who served as the 71st United States Treasury Secretary, also served in the Clinton administration. Is that correct?
Yes, I was there. We overlapped at the same time.
Okay, great. Do you think he is a qualified and knowledgeable individual?
I do. He's a friend, and I respect him.
Thank you. Well, Harvard professor Mr. Larry Summers was a top economic advisor to both President Clinton and President Obama, and I think that's pretty impressive. And yet the Biden administration seems to have refused to heed economists' warnings of growing inflation. On February the 4th, 2021, Professor Summers, who again served in both the Clinton and the Obama administrations, warned that President Biden's almost $2 trillion, quote, stimulus plan, known as the American Rescue Plan, was 3 times as large as the output shortfall, and that, quote, policymakers need to ensure that they have plans in place to address the possible and quite serious problem of inflation. And I want to point out that I voted against this disastrous piece of Democrat legislation last year. Yet again, on May the 18th of this year, Mr. Summers reiterated his concern, but the concern apparently again fell on deaf ears. He said that Democrat policymakers are, and I quote, taking very substantial risks on the inflation side. Given that even top Democrat economic advisors, economists,
Good morning, everyone, and thank you so much for joining us here on Live Now from Fox. It is 10:14 over on the East Coast and 7:14 if you are joining us over on the West Coast. What you're listening to is Live, Raw, and Unfiltered. This is the House Oversight Subcommittee hearing discussing inflation and hiked prices. So what I do want to do is take a quick 2-minute commercial break, and then we will come back and we're going to be live with an economics expert who can help break it all down for us. We're going to go back to basics here and talk about exactly what inflation is and how it will impact your wallet. That's coming up here in just 2 minutes. Stick with us. Welcome back on Live Now from Fox. My name is Josh Breslow, and I'm here for the next little bit to bring you all of your top stories from across the country and across the world. And right now, I do want to talk about the economy. So the Federal Reserve has raised interest rates by 75 basis points. This is the third consecutive time that the Fed hiked it 3/4 of a percentage point. That brings the total to 5 rate hikes this year, with more expected. The central bank taking its federal funds rate to a range of 3 to 3.25%, the highest rate since early 2008. To help break down what this means for you, I'm going to be joined here by Dr. Mike Walden, a regular here on Live Now from Fox. He is a professor at North Carolina State University and the president of Walden Economic Consulting. As always, thank you so much for joining us this morning.
Thank you, Josh. Good to be here.
All right, so first off, let's take it back to basics. Just tell me exactly what inflation is. It's the question we hear time and time again.
Simply put, it's the increase in the cost of living. It's based on data the federal government collects every month on a wide variety of prices, products, services. They weight those price changes and we get an inflation rate. So for example, if last month we had around an 8% increase, that means that for the average household, the cost of living, cost of maintaining their standard of living that month was 8% over what it was the same month the previous year. Usually we look at these rates year over year. The problem with inflation when it goes up like to 8% is most people don't see their income go up at that rate. So if your income goes up 4%, but the cost of living goes up 8%, you're actually falling behind. Your standard of living is going down. That's really what people get upset about.
Of course. And so this decision, we were kind of expecting it from the Fed Chair Jerome Powell yesterday. They had this 2-day meeting and we knew they were going to increase the interest rates. And we thought it would be by that 75 basis points. So this isn't really a surprise.
It's not. And the problem that the Federal Reserve is trying to solve in bringing down the inflation rate is that they can do that in one of two ways. They can increase the supply of products and services that you and I are trying to buy. We've had supply chain problems, and that's still not fixed, but they can work on that, or the administration can work on that. But usually what the Federal Reserve is looks on the spending side, and what they try to do by raising interest rates, as well as in the background, they're pulling cash out of the economy, is simply to have people try to buy less stuff, goods and services, so that you can bring buying intentions more in line with supply availability. And if they can do that, that will bring the inflation rate down to a lower level. The problem, the trick there, is they don't have exact measures they can use to slow the economy down by just this amount. We can end up in a situation where it slows down so much and actually goes in reverse that we have a recession. There's debate among economists whether we may actually already be in a recession. But a recession means not just that inflation can be lowered, but it means people lose their jobs, people's incomes may go down. So the way the Fed views this is that you may have to have some pain in order to get some gain, the gain being in this case, slower rising prices.
And so you kind of touched on this here, but the other question that we get a lot is, what does this mean for me and my wallet? When am I going to see the effects, and how am I going to see the effects?
Well, that's a very good question, because we're in an unusual economy now. COVID changed everything, and of course, everyone knows that we have labor shortages. We don't have a typical economy where normally I would say that we're going to see a rise in the unemployment rate. We're going to see jobs decline. We haven't seen that yet, which is certainly good news. We're still seeing people pinched because their wages are not rising commensurately with price increases. I think eventually, and this eventually may be not until next year, however, that the Fed's policies will start to take a bite. So I'm actually predicting now, and many other economists are, that we will see a rising unemployment rate next year. We'll actually see falling jobs. That'll put us in a traditional recession. I think that will last maybe for the first half of 2023. I think unemployment, which is now nationally 3.5%, could go up to 5.5% or 6%. That's still relatively low traditionally. And then we'll come out of that, and hopefully we'll come out of it with a much reduced inflation rate. The Fed wants to have an inflation rate like it had for most of the 21st century, around 2% year over year.
All right, another question here would be the housing market, and how could this impact housing prices? People hear interest rate and they think it's the same thing as a mortgage rate. So kind of break that down for me.
Well, again, obviously, when interest rates go up, mortgage rates go up. We've already seen the 30-year fixed rate double within the last 6 months. That makes it harder for people to buy homes. But that's exactly what the Fed wants to have happen. They want people to slow down their buying. Mortgage rates of 6 are still very good. I can remember in the early 80s when my wife and I were looking for our first house, 17%, we passed. But I do think we're going to see a slowdown in the home market. But even in a hot market like where I am, Raleigh, I don't think that slowdown is necessarily going to turn into a housing bust like we had in 2007, 2009. So I'm looking in the housing market for slower sales, slower construction, probably a little bit of dip in the price. And if you have cash, few people have enough cash to buy a house, but if you had cash, this would be a great buying opportunity.
All right, so Goldman Sachs earlier this week made that prediction where they said we might not see a rate decrease until the year 2024. Your thoughts on that?
I think that's certainly possible. I'm looking for more rate increases. I think the Fed, their federal funds rate that after yesterday's hike is between 3 and 3.25. I think they're going to have to go up closer to 5, maybe 6. And I see that done gradually through the first half, through the rest of this year, the first half of 2023. Then they're going to assess. They don't want to have done all this and not see the inflation rate go down. I think that could be right on target, that we wouldn't see rate declines until maybe 2024, maybe late 2023.
All right, and this is another question that, sounds basic, but I'm trying to go back to basics here. The range of 3 to 3.25%, what does that actually mean to an American? Because we know that they hover around 0, but, they're obviously up after seeing all of these increases. So what exactly is that 3%?
Well, it's the rate at which one bank will charge a fee to another bank for that bank borrowing money from them. We don't see that in our own interactions. But what this federal funds rate does is sort of sets the stage for other interest rates. And normally what we see is, as the Fed raises that federal funds rate, other interest rates that we do interact with, like mortgage rates, like personal loan rates, like business rates, like the prime rate, they tend to go up. So that rate that the Fed raised yesterday doesn't mean anything directly to you and me, but it's going to have effects on all other interest rates.
And this isn't just the U.S., but also worldwide, because this morning the UK central bank raised that key interest rate by 0.5 point in their 7th straight hike. But also this morning, the Swiss National Bank raised its key interest rate in the biggest hike ever. So this is going on worldwide.
It is, and Josh, it's really because of what most governments around the world did to combat COVID and the COVID recession. And what they did is they threw tremendous amounts of money into the economy. Most of that money was printed, didn't have any gold or anything backing it. We did that. Europe did that. Japan did that. We sometimes don't know exactly what China's doing. But this is a worldwide problem because we had the same reaction to COVID in terms of government policy worldwide, in terms of trying to prop up the economy during those troubled times.
So the question here, and I know it's kind of anybody's guess, but what happens next?
I think what happens next, Josh, is more rate hikes. I think we're going to see it finally hit the labor market. So I think we're going to see fewer new job gains, and maybe early 2023, we'll actually see job losses. I think we'll see a trend upward in the unemployment rate. Again, this should not be a surprise. It's exactly the policy ramifications the Fed wants to see happen.
All right, Dr. Mike Walden, thank you so much as always. Anything else that you want to add about the economy that you want to make sure people know out there?
Well, people, of course, are concerned about their investments. The stock market did gain a little bit a couple months ago. I think that's because they thought the Fed was going to back off. Now that the Fed is back on track, I think the stock market is going to be challenged. There's always a question, if you haven't moved your money now, should you do it now? I think probably not. But the market will come back. So the only people I think that would really be in a difficult situation would be people who are going to retire soon and start to pull out their money. But the stock market will come back.
All right, Dr. Mike Walden, thank you as always. We appreciate it.
Thank you, Josh.
All right, time now 10:27 if you are joining us over on the East Coast, and it is 7:27 on the West Coast. I do want to get you over to a quick 2-minute commercial break, but we will have more of your top stories coming up here in just a few. Stick with us on Live Now from Fox. Good morning, everyone, and thank you so much for joining us here on Live Now from Fox. My name is Josh Breslow, and I'm here for the next little bit to bring you all of your top stories from across the country and across the world. It is 10:29 on the East Coast and 7:29 on the West Coast. What you're looking at right now is a live look of our XRAD radar, where you can see the latest on Hurricane Fiona and where she's located. We know she is quickly approaching Bermuda and should pass by Bermuda later on tonight into early tomorrow morning, which means there is going to be heavy wind and a lot of rainfall. We know a tropical storm warning is in effect for Bermuda, as well as a hurricane watch. At last check, the winds are about 130 miles per hour sustained, and we do know this is a Category 4 storm. This is the first major hurricane of the Atlantic season. We have been tracking it very, very closely, and it's also a very active Atlantic Ocean right now, so we will bring you the latest on these storms all throughout the rest of the week. So I do want to actually head out to a live event here at Live Now from Fox. We do prioritize those live events because we want to bring them to you live, raw, and unfiltered. Right now, the United Nations Security Council is meeting about Ukraine and the war with Russia. So I do want to take you there live, raw, and unfiltered on Live Now from Fox.
C'est la première fois qu'autant d'États réfèrent une situation à la Cour, signe de l'importance que nous attachons collectivement à ce qui se joue ici.
What is taking
La
place
Cour
here?
elle-même agit.
The court will act in complementarity, as you know, with Ukrainian justice as well as with other national jurisdictions, including the French jurisdiction and several other jurisdictions of the states present here. In this framework, justice must be upheld. France is working with many other partners to strengthen in all of its jurisdictions the collection of evidence and the collection of reliable information. This is why France has acted very specifically. As soon as information about the crimes committed in Bucha were known in April, we sent 2 teams of investigators to Ukraine. For 3 months, they've helped the Ukrainian justice to minutely and patiently reconstitute the facts. And we have donated a mobile laboratory to analyze DNA. Now that in Izum new atrocities have been revealed to the world, we just decided to send another support mission to the investigators on site, because where Russia is acting by using propaganda and disinformation, justice should be based on facts and evidence. Of course, we've also supported the ICC. We've provided financial support and provided magistrates, while of course respecting its independence. Our support is also to all the jurisdictions that should be able to easily cooperate amongst themselves, including to allow the International Criminal Court to take part in common investigative teams that bring together several national jurisdictions, including the jurisdiction of Ukraine. What we are doing makes a lot of sense. We're combating impunity, but we're also defending the integrity of our international order. The choice of war by Russia on a false pretext, it's blatant violation of such a notion as genocide, which is the worst crime of all, a crime that justified after the end of the Second World War, that the project of international criminal justice progresses. This is something that really is shocking. The International Criminal Court has itself noted the abusive conduct by referring to this this notion. And in fact, the population in conquered territory is subject to terror, and some threaten using every possible means, while we here refuse to be drawn into any escalation. In the face of those who deprive words of their meaning, our mission, our duty, our work around this table in this council is to give back meaning to things. And to conclude, I want to quote a Russian writer. We must publicly condemn the very idea that men can exercise violence against other men. By being silent about vice, we are sowing vice, and in the future it will only grow 1,000 times. End of quote. By writing these lines, Solzhenitsyn referred to decades of crimes committed by the USSR in its own territory. And those words very much apply today to the crimes committed by Russia outside its territory. The facts investigated by the ICC could constitute crimes against humanity. We will investigate this, but already we must say that those responsible will be identified, they will be prosecuted, and ultimately they will be judged. For the victims, the wait may seem long, and for their families, but they must be certain, they must have the certainty that these crimes will not remain unpunished. We owe it to them. And it's not only that we owe it to them, but what's at stake is our security. And what's at stake are the universal principles that unite us. Thank you very much. And now I go back to my role as President of the Council and give the floor to His Excellency Mr. Jonas Gahr Store, Prime Minister of Norway.
Madame Présidente, je vous remercie.
Thank you, Madam President.
Mr. Karim Khan, thank you for your briefings. This week here at the United Nations, I believe we have seen how we as a global community face dire challenges from war, climate change, energy shortage, food insecurity and inequality. And we see how it is ordinary people who pay the heaviest price. Against this background, I believe it's our responsibility as members of the United Nations, and in particular we 15 around this table, to chart a different path, one of hope and belief in what we can achieve together for our citizens and for humanity. The Secretary General underlined this eloquently in his address on Tuesday. And yet again today, we have the values and principles necessary to chart that course, and they are all enshrined in the Charter of the United Nations. Madam President, the Charter sets out clear principles for a rules-based international order, and sadly, this order is under attack. Russia's war of aggression against Ukraine constitutes a gross violation of international law, including the UN Charter, a violation of the core principle on which this organization is built, the escalation of this war, explained by a long list of allegations that Russia is being threatened from the West. Madam President, speaking for Norway, an elected member of this Council, a European state, a NATO member, and a neighbor to Russia, let me say as clearly as I can. These allegations are simply not true. There is no military threat against Russia. There is no legitimate reason whatsoever to underpin a massive mobilization of Russian troops. This escalation will only lead to increased suffering for Ukrainians and Russians alike. Russia must abide by the order of the International Court of Justice and immediately suspend its military operations in the territory of Ukraine. Russia chose to start this war. It must now choose to stop it. None of the differences there may be between Russia and Ukraine can be solved by the ongoing military onslaught. So, Madam President, this General Assembly of the United Nations has reminded us of the global consequences of this war. Surging energy prices and increasing food insecurity are exacerbating the suffering of those who are most vulnerable. Not to mention the potential effects of a nuclear accident in Ukraine, which could have far-reaching consequences. The presence of Russian forces at the Zaporizhzhia nuclear power plant severely compromises nuclear safety and security. We commend the IAEA for its efforts in helping to stabilize the situation. But Russia's behavior is also hurting multilateral cooperation at a time when we need it more than ever. The Black Sea Grain Initiative is an important step to bring Ukrainian foodstuff back to the world market. As the Secretary General has said, it's multilateral diplomacy in action, and we commend his efforts to facilitate this initiative. Norway also expresses its full support for the Secretary General's goods offices. When the time comes, and it must come, we will stand firmly with the UN in the efforts to build and sustain peace. Madam President, in Ukraine, thousands of civilians, including children, have been killed. Millions have fled their countries, often separated from their loved ones. Many thousands have been welcomed in my country. May the day come, sooner rather than later, when they can return home safely to rebuild their country. The recent escalation of attacks on civilian targets is utterly unacceptable. Russia's indiscriminate use of heavy explosive weapons in destroying homes, schools, and hospitals. Unspeakable horrors were revealed in Bucha in March, and now in Izium and other places previously under occupation. Civilians have forcibly been transferred to Russia and Russian-occupied territory. And there are disturbing reports of sexual violence being used as a tactic of war. This must be condemned in the strongest possible terms. Madam President, we also condemn the planned so-called referendums in the occupied regions of Ukraine. They would be contrary to international law, they would be a clear breach of the UN Charter, and they would have no legal standing and no legitimacy. They would in no way affect Ukraine's sovereignty within its international recognized borders. Let that be clear. Madam President, international law is not optional, and as the prosecutor said, justice is not political. All reports of atrocities and human rights violations must be properly investigated and those responsible brought to justice. Norway has supported this effort and will continue to do so. There can be no impunity, as Madam President so accurately said. Accountability is key, but to ensure justice for the victims and to deter future violations. Perpetrators must be held to account through national or international criminal justice mechanisms. This is why we welcome the Commission of Inquiry on Ukraine established by the Human Rights Council, and Norway continues to fully support the International Criminal Court. The ICC's mission is crucial both in the context of Ukraine and globally. Madam President, let me end on this note. This war is a catastrophe for Ukraine and its people. Its ramifications have serious consequences for vulnerable people and communities all around the world. But let me say this, it is also detrimental to Russia itself, our neighbor. Thousands of Russian soldiers have been sent to their deaths in unnecessary and illegal war. Russian citizens are increasingly being denied human rights and fundamental freedoms in a society ruled with an even stronger authoritarian fist. If the Russian people, and we know them, could freely express their views, would they have chosen war? I doubt it. So, Madam President, democracy, rule of law and human rights are essential. They are our best tools for promoting peace between states and accountability at all levels. They are also what we have to build on when we turn our back on war and destruction. We must defend these norms and standards and the values that underpin them. And again, the core principles are enshrined in the Charter. Preventing and ending acts of aggression is a direct responsibility of the Security Council, and Norway will continue to use the remaining part of its elected period here to promote dialogue and a peaceful settlement and fair resolution to this meaningless war. But we will also, Madam President, stand up for Ukraine's right to defend itself against onslaught and aggression.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you so much for joining us here on Live Now from Fox. It is 10:43 on the East Coast and 7:43 over on the West Coast. You're listening in as the UN Security Council discusses the latest on the war in Ukraine. We are going to step away for a quick 2-minute commercial break, but we will be right back. All right, everyone. Welcome back here on Live Now from Fox. My name is Josh Breslow, and I am here to bring you all the top stories from across the country and across the world. We sent you to a break there, but we are listening in as the UN Security Council does discuss the latest on the war in Ukraine. So let's listen back in, live, raw, and unfiltered on Live Now from Fox.
It is thus necessary to stress respect for international law, including international humanitarian law and international human rights law. Accountability is also another fundamental pillar of the multilateral system, the rule of law, and sustainable peace. For this reason, without any pretext or precondition, those responsible for crimes committed in Ukraine must be brought to justice. In this regard, the work of the International Criminal Court is essential to investigate the reports of alleged war crimes and crimes against humanity. We will follow with the greatest attention the progress of these investigations. Greatly concerning is the dimension of nuclear risk derived from confrontations around the Zaporizhzhia nuclear plant. Ensuring its integrity and proper operations is critical to avoid the worst of any possible catastrophe. We support the recommendations made by the IAEA after its technical inspection. These recommendations must be followed immediately. We support the calls to create a security perimeter around the plant. Lastly, we acknowledge the value of the signing of the Black Sea Grain Initiative. FAO indices have shown that grain prices in the last 2 months have begun to drop. It is a demonstration of the value of diplomacy. Even in the midst of war, dialogue and agreements are possible. It is also essential to guarantee the access of fertilizers to global markets, and we are encouraged to see that specific steps already have been taken in this direction. We acknowledge the leadership of the Secretary General of the United Nations, as well as the President of Turkey, in managing the aforementioned agreements. Madam President, since the beginning of the conflict, my country's position has been based on our constitutional principles of foreign policy, which are in accordance with the principles and purposes of the Charter of the United Nations, particularly non-intervention, pacific settlements of disputes, and the prohibition of the threat or use of force. There is no space for ambiguity. Peaceful coexistence of states depends precisely on respect for all of these. There cannot be any exception. Over these months, we have been clear in reiterating the importance of Article 2 of the Charter of the United Nations with regard to prohibiting the use of force against the territorial integrity and political independence of any state. Through our own experience, Mexico knows and well understands the importance of having the basic guarantee of being able to live without the threat of being invaded by another state. Any action violating this principle is illegal and illegitimate. The purpose of this organization and the mandate of this council is preventing the suffering of humanity from the scourge of war. But this can only be achieved through dialogue, diplomacy, and the building of effective political channels, the security of individuals, and territorial integrity of countries. Indifference is unacceptable, and also unacceptable is simply deploring that until now, in this particular case, the Security Council has not been able to fulfill its responsibilities. The reasons why this council is dysfunctional are well known. Correcting them depends on us. The time is ripe to seriously raise the structural reforms which are required for this purpose. Madam President, based on its vocation for peace, Mexico believes that the international community must now channel its best efforts to attain peace. In this regard, allow me to share the proposal of the President of Mexico, Andrés Manuel López Obrador, to bolster the mediation efforts of the Secretary General Antonio Guterres by creating a caucus for dialogue and peace in Ukraine, with the participations of other heads of state and government, including His Excellency Narendra Modi and His Holiness Pope Francis. The objective would be very clear, generating new mechanisms for dialogue and creating additional spaces for mediation, which foster trust, reduce tension, and open the path towards lasting peace. Mexico's delegation will continue with the necessary consultations with the sole purpose of contributing as an impartial, good faith actor to generating broad support for the mediation efforts of the Secretary General and the aforementioned caucus, and we hope that it will be created with the support of member states of the United Nations. As the Secretary General just said, the time has come to act, to commit to peace. Resigning ourselves to war is simply to stand on the edge of the abyss. Thank you very much. I thank His Excellency Mr. Ebrard Casaubon, and I give the floor to Mr. Anthony Blinken, Secretary of State of the United States of America. Thank you very much, Madam, for having brought this council together at this very grave moment of the crisis of the war of Russia on Ukraine.
Determination and the moral clarity that you've brought to ending this brutal war and defending the UN's core principles, and also for your personal engagement in securing the vital Black Sea route for grain to flow once again from Ukraine. Mr. Khan, we're grateful for the efforts of the Office of the Prosecutor to investigate objectively and professionally the atrocities being committed in Ukraine by Russian forces, and for its support for and coordination with Ukrainian investigators and prosecutors. We hear a lot about the divisions among countries at the United Nations, but recently, what is striking is the remarkable unity among member states when it comes to Russia's war on Ukraine. Leaders from countries developing and developed, big and small, north and south, have spoken in the General Assembly about the consequences of this war and the need to end it. And they've called on all of us to reaffirm our commitment to the UN Charter and its core principles, including sovereignty, territorial integrity, human rights. Even a number of nations that maintain close ties with Moscow have said publicly that they have serious questions and concerns about President Putin's ongoing invasion. Rather than change course, however, President Putin has doubled down, choosing not to end the war, but to expand it, not to pull troops back, but to call 300,000 additional troops up, not to ease tensions, but to escalate them through the threat of nuclear weapons, not to work toward a diplomatic solution, but to render such a solution impossible by seeking to annex more Ukrainian territory through sham referenda. That President Putin picked this week, as most of the world gathers at the United Nations, to add fuel to the fire that he started, shows his utter contempt for the UN Charter, for the General Assembly, and for this Council. The very international order that we have gathered here to uphold is being shredded before our eyes. We cannot, we will not allow President Putin to get away with it. Defending Ukraine's sovereignty and territorial integrity is about much more than standing up for one nation's right to choose its own path, fundamental as that right is. It's also about protecting an international order where no nation can redraw the borders of another by force. If we fail to defend this principle when the Kremlin is so flagrantly violating it, we send a message to aggressors everywhere that they can ignore it too. We put every country at risk. We open the door to a less secure, a less peaceful world. We see what that world looks like in the parts of Ukraine controlled by Russian forces. Wherever the Russian tide recedes, we discover the horror that's left in its wake. I had a window into that horror myself when I traveled to Irpin just a few weeks ago to meet with the Ukrainian investigators who were compiling evidence of war crimes committed there. I saw up close the gaping holes left in residential buildings by Russian shelling, indiscriminate at best, intentional at worst. As we assemble here, Ukrainian and international investigators continue to exhume bodies outside of Izium, a city Russian forces controlled for 6 months before they were driven out by Ukrainian counteroffensive. One site contains some 440 unmarked graves. A number of the bodies unearthed there so far reportedly show signs of torture, including one victim with broken arms and a rope around his neck. Survivors' accounts are also emerging, including a man who described being tortured by Russian forces for 12 days, during which his interrogators repeatedly electrocuted him and, in his words, and I quote, "beat me to the point where I didn't feel anything," end quote. These are not the acts of rogue units. They fit a clear pattern across the territory controlled by Russian forces. This is one of the many reasons that we support a range of national and international efforts to collect and examine the mounting evidence of war crimes in Ukraine. We must hold the perpetrators accountable for these crimes. It's also one of the reasons why more than 40 nations have come together to help the Ukrainian people defend themselves, a right that is enshrined in Article 51 of the United Nations Charter. The more setbacks Russian forces endure on the battlefield, the greater the pain they are inflicting on Ukrainian civilians. Russian attacks on dams, on bridges, on power stations, on hospitals, on other civilian infrastructure are increasing, constituting a brazen violation of international humanitarian law. This week, President Putin said that Russia would not hesitate to use, and I quote, "all weapon systems available," end quote, in response to a threat to its territorial integrity. A threat that is all the more menacing given Russia's intention to annex large swaths of Ukraine in the days ahead. When that's complete, we can expect President Putin will claim any Ukrainian effort to liberate this land as an attack on so-called Russian territory. This from a country that in January of this year, in this place, joined other permanent members of the Security Council in signing a statement affirming that, and I quote, "nuclear war can never be won and must never be fought." Yet another example of how Russia violates the commitments it's made before this body, and yet another reason why nobody should take Russia at its word today. Every council member should send a clear message that these reckless nuclear threats must stop immediately. Russia's effort to annex more Ukrainian territory is another dangerous escalation, as well as a repudiation of diplomacy. It is even more alarming when coupled with the filtration operation that Russian forces have been carrying out across parts of Ukraine that they control. Now, this is a diabolical strategy, violently uprooting thousands of Ukrainians, bus in Russians to replace them, call a vote, manipulate the results to show near unanimous support for joining the Russian Federation. This is right out of the Crimea playbook. As with Crimea, it's imperative that every member of this council, and for that matter, every member of the United Nations, reject these sham referenda and unequivocally declare that all Ukrainian territory is and will remain part of Ukraine. And no Russian claim to annex territory can take away Ukraine's right to defend its own land. Putin's invasion is also distracting this council, in fact, the entire UN system, from working on the serious issues that we all want to focus on, like preventing a climate catastrophe, aiding tens of millions of people on the brink of famine, fulfilling the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development, shoring up our interconnected health security, all issues that make a tangible difference in the lives of the citizens that we are here to represent, and that they are looking to us to deliver on. The overwhelming majority of UN member states are committed to working together on these issues, and our actions show that. Yet, while more than 100 countries have signed on to a roadmap to provide food aid to those who need it, and partners across Africa, Asia, the Americas, and Europe are working together to increase the resilience of global food systems, Russia for months blocked the export of Ukrainian grain to the world until the United Nations and Turkey secured a deal to let the grain go. And Russia continues to bomb and seize Ukrainian farms and silos, line its wheat fields with landmines, raising the cost of food for people everywhere. And while governments around the world are teaming up with international organizations, with the private sector, with philanthropies, to end this pandemic and make sure that we're better prepared for the next one, Russia is spreading misinformation and disinformation about WHO-approved vaccines, fueling vaccine hesitancy that puts people in all our countries at greater risk. Here is the reality. None of us chose this war. Not the Ukrainians, who knew the crushing toll it would take. Not the United States, which warned that it was coming and worked to prevent it. Not the vast majority of countries at the United Nations. And neither did our people, or the people of virtually every UN member state, who are feeling the war's consequences in greater food insecurity and higher energy prices. Nor did the Russian mothers and fathers, whose children are being sent off to fight and die in this war, or the Russian citizens who continue to risk their freedom to protest against it, including those who came out into the streets of Moscow after President Putin announced his mobilization to chant, "Let our children live." Indeed, it must be asked, how has this aggression against Ukraine by President Putin improved the lives or prospects of a single Russian citizen? One man chose this war. One man can end it. Because if Russia stops fighting, the war ends. If Ukraine stops fighting, Ukraine ends. That's why we will continue to support Ukraine as it defends itself and strengthen its hand to achieve a diplomatic solution on just terms at a negotiating table. As President Zelensky has said repeatedly, diplomacy is the only way to end this war. But diplomacy cannot and must not be used as a cudgel to impose on Ukraine a settlement that cuts against the UN Charter or rewards Russia for violating it. President Putin is making his choice. Now, it's up to all of our countries to make ours. Tell President Putin to stop the horror that he started. Tell him to stop putting his interests above the interests of the rest of the world, including his own people. Tell him to stop debasing this council and everything it stands for. We, the people of the United Nations, determined. That is how the preamble of the UN Charter starts. Let's not forget that we, the peoples, still get to choose the fate of this institution and our world. The stakes are clear. The choice is ours. Let's make the right choice for the world that we want and that our people so desperately deserve. Thank you.
Je remercie Son Excellence Monsieur Blinken de sa déclaration et je donne la parole à Son Excellence Monsieur Wang Yi.
You're watching Live Now from Fox, everyone. A strong statement there by Secretary of State Antony Blinken here, as now we are going to listen to other representatives, this one from China. Let's listen right here as we continue our coverage here as they discuss the horrible atrocities happening in Ukraine on the hands of Russia.
我也感谢古特雷斯秘书长所做的通报。
China's position on Ukraine is consistent and clear. President Xi Jinping pointed out that the sovereignty, territorial integrity of all countries should be respected. The purposes and the principles of the UN Charter should be observed. The reasonable security concerns of all countries should be taken seriously, and all efforts that could help resolve the crisis should be supported. China follows Ukraine's humanitarian situation very closely and has assisted Ukraine with 35 million yuan of humanitarian supplies. This year, we have provided other developing countries with 15,000 tons of emergency humanitarian food assistance and contributed positively to easing the global food crisis. In response to the current situation, China would like to make the following 4 proposals. First, we must stick to dialogue and negotiations. The top priority is for the parties to resume dialogue without precondition, commit to dialogue without presuming the outcome, include reasonable concerns into negotiations, and put feasible options on the table so that the talks can produce results and bring about peace. Second, we must work together for de-escalation. The parties concerned should exercise restraint and avoid escalating tensions. The international community should play a constructive role to help de-escalate and create conditions and space for political settlement. When it comes to the safety and security of nuclear facilities, there is no room for trial and error. Accidents and risks must be prevented. We support the IAEA in upholding a fair and objective position and playing a positive role. Third, we must earnestly ease the humanitarian situation. It is vital to observe the international humanitarian law, prevent any attacks against civilians, civilian facilities, and minimize civilian casualties. Investigations into violations of the international humanitarian law should be objective and fair, based on facts rather than an assumption of guilt and without being politicized. The international community needs to support the UN humanitarian agencies in upholding neutrality and equity and continue to provide assistance to those affected in Ukraine and its neighboring countries. Fourth, we must contain spillovers. Energy suppliers and consumers should work together to keep the global energy market stable. We support the Secretary General in helping facilitate the exports of Russian and Ukrainian grains. China, on its part, has put forth the International Food Security Cooperation Initiative, and we welcome positive response from all countries. No country should resort to arbitrary unilateral sanctions, still less let developing countries pay the price. Madam President, the Security Council, as the core of the collective security mechanism, should uphold the basic principles of objectivity and impartiality on the issue of Ukraine, keep to the right direction of ceasefire and peace talks, and prioritize mediation tools in the pursuit of settlement. We need to pour positive energy for peace and reconciliation and take constructive and responsible actions towards political settlement. The Ukraine crisis is closely linked to the international situation. The more challenging the situation is, the more important it is to stay united and seek cooperation. We must work in coordination to uphold the UN-centered international system, abide by the basic norms of international relations based on the purposes and principles of the UN Charter, accommodate the legitimate concerns of all parties, abandon hegemonism and power politics, and prevent any form of hot war or the so-called new Cold War. Let us commit to common, comprehensive, cooperative, and sustainable security, seek common ground despite differences, accommodate and understand each other, and work tirelessly for restoring security in Europe and peace in the world. Thank you.
I thank His Excellency, Mr. Wang, for his statement, and I give the floor to Her Excellency, Ms. Olta Jacka, Minister for Europe and Foreign Affairs of Albania.
Madam President, I join other colleagues to thank France for convening today's briefing and Minister Colonna for chairing it. This issue has been without interruption on the agenda of the Council, but this meeting could not be timelier given the latest escalatory declarations by Kremlin. I also welcome the decision of the French presidency of the Council to...
You're watching Live Now from Fox, everyone. We appreciate you joining us here. We are going to take a quick 2-minute break here. When we come back, we'll have some other top stories to get to from around the country, including going out to Minnesota, where the governor there is talking about police presence in the state there as they try to lower crime. Welcome back, everyone, here to Live Now from Fox. We appreciate everyone continuing to join us here all in real time. I'm your host, Mike Page. Always great to be here with you as we continue on this Thursday here. It is just getting close, 11:15 on the East Coast, almost 8:15 on the West Coast. What we're going to do now is take you out to Minnesota right now, where the governor, as well as other police officials and other state officials coming together to talk about the state's ongoing increased public safety presence. Let's listen right here on Live Now from Fox.
In the context of COVID, and one of the things I heard a lot is during a time when there was very little information, people felt unease about how the situation was going. They felt that it was really comforting to try and get as much information as they could in real time. And I think when we view public safety, whether it is highway safety death, whether it's workplace safety, whether it's health concerns, or whether it's crime rates rising up, I think it's really important that we try and get in a little more of a rhythm to share the information that's going on, to share the data that we're seeing, because we're tracking this on a daily basis, and you can look at short-term trends and look at long-term trends and start to adjust tactics accordingly. So I'm joined today by the state's response team. I'll hear from Commissioner Harrington, you'll hear from Superintendent Evans, you'll hear from Chief Gates at Metro Transit. We got State Patrol up here. A lot of the assets where the state is there providing assistance to locals, whether it be in Minneapolis in a violent crime, or whether it be across greater Minnesota yesterday, which we saw the horrific swatting incidents that caused great trauma, and including my school of Mankato West. So with that being said, we want to make sure that we're talking and being very clear where the public's at. Minnesota has a very low tolerance for crime, and safety is a top priority. We're top workplace safety in the country for industrial accidents. We have the fewest in the country. We're now 6th highway safety again, and we're rising in that regards, and that's because the focus State Patrol's putting on that. We have incidents of violent crimes that are unacceptable and too high, and we're seeing good coordination. I think you saw the incident about the cell phone ring that was broken up. That's trading information. This is this whole idea of what can the state do to help and provide, whether it be investigative services, whether it be intelligence, or whether it be the support that is being provided by uniform officers in the State Patrol. All of those things working with local communities, and again, not just Minneapolis and St. Paul, but across the state. So what I want you to do today is to be able to see this. You've seen some numbers up here that are pretty amazing. Our heat patrols have been very effective, and I would like to compliment the State Patrol. I was headed down to Rochester and Preston yesterday and just happened to be in the heat zone. So it was traffic was flowing safely through work zones and out, flowing at the speed limit. And that entire trip, of course, there were no accidents, and that's our goal. So we don't pride ourselves on how many tickets we've given. We pride ourselves on how many lives we saved. And the Heat Patrol has done a good job with that. BCA has been a key partner, and I want to thank U.S. Attorney Lugar and the folks at Alcohol, Tobacco, and Firearm providing that additional assistance. You're going to see, and you've seen some of this, the hundreds of guns we've seen, over 20,000 fentanyl pills. The numbers are staggering on what can do, and many times they're connected together. And then Metro Transit. I was out meeting, we had the North America's airports met in Minneapolis this week at Minneapolis-St. Paul Airport, which, by the way, was named once again the best airport in North America. And one of the concerns of theirs was transit security and transit safety, as their employees were going back and forth on light rail, and making sure that we were able to do that. So meeting with them, meeting with Mall of America, meeting with folks, and the Metro Transit folks are stepping it up. But I think the same thing we're seeing across the state is we're short. I believe we're 70 Metro Transit. I don't want to speak out of order. I think we have 70 openings we'd like to fill. Around 60 that we need to fill. We need to hire more folks. We need to hire more folks at the state level, but of course that gets even exacerbated at the local level where we have those openings. So one of the things that the state can do is provide the resources to try and make sure these hires happen. So just like with COVID, took a village. Took a lot of people working on this, just like highway safety, and we put out the information. Folks need to be defensive. They need to help. They need to look. And when it comes to crime, we need to all work together to solve this. That's state, local, county, and it's individuals. We're seeing great help from our partners in different organizations and creative thinking. Minnesota is now a national leader in the reduction of this absolutely dangerous and ridiculous street racing I don't know what to call it, phenomenon. It's across the country, but our experts from Minnesota are traveling to Los Angeles and other places to try and show them how we're starting to break some of this up. It's a dangerous trend. we need some experts to figure out why this thing has kind of gotten going where it is. But what we do is we have experts in Minnesota that are showing ways that you can control this. So what I want to do is I'm going to turn it over to Commissioner Harrington, and then you're going to hear from the experts. We're going to do a little bit of a deep dive into some of the data where you see some of the trends. Some are encouraging, some are more stubborn. But I think for Minnesotans to recognize this is a top priority on people's minds, has been. State Patrol, BCA, our folks have been here since spring. The intention is today to announce, as we did, that we will stay certainly through the end of the year, but more importantly, stay till the situation turns itself around. Really grateful to Dr. Alexander in Minneapolis, starting to come up with a very, I think, focused plan, and then we just need to be good partners. All of us need to be good partners to make sure that we're keeping our spaces as safe as they possibly can be. With that, Commissioner Harrington.
Good morning. I'm John Harrington. I'm the Commissioner of the Minnesota Department of Public Safety. And first of all, I want to note from yesterday with the swatting incidents, we're now up to, I believe, 15 swatting incidents that we've had reported, with International Falls coming in most recently. That was, I think, one that hadn't been reported yet. BCA continues to do the investigation behind the scenes to try and figure out who the individual was. I was blessed to have the BCA's Fusion Center and our Information Center really be ahead of this, so that we had tips that this might be coming from our partners around the country, and so we had been able to alert law enforcement about the fact that they might see this. But I will be honest, as I saw the videos coming in yesterday of the police response to the schools, there was a moment there where I thought, that's the response that Minnesotans deserve. That's the response that they want. They want to see cops in uniforms and cops in plain clothes and an all-hands-on-deck approach to making sure that our kids are safe. And that's what you saw yesterday across the state, from the very tip-top up International Falls all the way down to Austin and any place in between, including my East Side school, Johnson High School. It is definitely a problem that we need to get our hands around. Public safety is about preventing crimes. That's the gold standard of public safety, is preventing crimes. And it's also about changing behavior. And we know that the best way to do that is by working together, working in partnerships. It's bringing cops and community, detectives, businesses all together to try and say with one loud voice, we recognize that there are problems, there are social problems and other problems, but that we are here to help make sure that those problems are resolved quickly. I'll start by talking about the State Patrol. And the troopers across the state are working closer than ever with police partners and communities. And once again, it was not lost on me that as I'm watching the footage from the media of those school swatting incidents, that I saw State Patrol troopers rolling up to those schools to back up the county and the local cops to make sure that we were not going to have a tragic incident. Even once we knew that it was probably false alarms, you can't take a chance on that. And I was very, very pleased to see the troopers there. Our work across the state and Minnesota freeways has really been an interesting bridge of troopers staying focused on their primary mission of protecting motorists through traffic education and enforcement. But they've also been participating in some of the most major events that the state has. Aquatennial, 30 troopers every day, the Minnesota State Fair, the return of students to the U of M. We heard from a lot of the public asking about, how are you doing this? Because we're at heat and we're doing streeters and we're in aviation and we're high-ability patrols. And I have adopted a friend's slogan, modified it slightly. I tell them the troopers are the few, the proud, and the very mobile. Our heat patrols on the State Patrol have been so successful that, as the governor has said, we extended them through the end of the year. During these patrols, the troopers are focusing on the most aggressive drivers. Example of that, troopers stopped a guy the other day for doing 111 in a 55. They go through the process, they're going to tag him, and within a few minutes he stopped for doing 110 in a 55. He's in jail, his car's towed, and we hope that this is an object lesson for him, that his need for speed needs to be channeled in a very different direction. We're just blessed that he hadn't crashed into somebody else, because at 110, 111 miles an hour, there's no walking away from that crash. There's no walking away from that accident. But State Patrol has stopped over 500 drivers just since the beginning of September. And a majority of that is for speeding. And while we're working on reducing crashes through making sure that we're enforcing DUI laws and that we're making sure that we're working on seatbelt and distracted driving, speed is what's killing us right now. And while we're seeing some success on the fatals, I think we've got still a lot more work to do. Project 2022 is also continuing Saturday, Sunday up in St. Cloud, but that's part of the mix that we're seeing with the troopers is while they're hitting it hard on the traffic enforcement. I got a call from Chief Larry Anderson, St. Cloud PD. He wanted to rave about what the troopers did during their project safety up in St. Cloud. They'd had a series of shootings, and during that Safe Streets initiative, 300 traffic stops, seized marijuana, meth, 1,000 Percocet tablets, handguns, $5,000 in cash, 29 felony arrests, and 54 other arrests made as the State Patrol, St. Cloud, the county all cooperated together in greater Minnesota to make sure that people are safe from crime, just at the same time that we're also trying to make sure that they're safe from traffic collisions. We continue to focus on the street racing phenomenon. I don't know how else to describe it. It's dangerous, and 2 years ago, I can still remember shootings down on Lake Street where the street racers got into conflicts with each other, and we've taken guns off the street racers. And so for those folks that think this is somehow your Friday night cruise from Grandpa, it's not. These are cars that are driving at dangerous speeds. They're driving in packs. They're doing gas burnouts, and they're armed, and oftentimes coming into conflict. It has been interesting to watch every weekend as we work with local police departments.
We're going to take a quick 2-minute break here for some of you. Stay right here with us. More Live Now from Fox continues.
Of a whack-a-mole game, frankly, as they show up at one parking lot, and then if they see anything that looks like law enforcement over there, they quickly huddle together and we find them scurrying off to another parking lot. This last weekend, we got word that they had thought, well, the troopers are only out there on Fridays and Saturdays, and so they had designated last Sunday as Fun Day. And when they arrived at the parking lot, State Patrol was there. And they quickly sort of had to just scurry back off to wherever they came from because they recognized that Fun Day was not going to be Fun Day if their cars were on the hook being towed away from a scene. I hope that the street racers are spreading this message to not just the local street racing group, but also spreading it, nationally. I want them to know that no matter where they go, they can just look in the rearview mirror. And they're going to look and see the maroon and gold right behind them. And for those that no longer have a rearview mirror because they've got those nice new camera systems, open the sunroof and look up because the State Patrol helicopters ain't not far behind. This past weekend, troopers made 34 traffic stops. As I said, it has been impressive work that has continued, and we continue to do it over and over all across the state. In a second, you're going to hear numbers from the superintendent of the Bureau of Criminal Apprehension, Drew Evans, about gun seized and arrests made and pills taken off the streets, and mainly in Minneapolis, although we are working these cases literally all over the state. These numbers are important because they speak to the precursors and the causes of the violent crime that we see in the state's largest city. And we recognize that there's a cause and effect relationship between folks that are trafficking in illegal narcotics, folks that are trafficking in guns, and the violent crime that goes along with that. Since the spring, we have continued to support our partners both through the federal system with ATF and FBI and the city of Minneapolis and Hennepin County. BC agents are not just working the dope angle, though, by the way. And one of the things that I track is human trafficking oftentimes is not, and it was noted to me that in the last few days, a cooperative work, Woodbury, Washington County, Oakdale, federal human services came together and there are 5 young men in custody now for soliciting to have sex with minors. We're not going away off the wire. We're not going away off the streets. We're going to be right behind you on the state highways. We're going to be right behind you wherever bad things happen. The state is committed to work in partnership with all of our partners across the entire state, from the top to the bottom and everywhere in between, to make sure that Minnesotans are safe. And I will close with this note that, and this is a conversation that Superintendent Evans and I have regularly. While we're focused on the current crimes that are out there, we haven't given up on our search for the murderers of Anaya and the shooters of Oladayhan. I wish I could say that those cases were already solved. And I know their families grieve for them still every day. But the BCA, Department of Public Safety, we haven't forgotten. And we're still coming after the guys that did those crimes. And with that, I'll turn it over to Superintendent Drew Evans.
Thank you, Commissioner, and good morning, everyone. Oh, sorry, Governor. Thank you. So, as you've heard a little bit today, and you know, that one of the things in our tenet for the Department of Public Safety and the Bureau of Criminal Apprehension is really that we find that every Minnesotan, no matter where you are in the state, should be able to go to school, live their lives, participate in daily activities and safety. And our commitment at the Department of Public Safety and Bureau of Criminal Apprehension is to do the things that we do, such as the BCA. We often talk with our staff that our role is to provide specialized resources, expertise, analysis, systems so that local agencies can make decisions and keep their communities safe. And that's the role of the state, is to provide that assistance, and that's exactly what we're doing in the city of Minneapolis and surrounding areas, and have been doing so. Our violent crime response partner agencies that we've been working with since the spring of this year in the Minneapolis Police Department, Hennepin County Sheriff's Office, ATF, DEA, FBI, DHS, HSI, and others remain focused on homicides, gun-related crimes, felony warrants, violent criminal activity that's occurring in those areas. These activities continue to feed in to the violent crime strategy that United States Attorney Lugar has formed in his office to continue that work and identify those most violent criminals and hold them accountable for their crimes. We also continue to work closely with the Hennepin County Attorney's Office in prosecuting these crimes as well. Since our efforts began in Minneapolis this spring, these teams have made nearly 400 felony arrests, taken 244 illegal firearms off of the streets, including ghost guns, which are illegal guns that have no serialized numbers on them and cannot be traced, and recovered more than 19,000 fentanyl pills, nearly 20,000 fentanyl pills that were very much ancillary to the work that we're doing. That last number is significant because it shows us the strong nexus with the fentanyl pills that we are recovering, which are counterfeit oxycodone pills typically that include fentanyl, that are highly dangerous to those individuals that are using them, and they have a strong correlation with violent crime that we've found. In many of these violent crime cases involving guns and shootings, we are making arrests, executing search warrants that result in the recovery of fentanyl and firearms at the same time. It is clear where there is illicit fentanyl in our communities, there's a strong correlation with an increase in violent crime. The second significant development that we've seen in the state of Minnesota recently is what we call rainbow fentanyl. This is highly concerning to us, and some of you may have seen this as a national trend, but these are counterfeit fentanyl pills that are made in bright colors that look like candy and appeal to children. You can see them on the screen here. These pills were recently taken during a search warrant executed in Mankato area last week by the Minnesota River Valley Drug Task Force. This is the first time we've seen them in Minnesota, and they've been sent to our laboratory for analysis. They represent a significant danger to our communities because of the marketing that we have to our kids and are highly deadly. Our BCA laboratory has seen a 20% increase in the number of cases where evidence has been seized that include fentanyl in the last year alone. Our laboratory also continues to work with our partners at the ATF and its mobile NIBIN unit to quickly process firearms. We've told you about this before. The goal of this is to enter evidence into the mobile NIBIN database for comparison with ballistics evidence from other crime scenes. Since that work, to provide you an update, the BCA has entered information on more than 500 firearms into the NIBIN database. That's a rate of about 100 a month, which is an increase from the 70 we had approximately a month before we had this technology available to us. With an additional 476 entries made into the mobile NIBIN unit, it has allowed us to nearly double our capacity to enter firearms information in that time. In that same time frame, the information entered into those two machines has resulted in leads in nearly 300 cases. That's more than a third of all the cases entered across all the work we do at the BCA. So that's significant in terms of providing information, and one of the roles that we provide, when I said providing specialized analysis, to aid investigations in local communities. We're also continuing to see auto sear switches, often referred to as switches. These are devices that turn a semi-automatic firearm into a fully automatic firearm. They represent a significant danger to our communities because they're difficult to control, and obviously when you turn a firearm into a fully automatic firearm, it increases the likelihood that innocent bystanders are going to be shot when a shooting does occur. While many of the violent crimes we're seeing in Minneapolis are being committed by individuals, and that we're seeing acting on their own, we're also seeing a rise in organized violent criminal activity in Minneapolis, and our teams with our partners are addressing that as well. It's not just some of the other types of crimes that we've referenced before. Just this week, you heard about the Hennepin County Attorney's Office prosecuting a case that our BCA agents in our financial crimes unit, not the violent crime agents that are assigned to this work, we're working with the Minneapolis Police Department in partnership involving violent assaults and robberies that occurred in downtown Minneapolis primarily and the surrounding areas. Victims were assaulted, robbed, their cell phones were often taken, and then they were ultimately sold, with those cell phones often going overseas. I can't provide further details about that case right now beyond what's concluded in the criminal complaint, but the criminal complaint is very detailed on the different types of crimes these individuals were committing and the danger that they represent to those that are wishing to go to our downtown that many of us patronize and that we need to ensure has safety for everybody. Whether it's violent assaults, drugs, or shootings, it's important for local, state, and federal law enforcement agencies, forensic labs, and our prosecutorial partners to work together to combat these crimes. The BCA, as we told you from the beginning this spring, has reassigned significant investigative, analytical, laboratory resources, and then on a case-by-case basis, such as this iPhone theft case, we will assign them as needed to provide assistance to our partners and ongoing, and we've done that work in Minneapolis and surrounding communities. We continue to work with our partners in this effort at the FBI, ATF, DEA, DHS, HSI, Minneapolis Police Department, Hennepin County Attorney's Office, Fridley Police Department, and others.
That was just some of the coverage there from Minnesota. You're watching Live Now from Fox, everyone. We are going to take a quick 2-minute break here. When we come back, we will be featuring in just a little bit there, hearing from banking CEOs on inflation and recession fears. And then we will, right before that, though, we will go out to President Biden moments ago making some remarks in New York. They're meeting with the president of the Philippines. We'll have it for you coming up on the other side of the break right here on Live Now. Welcome back, everyone. Here live now from Fox. President Biden hosting a bilateral meeting right now with the president of the Philippines. Let's listen right here on Live Now.
Today, I look forward to discussing the opportunities for a wide range of issues, including COVID-19 recovery, energy security, renewable energy. I was impressed with the work you did on windmills and a whole range of other things. You and I both think that's the future. We can do a lot. We can do a lot together. I'm desperately interested in making sure we do. In addition, I expect we'll discuss the South China Sea and disputes in critical global throughway. I've spent a lot of time with not only the president of China but others about the international waters and how they have to be respected, and we should talk about that a little bit, I hope. And we're also thank you for your position on the war against Ukraine and by Russia and how it's impacting energy prices and food prices. And we're working very hard to be able to do something about that. And so we want to talk about human rights, talk about a whole range of things, but I'm mainly interested to know what's on your mind and how we can continue to strengthen this relationship. And again, congratulations.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. President. And thank you. We're very happy for the opportunity to meet with you despite the schedules that we both have to deal with.
You came a little further than I did.
Well, the relationship, the 100-plus-year-old relationship between the Philippines and the U.S. continues to evolve as we face the challenges of this new century and the events that we have been watching over the past few months, really. So we have very much to discuss in terms of redefining, I suppose, in many ways. But the role of the United States in maintaining the peace in our region is something that is much appreciated by all the countries in the regions and the Philippines especially. We feel that we are especially fortunate because we have a very strong foundation of a very long relationship and strong relationships on various facets, not only political, not only diplomatic, but also economic. And of course, there is the very large Filipino population that have chosen to live and make their lives here in the United States and have been very successful. Again, we would like to thank the United States for the massive help that we received during the pandemic with the provision of up to 35, almost 36 million doses of vaccines very early on, ahead of some of the other countries, and for that we are very, very grateful. We continue to look to the United States for that continuing partnership and the maintenance of peace in our region. In terms of the geopolitical issues that we face in this day and age, the primary consideration of the Philippines and the guiding principle of the Philippine foreign policy is to encourage peace. And I hope that we will be able to discuss further the roles that our two countries will play together and individually as we continue down that road, maintaining peace despite all the complexities that have arisen in the past few months, I suppose. So thank you again, Mr. President, for making time to see us. We are your partners, we are your allies, we are your friends. And in like fashion, we have always considered the United States our partner, our ally, and our friend.
It's mutual.
Sir, do you have confidence in data Malpass of the World Bank, sir?
All press, we are moving out this way.
right there. Biden answering no questions there as he met with the president of the Philippines. You're watching Live Now from Fox. Everyone, we will take our final break here of the hour, and you can see the Dow there. Stocks still under pressure right now. It could today dip below the 30,000 level marker there for 30,000 points there on the Dow. We are going to go to a live hearing out in D.C. It's a Senate hearing featuring the top bank CEOs. They're all lined up right there, and they're going to be giving their thoughts on the economy next here on Live Now. Welcome back, everyone, here to Live Now from Fox, taking you out to a Senate banking hearing featuring the top banking CEOs as they are getting asked by lawmakers there in Washington all about the economy there, inflation fears, are we already in a coming close to a recession, and much more. Let's listen right here on Live Now.
All American companies. And I'm very proud of that. And I thank you for that, and I congratulate you on your success. It seems to me that your institutions are a lot like America. You are not perfect, but you are good. Capitalism works. That's why America has the strongest economy in all of human history. Capitalism has done more to lift people out of poverty than all the social programs put together. The poverty rate in our country is 3%. Now, the Census Bureau would tell you it's 12%. But the Census Bureau only counts cash payments, not in-kind payments. The Census Bureau doesn't count Medicaid. It doesn't count food stamps. It doesn't count the earned income tax credit. If you count all of those programs, our poverty rate is 3%. And that money didn't just to help our neighbors who are less fortunate than we are, did not come from leprechauns. It came from the American people and their generosity. And they have that money because of capitalism. Number two, I'm not going to ask you to comment on this. Senator Toomey touched on it. You will never win Never. The uber woke sweepstakes. I understand that the pressure to run that race is fierce. You will never win it. Nothing you do will ever be enough. The uber woke people in positions of power in this town think America was evil when it was founded, and it's even more evil today. You're not going to convince them otherwise. I believe that you're not free if you say what you think. I encourage you to do that. I believe that you're not free if you can't. I believe that you're not free if you can't express yourself. You have your opinion. Be candid. Don't try to win the uber woke sweepstakes. Number 3. I don't like to brag about the expensive places I've been, but night before last, I went to the grocery store. Inflation is gutting the American people like a fish. Now, we know what our Federal Reserve is doing on the monetary side. I want to ask you what you think we should do, we meaning the federal government, on the fiscal side. And I want to start, if you could just give me direct answers, because I only have about a minute and a quarter, though I might ask for a little extra time with the indulgence of the chairman. Ms. Fraser, tell me what you think we should do on the fiscal side to help curtail inflation.
There is a considerable amount of savings still in the system. We don't believe that we need more additional stimulus being put through into the economy, and therefore making sure that we're supporting those that are suffering from the high prices and from what's likely to be a very challenging year ahead, that support is directed to them.
Mr. Diamond?
Yeah, I think a little less fiscal spending would be good, because we had 30% of GDP spent over a 2-year period, which is literally unprecedented. But I also think in the supply side, taxation, immigration, regulation, healthcare, infrastructure, this permitting bill, if you did some of those things, you will help grow the economy, which will reduce inflation.
Would a tax cut be out of the question for you?
I think I say calibrate taxes so that you create more growth.
How about get a little government off the backs of the American people in terms of regulation?
That would be helpful, I think, particularly for small business. I don't want to sit here and complain about big companies, but I urge everyone to take 10 small businesses out to lunch and ask them what it's like to live through federal, state, and local regulations, even if they have one store. And that could help a lot.
I'm sorry we don't have more time. Thank you all for being here.
Thanks, Senator Kennedy. Senator Tester of Montana is recognized.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. It's always good following Senator Kennedy. It's always a pleasure. You're right, capitalism works if there's competition. And in the meat industry right now, there isn't any competition, and the reason you got hooked going to the grocery store is because those packers are making bank, no pun intended. And so I look forward to your sponsorship.
I'm with you, Senator. We both love meat.
All right, right on, baby.
Right on.
My special investigator bill to enforce the Packers and Stockyards Act, but I'm here to talk to you guys and ma'am. And I want to thank you all for being here. I want to thank you for your testimony. I come from a very rural area in a very rural state. And as you guys know better than anybody, access to capital is critically important if you're going to have business expansion and employment and economic growth. It was a few years ago in my small town of 600, the bank, one of your banks actually, decided to pull out. Fortunately, we had a community bank come in. They're doing a great job. But that potential pullout and that access to that brick and mortar facility could have really raised heck with my little small town, where post offices are still important and schools are still important and banks are still important. So this question is for all of you. Are you guys committed to brick and mortar facilities in rural America? And if you're not, why not? We can start with you, Mr. Sheriff.
Senator, thank you.
I think you know this. We are, I think, the biggest of the banks here in terms of our presence in rural America. We very much are committed to continuing that. To the extent that we have exited a location, we've tried to be very, very conscious of ensuring that we're not leaving the town unbanked, whether that be through having another bank there or working with another bank to take over our facility. But we do view our the fact that we are so big in rural America as something that is important, and we need to make sure we continue.
Yeah, go ahead. Just go right down the line. Mr. Monahan.
Our branches are in the 90-odd markets we serve, plus the extended beyond that, 150, 200 markets, and will continue to be there. I would tell you that back early 2011 or 12, when we sold a bunch of our branches to smaller community banks to make them stronger. 400 branches in the rural areas we served. We weren't in your state, but in other states, with that exact idea in mind, which is the town or city needed banking. If you get sold the deposits to another community bank, it'd be helpful.
Okay. Mr. Dyer.
Yeah, I'm so proud that we're now in all 48 states. We've opened branches in North Dakota, South Dakota, Wyoming, North Carolina, South Carolina, Montana, Billings, Bozeman. I think we're doing Ennis, and we'll take a look at your little town.
Okay.
Thank you for the question, Senator. We're a bank that has a smaller retail footprint in the States. We have a larger focus on corporate clients and on the retail clients. I would certainly commit that we will be doing our best to support the Montana enterprises.
We've long been committed to rural markets. I believe our bank, as a percent of branches, has the most in rural markets. But in addition to rural markets, also important, they're also digital deserts. So we're also committed to focusing on areas such as broadband to make sure that we can serve those markets, not only physically, but equally digitally.
Senator, as you know, we are a large player in rural markets, North, South Dakota, as well as Montana, most cities in Montana. We also have large operation centers in some of those rural markets to provide jobs.
Okay. Demchak.
We've grown our presence in rural markets over the last several years, and we've augmented that with a fleet of mobile branches that can cover multiple small towns in the same day.
Okay. I've got limited time, and this is a more complex question, but you guys all know the threats of cyber out there. You know that you're probably being attacked as we speak right now by a cyber attack of some sort. We need to continue to adapt and work to combat these evil threats. And so I'm just going to pick Mr. Rogers and Mr. Diamond. How do your companies ensure that you're devoting adequate resources to cyber threats?
One of the reasons, Senator, we merged was to create more capacity to protect our clients against and our company against cyber threats. So we do a variety of things. One of the things we do is we bring in third parties to help us. We bring in third parties to look at our systems, to attack our systems, to do horizontal reviews about where we are relative to others, to make sure that our defenses are the strongest they can be to secure our clients' data. And then we also participate in all the efforts that our regulatory bodies undertake as it relates to cybersecurity.
Mr.
Yeah, we spend $700 million a year. Everything we do goes through cyber reviews and cyber checks. We do oversight on third parties. Every time you access our systems, it's running through multiple cyber type of things. We work with the federal government, we work with governments in Europe. It's a nonstop battle. My board reviews it. We'll do anything we can. I put this way up there right behind competition with China and this war in Ukraine. Cyber risks are extraordinary.
Yeah, thank you all for being here. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Senator Tester, Senator Lummis of Wyoming is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you all for being here. There's a bit of a flogging element to what's happening today, but there's also an opportunity for us to learn from each other. So I hope that you'll provide that when I ask questions of you. And I want to thank Senator Kennedy for pointing out that, you know, America is the leader in world financial services. But that said, it's a privilege, and there are other countries that are working at a transformative pace in innovation. So having China come up at the conclusion of Mr. Tester's conversations with you. I want to start with that issue. Mr. Diamond, I want to ask you about a comment you made last month. You said, China looks at America and they say, you have been incompetent and lazy. And then you said, there's some truth to that. So I too am concerned that too many in the financial services industry have been lazy and they don't see the transformative pace at which the rest of the world is innovating. Payments technology, for example, is far too slow and costly. So your bank is currently testing JPM coin. It's a type of stable coin for faster settlement. Could you talk a little bit about our duty to responsibly innovate, to stay a world leader? Same question to Mr. Cesare.
Yeah, I mean, America already is the world innovator and world leader, and China is a serious competitive strategic issue we all have to deal with. And so I totally agree with that. I don't think Americans should be embarrassed. I mean, we still have the most prosperous nation on the planet, all of the food, water, and energy we need, free enterprise, the gifts of God, the gifts of our founding fathers. They have autocracy, not enough food, water, and energy. They need 15 million barrels of oil a day. They get 4 from themselves or their immediate neighbors, stuff like that. We're in very good shape. The lazy part, talking about his policy, is things we got wrong, what we could have done better. Immigration, taxation, regulation, healthcare, litigation, all these things. I think have slowed down America. And I think we should all be focusing more, how can we grow more and create more wealthier, afford more military, et cetera, et cetera. And innovation in cryptocurrency, they're probably ahead in a couple of areas, and I think we should recognize that and combat that, and I'm not really worried about it as long as we get our act together.
Mr. Cesare?
I agree. I think one particular area of innovation that's critically important is money movement and payments activity. And I think the banks are working together with each other as well as our regulators on activities like real-time payments, Zelle, even FedNow. All those things I think will position us well for future payments activity.
Anyone else want to weigh in on this?
I think our colleagues spoke to it, but the real-time payment system, the ability to get a 24/7 wire system at the Fed would be critical to it, and their new real-time system ought to provide that. But one of the disadvantages in payment system technology is the ability to pay on the weekends and move a substantial amount of money that actually clears. T+0 security settlement would be doable if you actually could have the money move during the night. And so I think we're all aware of that. We've connected our real-time payment system. We're connecting it to other parts of the world that we've put together through the clearinghouse. That'll enable money to move real time. You connect that with Zelle and things, you can move it with no cost to another banking client, as long as someone doesn't step in and say, oh, that is not sufficient to have Santander in Spain. You do the KYC so we can rely on it. We need some enabling things. And I think, if we do that right, we can take, you will see the innovation this is already set up and already moving. And by the way, we move trillions and trillions and trillions of dollars a day very efficiently. So I think people's view of what's inefficient is kind of interesting, but you have to look at what really moves.
Well, we're aware that money was transferred in cryptocurrency as donations to Ukraine. They were spending it the next day. And if it had been transferred in US dollars, it would have taken about 10 days for it to reach. I see some of you shaking your heads. Disagree, Mr. Diamond?
Right now, we're moving $10 trillion around the world. Zipping and zapping through AML systems, OFAC systems, regulations, AI systems, cyber systems, safely, immediately, a lot of it's real time. You're talking about retail payments.
Yes, I am.
Yes, and I agree with that. That's a thing that we all can work on and fix. But that's a very small thing relative to the other.
Thank you for being here. I yield back.
Senator Warner from Virginia is recognized.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman. It's good to see all of you. I'm reflecting back on the fact that I first got here in the middle of the meltdown in 2009, and I think Mr. Diamond and Mr. Monahan were on the panel. Everybody else has changed, so maybe your turnover rate is even higher than the turnover rate on the panel up on this side. So I'm not sure whether that is, I'm not sure what it says about Brian and Jamie, but first question I want to get to, CDFIs, MDIs, something I've talked to you all about over the years. Clearly during COVID, we saw, as effective as some of our programs were, minority, low-income businesses got left out. Very proud of the fact that we worked in a bipartisan way and with a lot of members on this committee. I want to shout out to Mike Crapo, where we got $12 billion.
All right, everyone, we were featuring that in-demand Senate banking hearing. We listened to some of the CEOs from banks, including Chase and others. We are going to take a quick 2-minute break here. When we come back, we are going to take you out to Michigan, where attorney Ben Johnson recently just held a news conference a little bit earlier this morning on the Oxford High School shooting, the latest for the lawsuits that continue. Let's listen on the other side of the break right here on Live Now. We're back here for you on Live Now from Fox, tracking the biggest stories, top headlines, and of course, breaking news when it occurs, all here on Live Now from Fox. I'm your host, Mike Page. Always great to be here with you as we continue to go on here on this Thursday, taking you out to Michigan right now, where an attorney continues to talk about the latest in lawsuits in the Oxford shooting high school massacre. We'll bring it to you right here on Live Now.
We're obviously doing so with the eye toward what a word that everyone likes to use, but no one apparently knows the definition, and transparency. So we are sharing this information. One of the greatest and biggest questions and mysteries of all is, did Ethan Crumley show signs of problems before? And if you notice, no one's ever really given you folks a solid answer, but the answer is yes, he did. So let's talk about just what we know so far, folks. And this is not everything. It's still unfolding. And again, what I'm referring to now are the depositions that we've taken. And for those that may not be so familiar, depositions are sworn testimony with a court reporter who swears in the witness just like they're in court. Lawyers from both sides. In these depositions, we had almost all of the defendants there every day. So every teacher who's been named, EJAC, who was, of course, in essence, the dean of students, administration. Hopkins was there, and not, they go in and out, so I don't keep track, but they're all there for almost every deposition. And of course, they're lawyers, and they have multiple lawyers involved. And then, of course, we are present, and we ask questions under oath, and it's a similar situation than it would be if we were in trial. So depositions are a huge part of what we do. It's how we gain access to information of what these witnesses know and don't know, or at least what they claim they know and don't know. So first and foremost, what we now know is this. From literally the beginning of school, Ethan Crumley was evidencing signs of being highly troubled individual, to say the least. Chelsea, can you share the photograph? The note card. Yes, the note card, just page 1. What I'm showing you is a note card that was given to Crumley by his teacher, Ms. Kavinsky. And it was one of the first days of school, so we know it's in August. I can't give you the exact date, but it was August, late August of 2021. What you can't see is what used to be in this person's hand, who looks a lot like Ethan Crumley, drawing a picture of Ethan Crumley, hence the glasses, is there was a firearm. How do I know that? Because Ms. Kavinsky told me. What she ultimately saw, and we'll go through this in a chronological format, she claims she never saw this drawing until Monday, November 29, the day before the shooting. But this drawing was in her classroom, and one of the first assignments she gave those kids in the 2021-2022 school year. So even though he drew it and he gave it to her, she claims she didn't look at it. So I would just ask us to think about that. Teacher gives you an assignment. It's supposed to tell me a little bit about yourself, tell me what you like, what you don't like. Someone draws a picture, has a handgun in their hand with their glasses, and to the left, some people would say that's a building, but Ms. Kavinsky, when I asked her to deposition, admitted it might be a building, or it might be a magazine full of bullets, like the bullet at the top. Not my words, hers. So this was one of the first days of school, like I said, late August 2021. We're going to go beyond that, because again, Ms. Kavinsky says, I didn't see it, or if I saw it, I would have done something about it, and we'll talk about what later. The next step in the process, again, guys, this is not a full timeline yet. This is just what we know so far. We now jump forward until September 8th. So think about it. The drawing was made one of the first days of school before Labor Day. Kids go away for the long Labor Day weekend, come back. So it's the week, if you will, after that. Bless you. And on September 8th, we know that Crumley was the subject of an email from a teacher, Ms. McConnell, a Spanish teacher, at 8:23 a.m., where she sent this email to Mr. Hopkins, the counselor that was obviously involved on Monday the 29th and Tuesday the 30th. Could you please touch base with Ethan Crumley? In his autobiography poem, he said that he feels terrible and that his family is a mistake. Unusual responses for sure. Her words, not mine. Unusual responses for sure. He feels terrible, another word for, of course, bad, sad, depression. Family is a mistake. That's troubling. Family is a mistake. And you want to, of course, move forward and think the Crumley parents are being charged with involuntary manslaughter. So he recognized the problem. He, Ethan Crumley. So September 8th, here's what we know. Ms. McConnell, we haven't taken her deposition yet, but we will. What we know is from Hopkins, the counselor. Hopkins admits that he got this email and that he was busy that day, so he was going to deal with it the next day. Hopkins testified that he did not speak to Ethan Crumley. He testified he went and spoke with Ms. McConnell. Ms. McConnell, according to Hopkins, that next day, so presumably September 9, going with the dates that they all list, Hopkins testified that Ms. McConnell was no longer concerned because based on what he called, quote, further reflection, end quote, she knew that what Crumley was talking about was a homework assignment and not necessarily something concerning his life. Well, let's go back to the email. Autobiography poem about his life. So Hopkins, on September 8 or 9, never spoke to Ethan Crumley, despite the fact that he felt terrible and that he thought his family was a mistake, or at least that's what he said in his poem. Hopkins testified that it was Ms. McConnell who basically changed her mind and was no longer concerned. We will contrast that with what Ms. McConnell told the Oakland County Sheriff Department after the shooting, when they asked about contact with Ethan Crumley and concerns, and she shared with him this very email and this concern from September 8. She, Ms. McConnell, told Oakland County Sheriff Department immediately after the shooting that she wrote this email and that Hopkins told her, Ms. McConnell, that he had spoken to Ethan Crumley. We now know Hopkins never did that. So, again, another potential contact with concerning behavior from Crumley. Next, we're going to jump now from September 8 to November 10. So we're almost 2 months later. And again, I caution you, that doesn't mean there's nothing else in between. That just means right now this is the information we have. Of course, on November 10, folks, that's 20 days before the shooting. We now have Ms. McConnell, once again, sending Hopkins an email. Hopkins, of course, is the counselor again. Ethan Crumley is having a rough time right now. He might need to speak with you. That's November 10th. Again, we haven't taken Ms. McConnell's deposition yet, but we will. Hopkins testified at his deposition that on this instance, he actually went down to Ms. McConnell's room, or the room wherever Ethan Crumley was at the time, asked him to step in the hallway, and I'm paraphrasing, Hopkins said to Crumley, if you're having a tough time right now, you're welcome to come talk to me at any time. I can certainly do my best to help you. Crumley's response was, okay, and that was it. So imagine a 15-year-old kid, boy especially, in the hallway of his school, being summoned out of class. Imagine that he didn't spill his guts about what was going on at home or causing him to have a rough time right now. No follow-up. Not like, hey, why don't you come on down to my office and we can talk about this. Another time, right now, what have you. Nothing with no follow-up. Mind you, this is the second time that Hopkins has been told about concerning responses or concerning behaviors or what have you from Ms. McConnell herself. So should there have been more follow-up? The answer is absolutely. But Hopkins did virtually nothing. Step forward in chronology now. Again, doesn't mean that we won't find more, but as of right now, we go to Monday, the 29th. What we know about the Monday, the 29th, has been shared about, I'll call it about half of the true evidence that exists, in my opinion. All of this, again, should have been revealed by Oxford Community Schools. This should have been part of an investigation done by Attorney General Nessel or whoever they chose. But of course, as you all know, they chose not to. And so you've heard nothing from them. And again, until I shared this with these folks up here, they had no information other than what was revealed at the press conferences and at the preliminary examinations of the Crumley parents and Ethan Crumley. So now on Monday, the 29th, Ms. Cabina sent an email first to EJAC, who is the Dean of Students / Assistant Principal, and to Pam Fine. who at the time was not formally a counselor, although she had an office right next to Hopkins in the counseling office. I don't have her title off the top of my head right now, but clearly somebody that is supposed to be working with students and seeing what's going on. The email on 11/29, I had a student during first hour today, Ethan Crumley, who was on his phone looking at different bullets at the end of the first hour today as I was walking around the room passing out their essays. I didn't get a chance to investigate it a bit further since it was the end of the hour. Now that he's on my radar, just like he was on Ms. McConnell's radar 1 and 2 months before. Now that he's on my radar, I'm noticing that some of his previous work that he's completed from earlier in the year leans a bit toward the violent side. I'm quoting, leans a bit toward the violent side. Now, I can bring down these things later today during my 5th hour prep if you would like them. This is at 9:33 a.m. Now you have a kid looking on his phone. According to Ms. Cabina, when she was walking on Crumley's right-hand side in the classroom, handing out the essays that she had graded, Crumley had his phone in front of him with 2 hands on his phone, and she could clearly see what she testified was 8 or 9 different bullets on the screen. I asked her, what did you do? And she said, when I saw that, I put his essay down next to him on his desk, and I go, let me guess. He shut off his phone, he hid it, he turned it over. No. He didn't. No, he didn't. What does that tell you? It tells me that he wasn't interested in hiding it from me. Now, she of course spins that as something good. Well, if it was really doing something wrong, he would have wanted to hide it from me. Now, the answer is, as you all know, in many different situations, there could be many reasons why people do stuff all the time. And certainly what some folks will argue, and what I believe to be what any child psychologist and what our school experts will say is, he was calling out for help. He wanted to be caught. She never said a word to him. Passed out the essay. And then as he left the classroom, as class let out, she began thinking more about this, and clearly she was concerned. Her word, not mine. Clearly concerned. So what did she do? Well, she went into his past classwork. Why would a teacher do that? And the answer is because she was concerned. And in his previous classwork, he completed what she called an ELA survey, English Language Arts Survey. It's dated August 26, 2021. Okay, remember that date, August 26, 2021. That's probably the same date as the note card. We don't know for sure because the note card doesn't have a date on it, but the ELA survey and the note card, based on what Ms. Cabina's testified to, were given out at or about the same time. So it's early, first couple days of the school year. In the ELA survey, Ms. Cabina has testified under oath that there were major concerns that led her to say leans on the bit toward violent side. Number one, Ethan Crumley listed as his favorite book, Resistance and Making Bombs for Hitler. Resistance and Making Bombs for Hitler. She thought that suggested leaning toward the violent side. His 2 favorite TV shows listed were Dexter and Breaking Bad. Both highly violent with multiple murders, drugs, and related criminal bad behavior. She, in her testimony, thought those responses leaned toward the violent side. Her words, not mine. So now you have a teacher who saw these disturbing bullets on a phone, clearly in violation of school policy. Didn't intercede right away, but to her credit, at least at this point, she now is digging in to see, what else do I know about this kid? She then sends the email that I told you about to EJAC and Fine. When we deposed Mr. EJAC, when we deposed Ms. Fine, neither one of them ever recall seeing this ELA survey, even though Ms. Kabinski said, I can give it to you if you want later on. No follow-up. When they heard that information on Monday the 29th, ultimately Ms. Cabina also sent a forwarding email to Mr. Hopkins saying, I sent this email to Fine and EJAC, but I want you to have the information as well. Now this kid is on Hopkins' radar as well. Hopkins now wanted to talk to Ethan Crumley, as did Ms. Fine. You've heard some of this during Hopkins' testimony in the preliminary examination hearing, day 2, of the Crumley parents. What we now know from Ms. Fine and Mr. Hopkins is what they had in front of them at the time was nothing. They didn't ask to see his phone and show me the bullets you were looking at. They didn't ask Ms. Kabinski for any more information. They didn't go to Ethan's classmates who were in the room with him while he's looking at bullets to see if they noticed or heard anything. They spoke to him, and the two of them concluded, okay, he's sorry, he realizes he screwed up and can't look at that stuff at school. He's just another Oxford kid. I'm putting that in air quotes because this is what I've heard now for 2 weeks.
And defense attorney there, Ben Johnson, holding that news conference in a very lengthy way there as he continues to talk about the different pieces of evidence that his team has uncovered. You're watching Live Now from Fox, everyone. We will be taking a quick 2-minute break. When we come back, we'll take you out to the United Nations Security Council meeting on the war in Ukraine there. You see a Ukraine representative is speaking now. What we'll do is play out Russia's response first and then go to Ukraine. You're watching Live Now from Fox, everybody. Always in the mix here for you. It's a new day, and that means new excuses from Russia. At the UN Security Council briefing, once again, claiming that they are the victims in this war that they started with Ukraine. Let's listen what today's round of lies will be.
Гражданских прав, гарантированных в том числе международными пактами 1966 года об экономических, социальных...
Those that were guaranteed by the international pacts of 1966. So then Mr. Zelensky, having been tired of pretending, stated that it was impossible to implement the Minsk agreement. In fact, Mr. Poroshenko, just a couple months ago, proudly stated that the Minsk agreements, which he signed, neither him nor no one else in the Ukraine had any intention of implementing these, that these agreements were simply needed to win time in order to obtain weapons from the West for the war against Russia. And the Secretary of the National Security and Defense Council, Mr. Danilov, said something very similar. Of course, the Kiev regime owes its impunity to its Western sponsors, first of all Germany and France, but also the United States. Instead of pushing the Kiev authorities to implement the Minsk agreement, Berlin and Paris and Washington cynically ignored the growing threats of Kiev to resolve the problem of Donbas by force, the so-called Plan B. Over the past few years, the Kiev regime has conducted a frontal assault on the Russian language. It brazenly trampled on the rights of Russian and Russian-speaking people in Ukraine. The scandalous language laws were enacted on education in 2016, on ensuring the role of Ukrainian language as a state language in 2019, on the comprehensive general secondary education in 2020, on native peoples of Ukraine in 2021. All these laws are aimed at ousting the Russian language, in essence, its complete ban. At the same time, laws were adopted that promoted the theory and practice of Nazism. The timid recommendations of the Venetian Commission of the Council of Europe and the Office of the High Commissioner of Human Rights, the OSCE High Commissioner on Minorities, on amending the language legislation were simply ignored by Kiev. And these multilateral structures at the same time didn't find the courage, or they were not allowed, to convince the Kiev authorities to fulfill their obligations they undertook in the area of human rights. The Ministry of Education of Ukraine has excluded Russian and Russian literature from the school curriculum. Books are being destroyed just as in Nazi Germany. And ethnic Russians are being subject to intolerance. And today the officials from Ukraine have no longer even tried to hide their anti-Russian feelings, calling on the killing of Russians. Just a few examples. Mr. Vrublevsky, the Ukrainian ambassador to Kazakhstan, who's now in Kiev, just a month ago declared in an interview, and I quote, "We're trying to kill Russians, as many Russians as possible. The more we kill today, the fewer our children will need to kill." End of quote. Did anyone notice this quote? Just earlier this April, the mayor of Dnipro, Filatov, said something similar. The time of cold-blooded fury has come. Now we have a full moral right to calmly and with a clear mind to kill these non-humans around the world for as long as possible and as many as possible. End of quote. On the 13th of September of this year, just recently, Mr. Danilov stated, and I quote, "In towns where the Ukrainian armed forces enter, people will undergo Ukrainization without taking into account their views. This will apply not only to Russians, but representatives of other nationalities. And if you want to study any other language, such as Romanian, Polish, Ivrit, please go ahead, but not to be financed by our state. You can do it at your own expense. You can improve your educational level at your own expense." End of quote. Is there any need to say that all these Russophobic statements have remained unpunished? And we're not even talking about Russophobia here. This individual spoke about representatives of other ethnic groups that live in Ukraine. And of course, the ultimate was the interview with Mr. Zelensky on the 5th of August, who suggested to everyone who feels that they're Russian for the good of their children and grandchildren to get the hell out and to go to Russia. And I think the decisions that have been adopted by a whole range of regions of Ukraine about conducting referendums are the result of his advice. And under the guise of combating Russian aggression and separatism, Ukraine is strengthening its persecution of dissidents. In March, a ban on the activity of 11 political parties under the pretext of their links to Russia. Opposition Russian-language television channels have been closed for any attempt to provide an alternative view to the official view. Journalists are persecuted. Madame Berejnaya, a well-known public official who has often spoken at the UN and the OBSE, is in the prison of the security services. We have no doubt that Ukraine has become a completely totalitarian Nazi-like state where the norms of international humanitarian law are trampled on. There's no surprise that the armed forces and the national battalions are using the tactic of terrorists, using peaceful civilians as human shield. And here, what's particularly cynical is the position of states that are pumping Ukraine full of weapons and training their soldiers. The goal is obvious. They're clearly stating it, to drag out the fighting as long as possible in spite of the victims and destruction in order to wear down and weaken Russia. That policy means the direct involvement of the West in the conflict and makes them a party to the conflict. Intentional fomenting of this conflict by the collective West remains unpunished. Of course, you won't punish yourselves, sir. We have no illusions that today the armed forces of Russia and the militias of Lugansk and Donetsk are being opposed not only by the neo-Nazi formations of the Kiev regime, but the military machine of the collective West. And in real time, the regime of real time, using modern systems of weapons, ships, satellites, drones, NATO is providing intelligence to the Ukrainian armed forces and stating that, convincing them that Russia should be defeated on the field of battle. The official representatives of the European Union have stated this, and Russia should be punished by having any sovereignty stripped from it. This isn't even latent racism, but overt racism. Against the backdrop of mass shelling of towns and cities of Donbass, Mr. Zelensky is overjoyed at the effectiveness of Western weapons. Here's a quote. "At last we feel how powerfully Western artillery has begun to operate. The weapons that we've received from our Western partners, its accuracy is exactly what we need," he cynically stated. At the same time, there were no military or strategic targets located in the towns that were shelled. Only peaceful citizens of Donbass are suffering. Since the end of July, the armed forces are lobbing mortar rounds to the center of Donetsk and its environs that are banned. They're lobbing banned anti-personnel rounds called lobe or blade. This violates a convention in 1997 on the ban on anti-personnel mines ratified by Ukraine, as well as the second protocol of the Geneva Convention on Conventional Weapons. Such outrages remain unpunished because the United States and their allies, with the connivance of international human rights institutes, have been covering up the crimes of the Kiev regime based on the policy of Zelensky might be a bastard, but he's our bastard. The inconvenient truth that darkens the image of Ukraine as the victim of Russian aggression is carefully hushed up and sometimes deleted. Even Western human rights organization Amnesty International, which it's difficult to accuse of sympathies to Russia, has been severely criticized and called an agent of the Kremlin, simply because in its report it's confirmed facts about the fact that Kiev places heavy weapons at civilian facilities. Also, the criminal shelling of the Zaporozhye nuclear power plant remain unpunished. even though from the 1st of September, representatives of the IAEA have been present there, and it's not very difficult to establish who's guilty for the shelling. And I just want to recall that the visit of the IAEA mission to this power plant was artificially delayed, even though already on the 3rd of June, all details were agreed, and the mission could have gone to the power plant already. And then it was a very unpleasant situation where the DESA, Department of Security of the UN, refused to give authorization to the specific itinerary, and then this was not a very honest actions. It simply delayed the visit to the Zaporizhia power plant by 2 months, even by 3 months. Oh, practically 3 months.
Some of you are going to see a quick 2-minute break. Stay right here with us. More to come on Live Now.
Fate of Russian soldiers who were taken prisoners. There are very many examples of torture, including violation of international humanitarian law. I'm sure that all those who are interested in what actually happened saw a video of the torture atrocities by Ukrainian neo-Nazis against Russian soldiers who were thrown to the ground with their hands tied and were shot in the head. Did anyone here comment on this the crime at all? We have many witnesses of these criminal activities by the Kiev regime that have been happening since 2014. Russian law enforcement bodies cooperating with their colleagues from Donetsk and Luhansk republics are investigating these thoroughly. Over 220 individuals have been found to be complicit, including the high command of the Ukrainian armed forces, commanders of units who shelled the civilian population. Also, there were cases against mercenaries from citizens of UK, Canada, United States, Netherlands, etc. I can assure you that all perpetrators, independently of their nationality, will be held accountable. I also want to draw your attention to the following. When Russian and Ukrainian negotiators at the end of March practically reached an agreement on the parameters of an agreement proposed by Kiev, just a couple of days later, the tragedy in Bucha occurred. The fact that it was staged leaves no doubt in anyone's mind. And I want to draw your attention, colleagues, that Western colleagues, right after that staged event, immediately cried outrage and introduced a new package of sanctions, spuriously accusing us of killing innocent civilians. Since then, when that propaganda operation was conducted, no one has mentioned Bucha other than us. And once again, in the presence of the Secretary General and ministers, I would address you and say, please demand the Ukrainian authorities to make a simple step, take a simple step to publish information about those individuals whose bodies were shown in Bucha. I've been asking this for the past month. Secretary General, please use your authority for this. It would be very useful to get to the bottom of this episode. And of course, we also noticed the increased activity of international justice with regard to Ukraine. There's supposedly efforts to investigate crimes committed in Ukraine that are ascribed to Russian authorities. All this is simply a very propaganda operation. I just want to recall that neither the coup d'etat in 2014 or the tragedy in Odessa or the shelling of Donetsk or any other crimes have led to any reaction from the International Criminal Court. And by the way, this International Criminal Court, there were some 3,000 references sent to the International Criminal Court against crimes committed against the inhabitants of ICC, and there has been no reaction. And it seems that the ICC has now received instructions to step up its activity. We have no confidence in the work of this body. For the past 8 months, we were waiting for steps to be taken against impunity in Ukraine, and we don't expect anything more from this institution or a whole range of other international institutions. Everything I've said today simply confirms that the decision to conduct a special military operation was inevitable. We have said this more than once. We have provided a huge number of facts which show how Ukraine prepared to play the role of anti-Russia as a staging ground to create a threat against Russian security, and I can assure you that we will never accept this. Thank you very much.
Watching live now from Fox, everyone. When we come back, we will hear a representative from the Ukraine, the response there at the UN Security Council meeting on this war.
War of aggression against Ukraine. Right as we speak, bodies of innocent victims are still being exhumed from at least 445 graves in the recently liberated city of Izum. Some are not entire bodies, but only parts of them, like a few pairs of children's legs in one of the graves. The grief of those who are close and beloved is yet another drop in the ocean of suffering that Russia has inflicted upon the people of Ukraine since 7 months and 8 years of its barbaric aggression. Many of you may have seen the image of a dead hand of a 36-year-old Ukrainian soldier. His name was Sergei Sova, with a yellow and blue bracelet still on it. I do wear one too. Just want to show it to you. Many of us do. And Russia should know one thing. It will never be able to kill all of us. And here is why. Because on February 24th, when Russia attacked Ukraine from all directions, within the first 24 hours, tens of thousands of Ukrainians returned from abroad to defend their country. And what happened within the first 24 hours after President Putin announced mobilization? The opposite. Thousands of Russians booked international flights to leave Russia. Many flights were sold out within hours. Yesterday, Putin announced mobilization. But what he really announced before the whole world was his defeat. You can draft 300, 500,000 people, but you will never win this war. Today, every Ukrainian is a weapon ready to defend Ukraine and the principles enshrined in the UN Charter. Russia will fail and will bear full responsibility for the crime of aggression and consequent war crimes, crimes against humanity and genocide. Yesterday, President Zelensky made it clear in his address that Russian responsibility is a key element to international peace and security. Ukrainian law enforcement, together with partners at the International Criminal Court and countries who support both Ukraine and the ICC, work collectively to collect evidence of Russian crimes and hold perpetrators to account. We trust in the International Criminal Court. Justice will be served. We owe it not only to thousands of victims, but to future generations in Ukraine and beyond. There will be no peace without justice. I emphasize that none of the Russian crimes in Ukraine would have been possible without the crime of aggression against Ukraine committed by Russian leadership. It cannot go unpunished. And the only feasible way to put President Putin and his entourage on trial is to establish a special tribunal for the crime of aggression against Ukraine. I reiterate my call on all states to back this undertaking for the sake of the very basic principles of humanity and the UN Charter. Excellencies, many of you may listen to me right now with one question in mind. Is there a chance for peace? Will Ukraine negotiate with Russia in order to end this war? I want to state crystal clear. No other nation in the world craves for peace more than Ukraine. President Zelensky was very outspoken about it yesterday. We have never wanted anything but peace and stable development. We have never wanted this war and never chose it. We simply want to live normal life. But it's not enough for Ukraine to want peace. Russia must prioritize diplomacy over war in order to give peace a chance. What we see instead is Russian leadership seeking a military solution only. Distinguished colleagues, this chamber has seen many heated debates since 1945, many crises. But the amount of lies coming from the Russian diplomats is quite extraordinary. Today, we are mostly focusing on crimes committed by Russian soldiers in Ukraine. But if anyone thinks they are the only one ready to kill, torture, rape, cut off genitals, they are wrong. Russian diplomats are directly complicit because their lies incite these crimes and cover them up. Apparently, the only thing in today's address by Russia in this torrent of lies worthy of reaction is the inappropriate slang used when mentioning a president of a foreign country, the president of Ukraine. I also noted today that Russian diplomats flee almost as aptly as Russian soldiers. Before February 24th, Russian diplomats here at the United Nations had repeatedly denied plans of a full-scale invasion of Ukraine. The Russian president himself lied into the face of European leaders, saying he was not planning to attack. It was days before the invasion. Russia is shameless. They sit at the chair they occupied in 1991 on dubious legal grounds, armed with a veto right and the feeling of total impunity. Russians are confident that they can get away with anything and they are entitled to do anything they want. They think this seat allows them to violate borders in a 19th century style imperialist conquest. They think it allows them to shell nuclear power plants and seize them. They think it allows them to unleash missile terror on civilians and critical infrastructure. They think It allows them to threaten the world with the use of nuclear weapons. They must be held accountable for all of this. The issue of responsibility is central to the debate. We need to ensure that behavior like this is punishable. Otherwise, every force in the world, every evil force in the world, will be tempted to follow in Russia's footsteps. I don't need to remind anyone at this table how many forces on the planet would like to question the borders of their neighbors. If Russia can do this, why can't they? Today, we're talking not only about Ukraine and Russia. The global security crisis we all face is so much larger. All members of the Council must realize that on February 24th, Russia attacked not only Ukraine, it dealt a deadly blow to the very foundations of the United Nations Charter. No nation can feel safe until Russia is held to account for violating the common principles agreed by all after the Second World War. Russia does not care for them, but there are 192 other UN member states, nations of Asia, the Pacific, Africa, the Middle East, Latin America, and Europe are all interested in upholding the UN Charter today. And Ukraine is fighting to defend principles of this Charter, especially the principle of territorial integrity. Madam President, Russia's war of aggression has plunged the world into a multifaceted crisis. The consequences of this crime are felt far beyond Ukraine. Once Russian warships blocked Ukrainian seaports, it became clear that Ukrainian agricultural exports are vital to global food security. Russia has demonstrated that it is ready to put millions of people across Asia, Africa, and the Middle East at the risk of hunger simply to achieve its imperialistic goals. I take this opportunity to thank UN Secretary General Antonio Guterres.
That was the latest there from the UN Security Council. Security briefing there on the very latest there as that war continues in Ukraine. I want to go out live right now. We do have Speaker of the House Nancy Pelosi just coming to the podium, and let's listen right here on Live Now from Fox.
The Speaker of the Ukraine Parliament joined us with a report and a list of requests, but the members of the G7 were very, very enthusiastic, strongly supporting, ongoing support for the fight for democracy in Ukraine. One point that I wanted to bring up with you that I found interesting is when I was there, over the course of this weekend, I've met with 3 heads of state. And one of the, all 3 of them had spoken to Putin in the last few days, within this week. All of them said he's in it for the long haul. But what was interesting, let's see if you think so, is that they said that, he's running out of people. And up until now, he had been sending people to Ukraine from the poorer southern parts of Russia. So there was not a lot of public opinion in Moscow or St. Petersburg or among the educated class in Russia in opposition. His disinformation was keeping, maybe they believed it, but they were not objecting to it. And what they said is he's running out of people from southern Russia, poorer people, less educated people, and the people that he's going to call on now, their families will have an objection to body bags coming home. I always had confidence in the moms, wherever it is, to put an end to war because they don't want to see their children risking their lives unless it was for the right reason, a good cause, freedom, democracy. And sure enough, he does this 300,000 call, and you see the reaction in the more sophisticated areas of Russia. People leaving the country, people protesting, and some of the protesters being sent to jail. And that's where Putin was going next for some of his call-ups to jail. And now they're going to jail. That's the rumor. But it was interesting that these leaders there had that perception that the minute it went north, it was going to be a different situation. So public opinion in Russia is an important element of how long this lasts. Public opinion in Europe, too. Public opinion in terms of needing energy sources so that they don't have a cold winter or high cost that are unsustainable for their families. And the Europeans were firmly, quickly acting to reduce that impact on their populations. And then many of the countries are also having a severe ban on visas for Russians coming to Europe. And that's one place where the, shall we say, more middle-class people in Russia are feeling the pain that they were having to pay a price for this, and that Russia's reputation and theirs was being affected by it. So much for that. Then we went to Armenia, and we were greeted with thousands of people in the street for America. It was very sad to be at the memorial of the Armenian genocide, but we went with our heads held high because we had finally gotten it to be recognized as a genocide. And then just coincidentally, before we went, the Azeris invaded Armenia, and that caused quite a discussion about where were the Russians to help the Armenians in their relationship with that. So it was an interesting time. But whether you're talking about Ukraine, or you're talking about Armenia, or you're talking about Taiwan, you're talking about democracy, you're talking about integrity of borders, and you're talking about America's role in the world being very, very respected. And we're very proud of our president for the role that he played in bringing people together, listening to them, having collaboration, not condescension. Thank you, President Biden. When we're speaking of democracy, we were very proud that yesterday the House passed the Presidential Election Reform Act in bipartisan fashion. It ensures that the Vice President cannot reject official slates of electors or delay the count. That is a fact, but it removes all doubt and ensures that, limits the type of objections raised during the certification to those outlined in the Constitution, not just anything you can think of, but what are the legitimate concerns that somebody might raise, and requires a majority of each chamber to sustain an objection. What it also does, though, is to say if somebody has an objection, it takes a third of the members to bring it forth, and then a majority for each chamber to sustain it. And then on the state level, it requires governors to submit election results to Congress in a timely fashion and makes clear that states cannot change the rules after the election. Change the rules governing election after it has occurred, preventing these radical state legislators from altering outcomes. With this bill, Democrats are defending America's freedom, our democracy, and again, to enjoy the vision of our fathers with a destiny for democracy. We hope for Senate action soon so that we can get together and come forth with a bill, bipartisan, the law of the land. Now we get to people over politics, the legislation that we have passed in terms of lowering cost, prescription drug prices, for one, and health care. Secondly, increasing wages, the CHIPS Act and other legislation, including the Inflation Reduction Act, to create good-paying jobs. And again, the issues that relate to our safety of our communities, one bill that we have on the floor right now. Oops, I didn't put my watch back on. Again, we want to break the cycle of violence. So we have legislation about mental health justice, breaking the cycle of violence, Victim Act, that is Val Deming's bill. These bills will be voted on separately on the floor, but they're coming up under a rule right now. Again, it built on the funding that we secured in the rescue plan, the bipartisan legislation to build the infrastructure of our country in a green way. And we, again, are very proud of the work that our members have done. Joyce Beatty, the chair of the Congressional Black Caucus, Josh Gottheimer, and many others who have worked together to bring this legislation to the floor. So what's interesting about this is the Republicans just keep revealing themselves. Democrats want women to respect women and women's right to choose and make decisions about family and the rest, and the Republicans that want to criminalize women's health care. We are strongly in our legislation support, not our legislation, our agenda supporting Medicare, and part of our bill, the Inflation Reduction Act, was to enable the Secretary of HHS to negotiate for lower prescription drug prices and have a $2,000 cap on the on what seniors would have to pay out of pocket. I think you see on TV ads from ARP and others who were so helpful in the outside mobilization to get this done. The Republicans say they threaten to repeal the lower cost of prescription drugs in their agenda. Criminalize health care, threaten to repeal the lower drug prices for seniors, and also, as one of their former speakers have said, Medicare should wither on the vine. So these are kitchen table issues: cost of drugs, Medicare for seniors, and the rest. And again, they're endless in their assaults on democracy, and that's a big difference between us. And not to talk politics, but that's one of the things that's at stake in the election. I can talk more specifically about what they have said and what they have done on that if you wish, but I do want to talk again about democracy, and that is respecting the right to vote and not undermining or jeopardizing the integrity of our elections, which are fundamental to our democracy. So their extreme agenda that they'll be putting out makes it harder for Americans to vote, would purge eligible voters from the rolls, gives extreme MAGA state legislatures absolute power to change the rules of elections at whim, including after the election, and on that same election, and insert extreme MAGA allies to disrupt polling places and vote counting. This has a chilling effect on whether someone will go to the polls if they fear for their safety. They know what they're doing. And just, we harken back to January 6th. It was so sad in so many ways, and I'll never forgive them for the trauma they caused for the young people in the Capitol, the staff, press, others. Trauma that they caused for them and our members and the rest. But I will never get over the fact that after all was said and done, and what they saw as an insurrection incited by their president, that still 147 Republicans voted to overturn the results of the election on January 6th. Well, it was into the morning now of the 7th. The extreme MAGA agenda is dangerous for families and for all of the American people.
We're going to take a quick 2-minute break here for some of you. Stay right here with us on Live Now from Fox.
And the hurricane damage there, and what vehicle might be the vehicle for getting aid to the area?
The Puerto Rico issue is very close to the hearts of many of us. And when the former president was in office, he stood in the way of aid going to them after Maria, now almost 5 years ago. And so now they have another natural disaster. And the way the process works is that FEMA, in order to spend the funds, has to assess the damage. And that's the process that they're going through now. We know that they're well-funded, FEMA is, but if they need more, we want them to have more. We think that there are opportunities in community block grant, disaster relief, that's a separate, special category, that could be used for Puerto Rico once the determination is made, assessment of the damage. That's just what the process is. There are other challenges in terms of the PROMISO and all of that we really have to address, and it's heartbreaking to see the entire island shut down in terms of electricity, many people, water, and the rest. But this is close to the heart of many of us, and certainly on the minds of all of us.
Are you concerned at all that the funding from Hurricane Maria, that was a lot of the funding that was allocated for infrastructure rebuilding after Hurricane Maria went unspent?
Yeah, that's what during the Trump years. We'll see how we can free that up, but we have to. And when we do, the laws that we have passed with the infrastructure bill and the rescue package and all the rest will serve to enable and CHIPS, the training that is necessary for the rebuilding. It just doesn't happen like that. You need human resources to rebuild, and you need training for that to happen. So we're looking at that across the board.
Question on the CR?
After Maria, there were some assistance regarding Medicaid and nutritional assistance to Puerto Rico. Additional to the assessment of FEMA regarding the damage in Puerto Rico, there were some measures regarding, Medicaid, nutritional assistance.
Yeah, we have plenty we need to
That will not
do.
be included in the CR?
Excuse me?
That kind of assistance will not be included in the CR?
Well, that's one of the challenges we have in resolving the CR. So you might want to talk to your Republican friends about that. Yeah. What do you got?
Wider question on the CR. We're about a week from the shutdown.
Yeah.
What is the plan here? How will you respond to the request for $12 billion in Ukraine aid and for COVID funding? And when will the House act on it?
Right now, again, you know more about the Senate machinations than I do, but my understanding is the process will begin today, and they will, because of Rosh Hashanah, Monday and Tuesday, they can't take it up until after sundown on Tuesday. That will start the further process. The notice is now, but the process starts then. We would hope that as quickly as possible, they would come to agreement, send it to us. We are prepared to take it up. We have same-day authority already built in, so we don't have to delay it in any way for procedural purposes. And hopefully that will happen on Tuesday night, and we'll have an idea of how long they will take. If they don't, we will have to start it over here. That's really what it is. Yes, ma'am.
President Joe Biden had an interview on 60 Minutes where he didn't commit to running for re-election, and I'm wondering if you think he should run in 2024, or if you think the party should put someone else forward who might be better.
President Biden is the president of the United States. He did a great service to our country. He defeated Donald Trump. Let's not forget that. If you care about the air we breathe, the water we drink, the education of our children, jobs for their families, pensions for their seniors, any subject you can name. I'm not going into politics about whether the president should run or not. Yes, ma'am. Yes.
Following up, the Senate is wrestling with voting reform and the proposal by Congressman
Yeah.
Manchin.
Yeah.
Do you think there is any version of voting reform that you or your caucus here could support? In particular, could a bill that contains a fast track for the Mountain Valley Pipeline, could that pass in the House?
Let me just say that, as I say to you and I say to my members, let's see what happens in the Senate, and then we will deal with what we have to do in the House. But I'm not speculating on what we don't know that they will send over. My understanding is that the legislation was made known today, was it? Last night. Yes, last night. Okay, I haven't read it myself yet, but because we've been busy on what we're doing here, but I will. And I wanted to just recall to mind that we passed historic legislation, the Inflation Reduction Act, which helps to reduce inflation, helps reduce the deficit because of how the bill is written, reduces the cost of prescription drugs for seniors on Medicare. This is historic. We have been trying for decades to do this. 6 for 06, when I was leader and we were running to win the House, and we did, 6 for 06 was one of our 6. 6 was prescription drugs. We said, we promise we'll pass these 6 bills if we win. We passed 5 of them, became law. 1 of them did not, because it could not achieve the 60 votes in the Senate. So since then and for a long time, we've been trying to get that done. This is historic, and it makes a big difference at the kitchen table of America's working families. And we extended the subsidies for 3 more years for lower costs for the Affordable Care Act. And we saved the planet. We're saving the planet with record $360 billion to save the planet and generating jobs and cleaner air and cleaner water and jobs and security for our country. As part of that, this agreement, which I think was, I'm willing to support, yes, but we'll have to see how it comes back from the Senate, and there may be room for negotiation. But I'm not walking away from $360 billion in support for saving the planet for our children and, again, lower prescription drug prices for our families. I think that's it.
Support the agreement that Senator Manchin made with Senator Schumer. That's the agreement you said?
I said I support it, yes. I've said that right from the start. There's no question. Yes, James.
I wonder what you think. John Gibbs, who's running for House in Michigan, said that women don't possess the characteristics necessary to govern. And men
Wait a minute, I
were
want
smart.
everybody to hear what you're saying. Please, speak up. What did he say?
And men were smarter. I'm not adopting this position as my own.
I
This is
just
what
want
he
them to
said.
know what that
Because
candidate
they
said.
think logically about broad and abstract ideas in order to deduce a suitable conclusion without relying upon emotional reasoning.
Is that what he said?
Uh-huh.
I thought he said that the passage of the 19th Amendment made us a totalitarian state when women had the right to vote. Didn't he say something like that too?
As well, yeah. I was trying to keep it short.
And didn't he? And didn't he also be part of a movement to repeal the 19th Amendment for women to have the right to vote? What do I think of that? I think I hear something like that every day around here. When people say that women shouldn't be able to make their choices about contraception or their own reproductive health, that's a sign of disrespect for women. What he's saying is outrageous. I don't think many members of here would subscribe to that. But the insult to women's intelligence is one that exists in many forms around here. Thank you all very much. We're going to go up for our vote now.
Speaker of the House Nancy Pelosi talking on a range of issues here. We're going to take a quick 2-minute break. When we come back, we have your top stories here of the day all lined up on the latest featuring Trump's legal battles. All coming up next here on Live Now from Fox. And just like that, we are back here for you on Live Now from Fox. I'm your host, Mike Page. Always great to be here with with you as we continue to bring you top stories and headlines all in the mix right here on Live Now. And we're going to go through some of the top stories here of the day following the latest there with Trump and his legal troubles that continue as a slew of legal battles continue. A federal appeals court just ruled in favor of the Justice Department, which will allow prosecutors to continue reviewing the documents taken at Mar-a-Lago last month as part of its criminal investigation. Fox News correspondent Griff Jenkins reports from Washington.
Prosecutors will now be able to review roughly 100 classified documents taken by the FBI at Mar-a-Lago as part of its criminal investigation. Judge Eileen Cannon blocked the DOJ, but an appeals court lifted her ruling.
This is significant because it recognizes that President Trump might be on the hook criminally here because of the mishandling of the classified documents.
Former President Trump has repeatedly argued he declassified top-secret documents he took with him after leaving the White House last year.
You can declassify just by saying it's declassified, even by thinking about it, because you're sending it to Mar-a-Lago or to wherever you're sending it. You're the president. You make that decision.
The Justice Department investigation isn't the only legal challenge confronting Mr. Trump. New York Attorney General Letitia James filed a civil lawsuit against him in the Trump Organization, making several accusations, including that the organization manipulated the value of assets for more favorable loans from banks. The former president disputes the allegations and says it's a political witch hunt.
She's pursuing civil charges. If she had brought a criminal case against the former president, she would have had to prove her claims beyond a reasonable doubt.
The New York Attorney General is seeking $250 million in damages. In Washington, Griff Jenkins, Fox News.
We have a weather alert here for you. Live look right now in Bermuda here as the Caribbean continues struggling with recovery from Hurricane Fiona, and the storm isn't over yet. Let's take a look here at our map right here and can just show you where it is at right now. It is swelled into a Category 4 storm that could still gain even more strength as it moves over the Atlantic. Fox weather correspondent Robert Ray has more on where it is all heading next. All right, we apologize there. No audio there coming from Robert's story, but we will continue to track it for you all right here on Live Now from Fox in the mix here as we bring you always the latest right here. We do have another update that we want to get to you coming up here, all about the Oxford high school shooter remaining in adult jail. The Michigan teen accused of opening fire inside his high school last year will remain in adult jail. Ethan Crumbly appeared via Zoom for a hearing today where Oakland County Circuit Judge said Crumbly has everything he needs and should remain at the Oakland County facility. Crumbly is accused of shooting and killing 4 students as well as injuring 5 others during a mass shooting at Oxford High School last year. Crumbly will be back in court on October 20th. His parents are facing involuntary manslaughter charges in connection to the shooting. Police say that the Crumblys did nothing to prevent their son, the alleged shooter, from committing the deadly shooting there. So we'll keep an eye on that story for you all right here on Live Now from Fox. We're going to take another quick 2-minute break. You can take a look at the Dow here as stocks still under pressure there. Recession fears continue. We have it all for you coming up next here on Live Now from Fox. And we're back here for you on Live Now. You can see the Dow. They're down almost 100 points in the red there. Recession fears continue there as inflation continues to surge right now. And I want to go out to a Senate hearing from earlier today featuring some top bank CEOs and what they think where the economy is headed. Let's listen right here on Live Now.
Particularly in the wake of the murder of George Floyd, which happened in both of our hometowns. It's impossible to look away from the systemic racism that we see in our community and in all communities, I believe. So could you discuss how you and U.S. Bank is approaching this issue and addressing this disparity in our hometown?
Certainly. I think one of the things we all realize is how complicated and complex the mortgage process can be. And one of the areas we're focused on, like one of my colleagues said, is putting loan officers in those low and moderate income communities that look just like the person applying for the mortgage and helping them through that complex process. That, and coupled with some of the other things we talked about with rate payments and utilities as being part of the underwriting process, I think all these things help the origination process be smoother, easier, and more successful for those individuals.
And are you at U.S. Bank looking at ways to sort of track your progress on this?
We are. In fact, after that study came out, I personally met with the Fed leadership to talk about the data that they provided, some ideas we had, and we actually have a joint team working on it.
Thank you very much. I want to also just associate with myself with the comments from Senator Warner and Senator Van Hollen about the power of CDFIs to help expand access to capital in communities, and I appreciate the comments of many of you on that topic. I'll yield back, Mr. Chair.
Thank you so much, Senator Smith. Senator Haggerty.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I'd like to turn to a topic that disturbs me greatly. That's the trends in so-called ESG. I'm going to ask a series of simple questions and would appreciate a yes or no answer from each of you. Thanks. Mr. Rogers, by and large, when someone buys shares of your company, they get to vote on company directors and management in proportion to their ownership share in their class of stock. Is that correct?
That's correct, Senator.
Thank you. Mr. Moynihan, when hardworking Americans plan ahead by investing in a retirement fund, for example, a BlackRock or a Vanguard fund that tracks the S&P 500, they're effectively buying a small share of each company in the index, including your companies. Is that correct?
Yes, sir, that's correct.
Thank you. Mr. Cesare, when retirement investors buy shares in your companies through a fund managed by one of the major index fund providers, most of these votes are not cast by the shareholders. Instead, companies like BlackRock or a so-called proxy advisor effectively make the voting determination for them, correct?
That is correct.
And how does BlackRock or Vanguard decide how to vote the average American shares? They have what's called an investment stewardship team that makes those decisions for them. This is at the heart of a troubling trend in the financial markets of weaponizing unsuspecting Americans' voting rights in the name of the radical environmental, social, and governance, or ESG, agenda. What these activists have figured out is that any radical policy that they can't get enacted through government can be advanced through corporate America by hijacking the trillions of dollars in voting rights from everyday Americans' retirement accounts. So a retired school teacher in Tennessee, like my mom, without her knowledge, is having the control that she paid for in her retirement accounts being wielded to push woke policies on corporations that she and a vast majority of Americans would find quite disturbing. Just last week, I spoke with the CEO of a publicly traded company who was given marching orders by a young man from the shareholder stewardship department of a large index fund provider. This young man was 2 years removed from college. In fact, the young man advised the CEO to divest his core business in the name of ESG. Why did this kid feel emboldened to do so? Well, because as an asset manager, he controlled a significant portion of his company's shares, voting rights that were essentially robbed from American shareholders. And this year's proxy season was particularly egregious. Most of your banks had to fight off activist proposals, including so-called racial equity audits and the forced debanking of oil and gas companies. So, Mr. Diamond, I'd like to turn to you. Do you believe that these activist shareholder stewards are accurately representing the views of the individual investors who actually own these shares?
Yeah, so all of those investors have a fiduciary responsibility to do their homework and vote. I personally think it's a disgrace when they rely on proxy advisors, and I think the proxy advisors are terrible. And I'm probably one of the few people who says that. I think it's a little bit worse than what you're saying, because we've gone from 7,000 public companies to 4,000 operating companies over the last 20 years or so, and that's a problem. We're driving them private. This is part of the reason. And one thing I want to add, they're starting to do this pass-through proxy voting so that your mother can vote her shares. I'm kind of in favor of that, but the way shares get voted today, if the person doesn't vote, it counts as a yes vote on all those proxies you're talking about. You got to change that and get, it's got to be a quorum of all those who vote.
Senator Sullivan is working on legislation to address this right now, and I support that legislation. Mr. Diamond, can I stay with you for just a moment longer? As an industry that's trying to refute claims from both sides of the aisle of being partisan, do you think that this trend in so-called shareholder activism actually complicates your ability to serve your clients or to yield value for your shareholders more broadly?
Yeah, well, I'm going to do the right thing regardless of all that, but it is causing a lot of consternation in corporate America.
Got it. I'd like to take a minute to go to a topic that Senator Toomey has already touched on, that's bank capital. Capital requirements are designed to be countercyclical, meaning banks build up capital during good economic times so that they can absorb losses and still deploy capital during economic downturns. That allows them to lend to consumers and small businesses when access to credit is most needed. Fed Vice Chair Michael Barr all but indicated during a recent speech at the Brookings Institution that he intends to increase capital requirements for a large number of U.S. financial institutions, even as our economy has suffered 2 consecutive quarters of negative growth. That's the technical definition of a recession. So as our economy is in the midst of a serious weakening, do any of you believe that increases in capital requirements now won't have a negative impact on economic growth or on your ability to lend to growing businesses? I didn't think so. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Senator Cortez Masto.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you to the panel members for being here. Let me talk about an issue that is important in my state to help lower costs, which is affordable housing. I want to thank both Mr. Scharf and Ms. Frazier. We've had this conversation, and I know I just recently toured Decatur Commons. It's a $110 million affordable housing rental development in Las Vegas. It's a beautiful multifamily apartment development. It has 480 new units, 240 units for low-income families and 240 units for low-income seniors. Citi and Wells Fargo helped provide the financing to build this with Nevada Hand in Nevada. Mr. Scharf, in the past 2 years, Wells Fargo provided $128 million to finance 6 affordable rental housing projects, providing nearly 1,000 new affordable units in Nevada. For those 6 developments and in affordable housing just in general, your bank cannot just finance the entire cost of a large development. Isn't that correct? In other words, you look to other complex financing that may come from low-income housing tax credits, the housing trust funds, vouchers, and other funds to make the deal pencil out. Is that right?
That is generally correct, yes.
And Ms. Fraser, in your testimony, you shared that Citi has also provided $5.6 million in 32 states to build affordable housing. Can you also share how federal funds work with the housing developments Citi finances?
I think similar to how you described it, it's the low tax credits are an absolutely critical component to be able to bring together the different elements of a financing for the affordable housing projects. And we would certainly be encouraging the expansion of those credits so we can bring more and more capital into this critical need.
Thank you, because I do think it is important. I've listened to my colleagues. We all agree. We've got to lower costs around affordable housing. There is a role for Congress to play here. There's legislation that is out there that I support, and some of my colleagues do, that we should be passing to address this, to bring back the opportunity for families, first-time home buyers, for seniors, for low-income families, and so many to be able to afford housing in this country. So I thank you for that. Let me give an opportunity to the other panelists. I'm curious, with your banks, the work that you're doing around affordable housing as well. And I don't know, Mr. Moynihan, if you want to start.
A couple things, Senator. One, we compete for those projects. And so we are one of the larger, we're all among the largest people who invest in low-income house and tax credit-driven transactions. And I think we have 2,700 properties around the country we invest in. One of the things I'd raise with you to think about is in the Federal Advisory Committee, you'll see some reference, and we were asked by the Fed what could you do. So I think things like permitting. I think making sure these tax credits aren't lost if the OECD 15% tax rate is approved, because in the end of the day, it drives the activity, and that's at risk if that gets approved, and that's up to you. I think the other thing is to continue to be inventive, a little bit like you did with the MDIs and CDFIs, with equity to developers to enhance the equity part, because that we can only lend when there's something underneath us, and you need both the expertise to develop and also the equity, but it's a critical issue, and we all work on it every day. I mean, we've got literally $5 billion we did last year. We'll do another $5 or $6 billion this year. It's not something we're unfamiliar with, and I think I'd encourage you to sit with our experts, and they can give you 8,000 things that could make it easier.
Thank you. Anyone else?
Thank you for your leadership on this, Senator. We have about $4 billion invested in affordable projects, hit about $1 billion last year, about 19,000 individual units. The only thing I could add to the discussion, I think opportunities to fast track those projects in certain communities. As we talk to our builders, they're often having time getting the approvals to get started. And I think if we could get the affordable housing to the front of the line in communities, it would be really helpful.
Okay.
We have similar numbers, Senator, and I would also say, as you mentioned, the banks not only play a role in the low-income housing tax credit, but collecting capital from all sources and making sure the project is successful in its objective, and I think that's a key component of our focus as well.
Okay, thank you.
We're obviously large in the business as well. I would just point out that this is one of the most successful private-public partnerships that I think we could point to in terms of having the intended outcome, and we should expand it, and we should do more things like it.
Thank you. Thank you to the panelists. I appreciate it. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you so very much, Senator Cortez Masto. Senator Daines.
Senator Warnock, thank you. As we sit here today, inflation is up 8.3% from a year ago. It's barely below 40-year highs that were reached earlier this year. Food prices, shelter, new cars, medical services all increased by nearly a percentage point from last month. It's not surprising that we're seeing this level of inflation. Those of us on this side of the aisle were warning the administration back in March of 2021 about pushing forward here with these massive stimulus bills when there was $1 trillion of unspent COVID funds sitting out there in December of 2020. Unfortunately, that was just the start of the spending for this administration. In fact, an analysis from the Committee for Responsible Federal Budget Estimates, they estimate the Biden administration has approved $4.8 trillion in new borrowing through 2031 in the form of executive actions and enacted legislation. The student debt cancellation announced last month could cost as much as $1 trillion if you ask the folks over at Penn Wharton. It's amazing to me that the Biden administration can say with a straight face that we are working to get inflation under control. While they have approved $4.8 trillion in additional borrowing, the so-called Inflation Reduction Act will reduce deficits by only $238 billion, leaving about $4.6 trillion in inflation creation. And of course, this inflation comes with real consequences for Montanans and all American workers. We're seeing the decreases now in real wages of about 2.8% over the past year. I want to start, Mr. Diamond. President Biden recently said during a 60 Minutes interview that inflation, quote, needs to be put in perspective, and that the monthly inflation rate had, and I quote, hardly risen. My question is, do you agree with that assessment and with the President's implication that we are overreacting to the inflation that we're seeing in this economy?
I'm not going to comment on what the President said, but it is high. It's likely to come down a little bit because some of those things are going to go away, but pieces are more embedded, like wages, housing, which are not going to go that quickly, and a lot of that stimulus is not spent yet. So rising rates may have to go higher than what people expect, and of course, if you have a global recession for whatever reason, it'll help ameliorate that, but that's the bad reason. The most important thing is to avoid stagflation. Stagflation is the most damaging to every part of society, every industry, all income levels, and therefore I think it's important to get our hands around inflation as quickly as possible.
Mr. Scharf, what are your thoughts there on the inflation battle?
I would agree with Mr. Diamond.
Right, thank you. I wanted to shift gears for a moment and talk about board composition. I'm very concerned as we look across corporate America. You know, I spent a good part of my private sector career working for a Fortune 50 company to ensure that we have boards that have, I'll just call it balanced ideological tension. for lack of a better phrase. We've seen what's happened with journalism has gone left, entertainment has gone left. I don't want to see corporate America tip the teeter-totter, frankly, one way or the other, as they work every day to take care of their shareholders. Mr. Moynihan, I know as we think about diversity, I know you believe that's important, of course. Yeah. And the question is ideological diversity. I heard somebody describe diversity at Harvard is where everybody looks really different but thinks exactly the same. The question is, I've looked at the Bank of America's board. It contains twice as many Democrat donors as Republican donors. And I'm not asking that you tip the teeter-totter to the right, but how do you maintain ideological diversity as it relates to board composition?
Honestly, I don't know what our board does for political contributions. It's not part of what we look at. Our company gives to candidates of both sides of the aisle. Not our company, but our PAC does, which is independent of me. I don't make decisions. But I think if you look at our board members, the thing you're finding consistency is executives have been very senior roles like you in big companies because of complexity. So former CEOs, former bankers, and it's a great board and they do a great job. But that experience base of making decisions in a big complex company is what we look for, and that has. I've never asked a director how they vote. Honestly, I've asked them about their experiences and what they could do to help our company be better.
Ms. Fraser, a question on energy. We're seeing, of course, energy prices going up dramatically. Europe is a case study of what not to do at the moment. It's going to be a really tough winter over in Europe because of very poor choices made, starting with the Germans and others in terms of taking out baseload power. You stated back in April of 20 they would not finance Arctic drilling in Alaska. However, Citi has had no problems doing business with Russian oil companies and was the last to announce a pullout from Russia. In fact, Citigroup did not even stop soliciting clients in Russia for 3 weeks after the February 24th invasion. My question is, why would we be using market share to put pressure on to shut down American energy when the world's energy supply is in great need of more made in America energy? And of course, energy demand is going to increase 50% in the next 25 years for the world. So we need more energy, not less, and coal, oil, and natural gas to be part of it.
I want to note that the gentleman's 50 seconds over already.
Right. I'll let her respond.
Then thank you for the question. Very briefly, I think there is a very important balance to be attained over the next few decades of the balance between energy security and energy supply, as well as a transition to cleaner energy sources. And that's going to be an important balance. We will play an important role in both.
Yeah, the Europeans lost sight of balance, let the record state. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Daines. I'll now acknowledge myself for a question. When it comes to the cost for families, the country's biggest banks often set the pace for the rest of the country. This is why it's so important for us to hold the biggest banks accountable for the services they provide. Smaller banks imitate policies that you set for your banks throughout the nation. This is especially true for the fees you charge your customers. And in a recent report, the CFPB detailed the crippling effects of overdraft fees and the impact that this is continuing to have on families. These penalties fall on a small number of folks who carry most of the fees, with banks charging 80% of fees to only 9% of account holders. 80% of fees to 9% of account holders. Typically, these lower income folks are already struggling financially. These fees make conditions worse and can keep them trapped in a cycle of debt. I do want to recognize that some of the banks present, such as Citi and Bank of America, have eliminated or taken strides to reduce their fees. Mr. Rogers, earlier this year, Truist announced a new account type with no overdraft fees. How do these accounts affect customers' overall financial health? What are you seeing, especially for those who frequently overdraft and are lower income folks?
Thanks, Senator. Specifically as to Truist One, This is an account with no overdraft fees, but the other feature that I think is almost more important, it has a negative $100 buffer. So in addition to not charging a fee, we did a lot of study and a lot of work about how much clients typically overdraw in terms of an amount. So this $100 negative buffer is afforded to every client and allows them to continue to transact. So not only not have fees, but able to pay the daycare bill, pay the rental bill, and the activity that we've seen in that's really important. And then I think also we have another account called the Truist Confidence Account. And I think in that case we've seen, and we've tried to do some studies around this to learn more, we've actually seen new entrants into the banking system. So someone who was previously unbanked, who may have not come to Truist for some of our other account capabilities, came into our system with these type accounts. So I think in addition to providing the buffers, I think we're affording more entrants into the banking system, which I believe has got to be a goal for us.
Well, thank you. And some of the banks that are testifying today still have restrictive policies in place that make it difficult for hardworking families to meet their basic needs. So I'd like to ask each of you, and will you commit today to work to eliminate onerous fees? A simple yes or no would suffice, and you can elaborate in writing after the hearing. I'll begin with Mr. Scharf. Will you work to eliminate onerous fees?
Senator, we have an account that does not have fees. Well, we have an account that does not have fees, so the customer has the option, and we're going to continue to look at our fee structures.
Mr. Diamond?
I would say the same thing, and we've already made a lot of changes since that report, which I'd love to share with you. And we have the same type of ways to make it easy for people. I do think giving people a choice and letting them opt in or out is a proper thing to do. And it actually saves them from far worse pain and suffering. They don't bounce a check or something. And a lot of people, they get charged much more on the other side. So when we looked at this, we said it is more respectful. I agree with the fact it gets misused sometimes. We got to do a better job in counseling, closing, et cetera, for those where it's just too much.
So you're committed to doing a better job?
Yes.
Mr. Cesare?
Senator, we also have an account that provides no overdraft fees. I think an important component of this as well, though, is education and alerts to the customers when they're entering a situation that they may overdraft, and help them in advance with other alternatives, and that's something we're also focused on.
Mr. Demchak?
Senator, we led the charge to drop overdraft fees. We have 2 accounts with no fees. We have a unique product that actually allows the client to choose in the moment if they want to return the item or pay the item. And we'll continue to look on how to improve that.
I've seen personally, as a senator, as pastor, the impact that these fees have on ordinary folks who are just struggling, trying to make ends meet. So this is an important issue, one that I'll stay on. Now, I'm concerned that with part of what's happening in this moment, according to the FDIC quarterly banking profile, the banking sector's profits declined 8.5% year over year in the second quarter of 2022. And here's my concern is that as you are dealing with that larger economic reality, I imagine that you've discussed ways to find new revenue streams or to cut costs. Mr. Monahan, has Bank of America discussed opening up other revenue streams or reintroducing financial products to offset these losses?
No, sir.
Have you considered looking back at the changes your bank has made to reduce fees over the past year?
No, sir.
Okay. Mr. Frazier, same question. Ms. Frazier, I'm sorry.
We are perpetually looking at what we can do to make our fees more customer friendly, and what we can do to make sure we provide access to those who don't have ready access to banking services. So it's a perpetual move that we make.
So you're committed to not balancing your budget on the banks of the most marginalized customers?
Yeah, we absolutely were committed to that.
Thank you so very much.
bank CEOs testifying here on Capitol Hill as we all are facing and trying to deal with inflation. Again, this is a live look here at the big board, down more than 30 points. This coming on the heels of yesterday's meeting with our Federal Reserve, as they did say they are increasing those interest rates. We'll break down that here for you on Live Now from Fox coming up here in just a little bit. But I do want to let our viewers know, coming up here in the next hour or so, we are going to be continuing to keep track of Hurricane Fiona. President Biden is going to be receiving a briefing from FEMA on Hurricane Fiona. So we will be getting a little bit of portion of that meeting. We'll bring it to you right here on Live Now from Fox. But first, when we come back here after this break, we do have officials in Baton Rouge who are speaking about violence that they've seen erupting across their city, especially overnight. They had 4 overnight shootings. They do believe 2 of those shootings are connected. We'll bring you this full press conference right here for you on Live Now from Fox when we return here in 2 minutes. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox, where we're always keeping track of the top stories, press conferences coming to us from across the country. Christy Larson here with you. Thanks again to all of our viewers who tune in each and every single day. I want to continue things along, giving you another press conference, this time taking you out to Baton Rouge, Louisiana, where officials are speaking about overnight shootings. They had 4 of them overnight here. They're talking about how they're going to continue to investigate these, but also address public safety issues after seeing this eruption of violence. They do believe of those 4 shootings, 2 of them could be connected. They're laying out all the details. Let's go ahead, bring that news conference to you from the top right here for you on Live Now from Fox.
I want to thank you for joining us here today. As we enter the final months of 2022, it's incumbent upon me to continue to update our citizens on our priorities, today specifically surrounding public safety. You know, I had someone share with me that I might reconsider another press conference. But these dialogues are vital to keep each of you listening today updated on the continuous work that is happening from our law enforcement agencies and to state facts, priorities, and most importantly, advancements in crime reduction. Over the last 2 weeks, it's very clear that we have seen an influx of incidents. In each of those incidents over the years, there was harm and hurt to family members. Whether you have been an actual victim of a crime, watching the news, or reading the stories, If an incident has occurred in your neighborhood, it has traumatized all of us and impacts all of us. Tragic murders like those of Devin Page in April of 2022, Kevin Hardy in July of 2020, most recently, Allison Rice, Christopher Worley, 2020, Donta Thompson in January 2022, Jeffrey Follins in June of 2022, Lewis Robinson in May of 2018. All families that are plagued with the loss of a loved one. I share the heartbreak for all families of the victims because these are citizens of our community. They are family members, our loved ones, that we're losing to violence. While I certainly believe in the power of prayer and will continue to pray for our community and those who have lost loved ones, I also know that people want to see these cases solved and to achieve justice. I'm not numb to violent incidents that bring pain and disruption to our city. Public safety requires whole government, whole law enforcement, whole judicial, and whole community approach. Faith without works is dead. But in order to build, improve, and rapidly respond, we must keep faith in the systems and in each other. In an effort to create a safer, stronger Baton Rouge, my administration is heavily focused on addressing our city's crime through law enforcement, mental and behavioral health services, and community engagement. Today, I'm joined by many of our partners in peace, fellow city parish leaders, law enforcement agencies at the local, state, and federal level that have been working collaboratively over the last year or more, with increased collaboration in 2022 to implement strategies from our public safety partnership led by the Department of Justice. Baton Rouge Police Department, East Baton Rouge Parish Sheriff's Office, the District Attorney, U.S. Marshals, ATF, DEA, FBI, and USAO. These partners meet bi-weekly to acknowledge the actions completed. They discuss issues to be addressed, and they identify the actions to be taken week after week to address violent crime in Baton Rouge and throughout the parish. The people standing here today will often tell you in meetings, I'm clear on two things. How are we building a stronger community and mitigating crime? What are the decisive actions that we are doing to address violent crime right now? Let me tell you what we are doing and the path forward. Enforcing laws, investigating gun-involved crimes, and prosecuting cases will remain the foundational element of the East Baton Rouge Violence Collaborative's violence reduction strategy. Again, the priority for all partners is to identify and concentrate their efforts to investigate, prosecute, and reduce gun violence. Secondly, Baton Rouge Police Department is focusing on street crimes, narcotics, special operations, and specific sub-zones and districts where we are experiencing high incidents of shootings, and how we prioritize assigning personnel and more aggressive recruitment to increase boots on the ground. Let me just say that even though we have seen successes in our efforts, we know that we still have a ways to go towards victory. But this is certainly a reflection of what we are doing and what we plan to do. I'm grateful for the comments, the emails, and calls that my office receives, because transparency is vital. I would be remiss if I did not share a big frustration many of us standing here today and throughout the community have continued to share. In many of these incidents, far too often we are seeing re-arrest of the same individuals who have already been arrested for other serious crimes. This is not finger pointing or placing blame, it's telling the truth. It's the reality of what we are dealing with. And we cannot turn a blind eye to continuous offenses of the same group of individuals causing problems, committing crimes in our community without accountability. Now, the next conversation our leadership teams will be having will be with the arms of criminal justice, including judicial and law enforcement. At this time, I'm going to ask the Baton Rouge Police Chief Murphy Paul to come forward and give an update on our strategy moving forward. Chief Paul.
Thank you, Mayor President. Good afternoon. Baton Rouge Chief of Police Murphy Paul. First, I want to begin by reassuring the community that the men and women in law enforcement are working hard to reduce crime in the city of Baton Rouge and East Baton Rouge Parish. I'm sure you're aware that there's no quick fix approach to violent crime, no singular solution. It's a complex issue. And it involves a consistent, collective, and continued effort. A holistic approach, and law enforcement is one part of that system. One strategy that we use to address violent crime in our city is community-based efforts, involvement of youth programs, our community walk, our citizens academy, our work with our partners. And these community-based public safety programs empower the community to protect itself through violence reduction strategies. And we have seen progress in these areas during our Safe Hope Summer Initiative. But then there are law enforcement efforts. These are data-driven policing, updating technology, standing up operations and task force with our federal partners. And we are focusing in very specific micro areas in our community. And it's becoming an important tool to reduce crime. Provides short-term solutions and a rapid response to community concerns. And I'm here today to help shine a light on some recent cases and to share all that I can this time on open investigations that have prompted both community and media questions. This day in particular was selected just yesterday based on investigative intelligence which suggested that gun violence between specifically identified gangs in our city are looming. The violence is looming, and my idea is a more informed community is a safer community. And so here we are addressing these issues. I have some Baton Rouge Police Department officers that are here with me that make up the senior command staff of the Baton Rouge Police Department and other partners as well that are behind me. I want to talk about enforcement. Let's be clear about this. We are not soft on crime. Enforcement is critical. We cannot implement these strategies without the enforcement piece. Prevention and intervention are other components. But when it comes to the enforcement piece, we have made more than 3,100 felony arrests this year, 355 juveniles, and we've seized more than 1,366 firearms. We've done that by focusing in micro areas in our community, targeting the small group of individuals who are involved in crime, and we will continue our enforcement efforts in this city to put criminals in jail. But we cannot arrest our way out of this problem. Crime is a socioeconomic issue, and we have to deal with the root causes of violence. And we are working with our community partners and law enforcement partners to identify who those criminals are. I'll give you a couple examples. In Spanish Town, we had a murder, and we received a call from a community partner who told us to look at Luke Simmons. Our detectives investigated, developed Luke Simmons as a suspect. And we learned in that process that we had just arrested him from another homicide. He bonded out on that particular homicide, and he committed another. So if you know the whereabouts of Luke Simmons, our U.S. Marshal Task Force is actively looking for him. He is dangerous. We've arrested him twice for homicides. And we're asking you to do the right thing. Pick up the phone and call Crime Stoppers. Let me be clear about this message. There's someone in his inner circle who knows where he is. We will catch him. Call Crime Stoppers and get the reward, because we're going to catch him anyway. But there's somebody out there who knows his whereabouts. We've directed our street crime unit to operate in areas of the city, micro areas of the city. We've identified those areas through the partnership with our District Attorney's Office Crime Strategy Unit. At my direction, our street crime unit was in the 1st District in an area known as Mall City, doing what they were directed to do. Subsequent to their observations, they observed the traffic violation and a male in the car with a mask on. They initiated a traffic stop after seeing a traffic violation, and there was a chase. The suspect in the vehicle refused to stop. And unfortunately, there was an accident involving one of our citizens. One of the individuals in the suspect vehicle died as a result of his injuries. The male driver ran. He was apprehended by our detectives. We learned that we had just arrested him in the first week of September for a homicide, for an attempted homicide. And that we arrested him before he had been charged with a previous homicide. We're asking the community to lift those from our community who were involved in that accident up in prayers, as one is still in the hospital, for a speedy recovery. Pray for him. But we believe, based on the information that was provided to us, that we prevented a shooting incident that day. I understand the concern of the citizens in getting involved in chases and pursuits, and we have a policy for that, and there's a policy on that. But based on what I've been presented, we prevented a shooting that day. Or our detectives who were called out because a gun store was burglarized near Hammond Air. And because the detectives had just recently arrested juveniles for a similar type burglary, they were able to use that information and identify a potential suspect. I want to thank the juvenile court judge who made it mandatory that that juvenile offender wore a tracking device. Because it is that tracking device that we were able to get information from that put him on the scene of the crime, and we were able to get a search warrant at a residence and seize all but one of the vehicles that was stolen from that gunshot. 14 and 15-year-old juveniles. Our police officers are working hard to keep you safe. And we're going to continue doing that. Now, we understand that the recent incidents are concerning to this community. They're concerning to me. They're concerning our police officers. If you hear the conversations we have every Monday morning when we talk about how can we identify those individuals responsible, how can we work with the community, and we will never stop holding them accountable. We're going to keep arresting them. But we have to focus on those core issues. I understand that there are a lot of questions that you want to know. I want you to be respectful of some of the investigations that we have. There's a lot of information out there, a lot of misinformation. Let me be clear. I am proud of the work that the men and women standing behind me are doing. I believe we represent some of the finest in law enforcement. I'm proud of them. And I know that this community is as well. We will never stop working hard and exhausting all investigative leads on the homicides that our mayor mentioned. As your chief, I promise you that. I assure you that there is not a stone that's not being unturned. It's all hands on deck, and we will continue to do that. You have my promise as your chief of police.
Is continuing to listen in here with our officials as they are continuing with all of these investigations, especially after they saw a very violent night in Baton Rouge. We are going to be stepping away for a brief break, picking things back up in this press conference right here when you return.
But they are certainly critical measures to curbing crime in our shortcuts to reducing crime. Our work, of course, will not be limited to the action steps that we talked about, but they are certainly critical measures to curbing crime in our community. As I close, I want to reiterate my commitment as the mayor to the investments that are necessary to heal and motivate our most hurting communities, particularly those most disinvested portions. Some questions about these investments, or some question these investments, I should say. Allow me to explain why these investments are as essential as other part of our public safety measures. You see, when we reduce the number of those in our community who are hopeless and without support, we will see the number of those who choose violence decrease. We must work as hard as we can to give our young people avenues to be productive. Far too many of our young people are choosing violence. It is our responsibility to give every young person the option to choose education, purpose, and productivity. We all recognize that a hopeless generation is a reckless generation. And if you want to be part of the solution in our fight against violence in our community, please join our safe, hopeful, and healthy conversations and meetings that we have every third Wednesday of the month at the River Center Library. This work collaborates community members to take action and work towards shared solutions. And I really believe that we all share a common goal of wanting to have a safe, hopeful, and healthy community. Every community member, faith leader, and stakeholder that wants to see change should continue to join our community work. And as I continue to work with our law enforcement partners to improving the prioritization of gun violence cases for investigation and prosecution, as well as continuing to strengthen how we collaborate with our local, state, and federal partners. Thank you, and we will take questions now.
Mayor, as we take questions, we're going to start over there on that side. Chris, if you're first, that's fine, unless Fox News has something, and let's not forget Elisa's back there too, behind everyone, so we're going to go this way.
Okay, Chris Nakamoto with WBRZ. This question is probably better for the chief there. You just alluded to the fact that we have the intelligence shows that there's a gang problem in our city looming. Can you touch on a little more about that, what's fueling it? And back to Allison Rice, do you believe that her murder possibly could have been tied to some sort of gang initiation?
So let's go to the first. You know, when we get briefed, there are gangs, and we're going to talk about the active. Based on our conversations with our intelligence personnel, our law enforcement partners, and our Truth Initiative, we have around 8 groups or gangs that are actively, we believe, engaged in violence in the city of Baton Rouge. So 8 is that number. As it relates to any questions related to this, we're going to ask our commander to come up to answer any questions you have related to that.
Lieutenant Hines, I'm the commander of the Violent Crime Unit. There's not a lot that I'm going to get into regarding that investigation. It's active. There's a lot of things being looked at that I'm not going to go over right now. I do understand that there was a rumor going around that this was some sort of gang initiation and this was a targeted attack. We have zero indication that that's the case. And that's all I can give you on that right now. If we had any inkling that that was the case, we would put it out for safety of the public. But as of right now, everything that we see, I can very confidently say that that was not the case.
There's been so much misinformation that's been placed out there on social media, all the rest. Can you guys address that and talk about whether or not any of those rumors were vetted out and
what
rumors complicates your jobs?
What rumors in particular?
That a witness possibly contacted BRPD and wasn't allowed to take a report?
That is absolutely incorrect. Absolutely incorrect. And I'll say this about it. If there's somebody out there that has some information, please call us. Please call us. We have talked to everybody that we know of. And that may be nobody, it may be 100 people. I'm not going to give that information either. But we have talked to everybody that is willing to talk to us. If there's somebody out there, please call us. Call Crime Stoppers, 344-7867. Especially regarding that case, there is a reward, from what I understand, and this is the case of Allison Rice.
Yeah, let me talk on that for a second.
Yeah.
Crime Stoppers obviously is an avenue for the public to be able to call, remain anonymous for any tips related to crimes in Baton Rouge. We offer up to $5,000 for any homicide. We value no life any different than any other. But we are aware that there is a private group of concerned citizens and business owners that have put together a reward for a separate reward for information on the Allie Rice case. But I know that they would like for anybody that wants to claim that reward, and I believe it may be up to $35,000 right now. Anybody that wants to claim that reward, that they contact Crime Stoppers so that we could vet the information and make sure the person does remain anonymous. But that is a separate independent reward that is being offered by that group of concerned businesses and citizens.
Yes, do we know where exactly these gangs are in the parish that you keep talking about?
So those individuals operate in different areas. But what I can tell you is right now we're following the data. The operation I spoke of earlier, where I stated that we had police officers in the area that was involved in the chase and some guns were seized, and I believe we prevented a shooting. Based on the recent data that we have, let me be clear, this data can change at different times. It's not unique to a gang or a group. However, it is based on shooting incidents. I'm going to ask everyone to go to our website, BatonRougePoliceDepartment.com. You should be able to access it there. Follow the link to find your district. In that, you should see what district you live in. Our focus areas in the 1st District of the City of Baton Rouge will be in the 1st District and B2 zone, subzone. Go to our website, find that area. If you live in that area, if you live in 1C3, 1C1 in the 1st District, you will see heavy law enforcement presence. You will see our tactical units. You will see our K9 units. You will see our aviation units. We are not there for the good law-abiding citizens. We are there to protect you, not to enforce anything on you. We are there to identify the bad actors and to stop the shootings in that area. That is the 1st District. If you live in the 3rd District, go to our website, look for 3D2. If you live in that area, you will see a heavy law enforcement presence. We are there to address the uptick in shootings in that vicinity. If you live in the 2nd District, that is 2D1. 2D1. You will see our K9 unit. You will see our aviation unit. You will see our street crime units. We are there to identify those individuals who are involved in group activity and gun violence in our city. If you live in the 4th District of the City of Baton Rouge, go to our website, look for 4F2, 4F2 and 4C1. If you live in those areas, you will see heavy law enforcement presence over the next couple of weeks. That is based on specific data that has been provided to us. We will not tolerate the gun violence in this city, and we ask the community to be patient and support us when you see us out there in our enforcement actions. Now let me be clear on this. There's somebody out there who knows somebody who's involved in criminal activity. When we talk to community leaders, they tell us who the bad actors are. They tell us, all of our community members. So when we come in that area that I just spoke of, and we know who those individuals are who are involved in violent crime in our city, just know that we're there based on intelligence, information, and please give our police officers the support.
Do you have any new details about any of the homicides that have happened over this past week?
Yes, we do have an update on those.
Last night, around 11:30, our officers and our detectives responded to 650 West McKinley. When they got there, they located a victim, 25-year-old male victim that had been shot and killed. At this time, in fact, right now, up at our violent crime unit, they have a suspect in custody that they're interviewing. Following that interview, from what I'm being told, he's likely going to be charged with first-degree murder. And that was a domestic-style incident.
With the gangs, you mentioned about 8 groups. Are these established gangs in the area? Are these newer gangs? And what's kind of causing this to be a heightened issue?
No, there's a look.
Focusing on now.
I understand that this is a sensitive topic for some in our community when I say gangs. Let me be clear. There are gangs in the city of Baton Rouge. All right? There's criteria that we use. It has to be a criminal nexus. But the groups that I'm speaking of, just go to their social media websites, just listen to their songs, they tell you who they are. And when people tell you who they are, sometimes you have to believe them. They self-identify as group and gang members.
Katie, do you have any questions?
Yes, I do. I know you guys are saying really tight lips about this Ali Rice case, but what can you tell the public? Like, where are you guys in the case? Like, is this going to be solved? What's going on?
What I can tell you is that our detectives are exhausting every investigative lead. They're exhausting every investigative effort. They're working hard. We get briefed on this. Promise you, our detectives are working hard. What I ask this community to do is please, please lift the family up in prayer. To hear the father's cries when you talk to them. The family is in pain, they're hurting, they're mourning. And I'm asking you to be respectful of that specifically when we put out misinformation. That hurts the family. That questions the integrity of our police officers. That interferes with our investigative efforts to go out there and find the person or persons who are responsible for this crime. Please lift the family up in prayers during this time of mourning.
What is an actual plan moving forward to hopefully either reduce crime or get a hold of it or something? Because a lot of people in Baton Rouge are simply saying, we're scared, they're afraid to go out at night, and Mayor, to you as well, same question, that a lot of people are just saying they want to leave Baton Rouge at this point.
Yeah.
You want to go first, and I'll go last.
Okay, yeah. The efforts I just spoke about, Karen, you know, we got a lot of efforts that are going out there. We're working with our federal partners to identify. We've arrested more people this year than we've ever arrested before. So we know arresting our way is not the way out of this problem. That doesn't mean we're going to stop arresting. Our police officers are making felony arrests, whether it's stolen cars, whether it's shooting incidents, violent crime, every single day. And until we deal with the root causes of crime, we will never arrest our way out of this problem, no matter how many people we arrest. We got to start educating ourselves out of this problem because we got too many young black men that are dropping out of high school. We got to faith-base our way out of this problem because we don't have enough young folks going to church and getting the word and understand how important it is. We have to understand that we are dealing with some challenging times right now. Depreciation in family values. But we're going to keep working with our community, and we will never give up on them. But we're going to keep putting those individuals in jail. And we will, as a community, I do believe it, get crime down.
Let me answer the second part of her question. First of all, I'm going to reiterate some of the plans of actions that I said, the steps forward. And let me start with saying that, of course, we are going to continue with our East Baton Rouge Violence Collaborative Violence Reduction Strategy. We are seeing results. Secondly, as you heard the chief say, and I think he said it very distinctly, that we are going to hone in on those areas where we know that there is a heavy presence of criminal activity. He spoke to those by districts, by zones, and he specifically said that you will see an elevated police presence. That's number 2 in terms of a plan of action. Number 3, as I said earlier, we're going to continue to engage our community partners who have been involved with us, whether it's in the mental health space, whether it's in the behavioral health space, whether it's in the youth development space, to continue to address those systemic issues that we know are root causes to crime. Those are just 3 action steps that we're taking. Now, let me speak as someone who loves this city. Let me speak from the bottom of my heart about this great city in which we all live in. I refuse to give up hope on the city of Baton Rouge and parish of East Baton Rouge. You know what? even in the midst of the challenges that we're having with public safety, I hear people every day who believe in Baton Rouge. I hear more people who come up to me and say, Mayor, how can we help? I hear business people who said, we want to be part of the solution. I hear more people who say, we love Baton Rouge. This is our home. We're not going to let anybody run us away. So I know there are some people who may be a little afraid. There may be some people who have elevated concerns. I get that. But I hear more people who want to stay put in their community and work to solve the problems and issues that we have. And that is certainly what fuels me as a leader, and also because I know the greatness, the potential, and possibilities of Baton Rouge and East Baton Rouge Parish.
We're going to take the last question right here.
Our officials here in Baton Rouge really trying to emphasize that they are working on things, especially after seeing a very violent night with 4 shootings taking place. And they have seen, just as many cities across the United States have, a rise in violence, especially when it comes to those gun crimes. Live now from Fox, going to step away for a brief break. But when we come back, we're going to be taking you out to a press conference with President Biden. He's in New York City. He's getting an update with FEMA officials on Hurricane Fiona as it continues to track now near Bermuda. It is a Category 4 hurricane now. We'll give you that latest update and a quick briefing right here for you in just 2 minutes. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. We've been keeping an eye on Hurricane Fiona as it has gathered more and more strength. It is making its closest approach to Bermuda now at a Category 4 hurricane. It will be coming to the area from Thursday night into Friday morning. Then it will continue north, slam into the Atlantic Canada this weekend as a powerful post-tropical cyclone. This is going to be prompting the insurance of hurricane watches and warnings from Bermuda to Nova Scotia. And Fiona does again remain a Category 4 hurricane in the western Atlantic with maximum sustained winds around 130 miles per hour. And intensity it first achieved early on Wednesday, which does make Fiona the Atlantic's strongest hurricane of the 2022 season so far. So Fiona's path still continuing along. We do have an update coming to us out of New York City where President Biden was meeting with FEMA officials. Let's go ahead, listen to that press conference here for you.
Rico, the governor is at the head of the table all the way to the right. And then you'll see the federal coordinating officer in the white shirt.
All right. Can the governor's table see us? I don't think. And yes, good to see you all. Look, I'm here because we're laser focused on what's happening to the people of Puerto Rico again. We were just talking almost to the day, almost at least to the week, and 5 years after Hurricane Maria, which was devastating. And as I told you, Gov, when we spoke earlier this week, we're surging federal resources to Puerto Rico, and we'll do everything we can to meet the urgent needs you have, and we know they're real and they're significant, and we're there. An old bad joke, I'm from the federal government, I'm here to help, and we really are. I think I hope you're satisfied with the response so far. We'll be with the folks of Puerto Rico now and until this is done, until we recover. And my wife and I were talking about it last night. We pray for I know the death toll is up a little bit, but all the people displaced and all the people who are just scared to death knowing what happened before, especially if you went through it last time. It's got to be incredibly intimidating. And on Sunday, even before the storm made landfall, I approved that declaration of disaster, the emergency disaster declaration, bringing the full force of the federal government to respond, knowing full well the catastrophic effects, how catastrophic they could be on communities that haven't even fully recovered from the last time, Gov, as you and I talked about. Thank you. And look, I asked FEMA Administrator Chris Welch, she's right here with me, to go down herself and assess the situation and make sure the people of Puerto Rico have everything they could possibly need that we could provide to help them get through this. And hundreds of FEMA and federal personnel are now there, including search and rescue teams, bilingual disaster survivor assistance teams, and U.S. Corps power restoration experts. I especially want to thank the local first responders. I want to say that again, the local first responders. I want to thank them, including the Puerto Rican National Guard, who've been working round the clock. And disasters are traumatic for survivors, but they're also traumatic for responders. It's real. And to experience so many disasters in the course of 5 years takes its toll. FEMA is making crisis counselors available across Puerto Rico, survivors and responders alike. And so please take advantage of these resources. It's okay to ask for help. This is a place you should ask for help. There's no credit for not asking for the help. Ask for help if you need it. And I want to thank the New York Congressional Delegation and Congresswoman Gonzalo Colon for her being here today. In particular, I want to thank the governor, Governor Hochul, and Mayor Adams, who are here. They've sent state troopers, emergency responders from New York, or the help of brothers and sisters in Puerto Rico, and there's a lot of them. I think maybe New York has about the largest Puerto Rican population in the country, and the state, I think, is the second largest, or close to that, if I'm not mistaken.
Over a million.
Over a million. And we're all in this together, I promise you, Gov. We don't view this as some distant problem. And power is slowly returning, but it's returning, and more help is coming from utilities and the mainland. And we got water and other supplies available as well, and there's still dozens of shelters that are still available and open. But too many homes and businesses are still without power, without clean drinking water, and yesterday at the governor's request I immediately approved an expedited major disaster declaration to provide individual and public assistance to help people and communities recover from and this declaration will get federal resources there quickly, and it's going to help people start rebuilding their lives. And as part of the declaration, I'm announcing today that I've authorized 100% federal funding for debris removal, search and rescue, power and water restoration, shelter and food for the whole month. 100%. So there's no cost at all, Governor, to you. I mean, there's a significant cost, I know, emotional cost and others, but whether it's 100% funding for debris removal, search and rescue, power and water restoration, and shelter and food for the month. And to the people of Puerto Rico who are still hurting from Hurricane Maria 5 years later, I know that they should know that we are with you. We're not going to walk away. We mean it. And I like the fact that she's going to speak in a minute, but had prep for this as well, knowing what had to be done. And going forward, Gov, I told you, you have the phone number. You can call me personally anytime, and I mean it. This is really, really, really important to us. Really important to us. And so we're not going to walk away. And with that, let me say God bless the people of Puerto Rico and our troops. And I'm going to now turn it over to the FEMA administrator.
All right, thank you, Mr. President. I would like to first welcome.
Let's wait till the press.
All right, so this was the portion we were able to get. They did usher the media here out of the room, but again, Fiona has already left a path of destruction as it's increased also now to a Category 4 as of midday today. On Thursday, Hurricane Fiona was centered about 400 miles southwest of Bermuda. It's moving westward, eastward at about 15 miles per hour, a track which will then take the hurricane to the west of Bermuda and then into the Atlantic Canada area. Live Now going to continue to keep track of that, bring you more stories on it, all happening here for you. But I do want to let our viewers know after this 2-minute break, we have a couple more press conferences we'll take you out to here in just a few moments. Not only do we have Governor Ron DeSantis, he's speaking out of Miami, but we also have a Pentagon press briefing. That's what we'll head into here after this 2-minute break, as we do want to hear more updates when it comes to the war that's been happening in Ukraine because of Russia. More to come right here in just a few minutes. And right back here in Live Now from Fox, we're going to be taking you out to the Pentagon press briefing as we are getting an update on everything that's been happening overseas. Let's go ahead and bring that to you from the beginning right here on Live Now from Fox.
Good afternoon, everybody. All right, before I get to your questions, I'd like to provide some important context on the department's ongoing efforts to take care of our people, which is one of Secretary Austin's top priorities. The Secretary cares deeply about our troops and their families and is grateful for all that they do worldwide every day to defend our nation. Through the course of his duties and during his travels, the Secretary has made it a point to speak with and hear from service members, to thank them and hear what's on their minds. Today, he issued a memo outlining a series of actions the department will take to improve how we support our service members and their families and to address in a comprehensive way issues that affect stability and family readiness. As Secretary Austin highlights in this memo, military families are the strong foundation of our force, and taking care of them is a national security imperative. Our military has some of the most advanced equipment, tactics, and warfighting capabilities in the world, but nothing is accomplished without the men and women who serve in our armed forces and the families that support them. Over the last 20 months, the Secretary has met with service members across the country and around the world. He's seen their dedication to the mission, but he's also heard from them about the extraordinary pressures they face. Some, such as the challenges of PCS moves and spouses having to search for new jobs, are enduring features of military life, while others, such as rapid increases in housing costs, are more recent. Today's actions are a direct response of what the Secretary has heard from our service members. Some of these initiatives are ideas that came directly from the force, and they reflect his commitment to the families who sacrifice every day in order to serve. The Secretary believes these efforts will only be successful if they're easily accessible to the audience that really matters, our service members and our military families. To that end, Secretary Austin met yesterday with Chief Master Sergeant Ramon Colon Lopez, the Senior Enlisted Advisor to the Chairman of the Joint Chiefs, and the Senior Enlisted Advisors from each of the military services. Secretary Austin emphasized the sacred obligation that he and other DoD leaders have to take care of our people and the importance of communicating to the force about how to take advantage of the initiatives we're announcing today and our other efforts to support military families. In the months to come, you'll see a wide-ranging effort to provide information and raise awareness about resources covering housing, child care, grocery bills, job opportunities, and more. The Secretary's memo addresses 4 goals. First, making sure basic needs are more affordable to military families. We'll boost basic allowance for housing rates in 28 markets where we've seen average rental rate increases of 20%. And the Secretary has directed the Department to review forthcoming 2023 BAH rates to ensure those rates reflect the dynamic nature of the current housing market across the board. We're surging funding into the commissary system to drop prices at the register so that military families see savings of at least 25% on grocery bills compared to their local marketplace. An investment that means military families will see lower grocery bills at the commissary in the next couple of weeks. Second, making moves easier for families. We'll extend coverage for temporary housing expenses while moving to give military families more flexibility through the move process, and we'll increase dislocation allowance payments for enlisted troops from E1 through E6 to offset personal expenses from PCS moves. Third, strengthening support for families with children. We continue investments in child care facilities, providing incentives to attract hard-to-find child care professionals, and expand a pilot program that provides free assistance for in-home child care. Fee assistance for in-home child care. Fourth, helping expand employment options for military spouses. We'll accelerate efforts to make occupational licenses that spouses obtain in one state transferable to other states, expanding directing hiring authorities for the Department to employ more military spouses, and launch a new Career Accelerator Fellowship program that matches military spouses with prospective employers, while also expanding the pool of companies that have made commitments to hire military spouses. These are not the first steps that Secretary Austin has launched to take care of our people. These actions follow an initial economic security memo issued last November, the Food Security Initiative that the Department launched in July, the proposal for the largest military pay increase in 2 decades included in the President's FY23 budget request, and historic reforms to curb the scourge of sexual assault and to prevent suicide in our ranks. These are also not the last steps that Secretary Austin and DoD leaders plan to take. The Secretary is committed to working with service leaders, members of Congress, and with advocates for military families on additional initiatives and opportunities to take care of our people. And he'll continue listening to our troops and their families about the challenges and the pressures they face and the ways we can help. Taking care of our people strengthens our national defense. It's also the right thing to do. And Secretary Austin and the entire department are committed to meeting that sacred obligation to our troops and their families. And with that, I'm happy to take your questions. Let's go ahead and start with AP, I believe we have on the phone.
Hi, Pat. Thank you. Two things. One, there's been increasing rhetoric coming out of Russia on the threats to use nuclear weapons if Russian territory comes under attack. What is the Pentagon's comment on that? Has there been any changes to any posture at all, or any requests by any of the allies for increased protection in regard to those latest statements? And then I have one sort of little data question. I think you said the other day that there's 2.2 billion or so remaining in PDA until September 30th. All of that expires. I just wanted to double check. Does all of that expire if not used by the 30th, or is there any move that is extended? Thank you.
Yeah, thanks very much, Lita. In terms of the statements or the announcements coming out of Russia, it does not affect the department's commitment to continue working closely with our international partners and our allies on providing Ukraine with the support that it needs in their fight to defend their country. In terms of the money, for example, the USAI money is 2-year money, so that is available through September of 2023. In terms of the funding for the PDAs, I will get back to you on that question. Okay, let me go ahead and go to the room here. Tony.
Can you talk a little bit about the Pentagon's analysis of the 300,000 reservists, recruits that have been called up by Putin, in terms of where does this pool come from? Largely, where will it come from, and roughly how long will it take to give them any minimal training to be minimally combat effective and deployed? Any feel for that yet?
Sure. Well, I think you're seeing a lot of this in open press and in terms of what the Russians themselves have said in terms of where these forces would come from. And my understanding is these would primarily be reservists or members of the Russian military that had retired and were in an individual ready reserve type of status. All that to say, it's our assessment that it would take time for Russia to train and prepare and equip these forces. And I think it's important also to point out here that while in many ways this may address a manpower issue for Russia, what's not clear is whether or not it could significantly address the command and control, the logistics, the sustainment, and importantly, the morale issues that we've seen Russian forces in Ukraine experience.
A separate question. I'm going to follow up on Lita's question about the nuclear threat. To what extent has the nuclear that threat, veiled or whatever, inhibited the United States from sending over longer range weapons like ATACMS, tanks of some kind, other weapons? I mean, have the Russians basically got a strategic victory in that respect in terms of red lines that the U.S. now is afraid to cross in terms of weapons shipments?
So I think we've been very clear all along that our focus is on continuing to have a very open and rigorous dialogue with our Ukrainian counterparts and the international community in terms of our allies and our partners on what are Ukraine's needs. And we will continue to have those conversations, and we'll continue to think through not only what they need in the medium to long term, but also what they need now. So I don't see those conversations being impacted by this situation. You know, I think it's important here too to provide a little bit of context in the sense that if we go back in time a little bit, Russia invaded Ukraine and attempted to annex all of Ukraine, you know, by virtue of invading them. Failed in that strategic objective, and so they scaled down the scope of their operational objectives, and even those aren't going well due to Ukraine's counteroffensive and the issues that I've highlighted in terms of logistics and sustainment. So by making these types of announcements about sham referenda or threats about attacking territory, it doesn't change the facts, operational facts on the ground, which are that the Ukrainians will continue to fight for their country. The Russian military is dealing with some significant challenges on the ground, and the international community will stand behind Ukraine as they fight to defend their country from an invasion.
Can I ask you one quick weapons question? To what extent is the provision providing?
We are listening in here with the Pentagon press briefing. Going to be sending some viewers out to our final 2-minute break of this hour. Right back here, listening in when you return.
Whether to provide or not?
So I'm not going to get into any specific systems that may be under discussion. Again, we've provided a variety of capabilities that the Ukrainians are using to great effect, and we're going to continue to have those discussions and look at a variety of capabilities in the days ahead. So thank you. Let me go ahead and go to Jim, and then I'll go back out to the phone.
Yeah. General, just to be clear in your answer to Tony, you're saying that the Russian military still has these command and control, the logistics problems, the just supply sustainment, getting weapons to the places, and by adding 300,000 people, they're just compounding those problems.
I mean, that's speculation, but certainly if you are already having significant challenges and haven't addressed some of those systemic strategic issues that make any large military force capable, there's nothing to indicate that it's going to get any easier by adding more variables to the equation.
And just to be clear, if President Biden called up 300,000 reservists, he'd get a group of well-trained folks who most of them in units, able to move out in like days, weeks, or months. That's not what the Russians are going to get, right?
Again, I'm not in the Russian military. I've never been in the Russian military. I don't plan to ever be in the Russian military. So I'm not going to speak for them. But I think we've seen some of the systemic challenges that they have in their force. And I think they will have their work cut out for them. Thank you. Let me go ahead and back out to the phone here. Let's go to Sangmin Lee from Radio Free Asia.
Yes, I have a question on the indication that Russia actually purchased weapons from North Korea. You mentioned before that you do have indication that Russia has approached North Korea to request ammunitions. So do you have indication that the purchase has actually occurred now?
Thanks for the question, Sangmin. So all I'll say is we stand by the information that we provided earlier, and beyond that, I don't have any additional updates to provide. Thank you. Buddy.
General, so I'm going to go back to your answer about the forces that were called for service in Russia. So is your understanding that these 300,000 are the troops that will be introduced into theater in Ukraine, or some of them might be replacing other forces that are ready to fight inside of Russia? And by that I mean, are you detecting any movement of new forces to enter Ukraine from the Russian side, or any indications that are certain units are preparing to enter Ukraine?
Yeah. So that's really a question for the Russian military to address in terms of how exactly they plan to use those forces. Again, I think in the context of the challenges that Russia finds itself in right now as it pertains to Ukraine, and is evidenced by the rationale that was provided by President Putin and others in terms of why they're calling up these forces, it's clear that it's intended to help supplement and augment the broader military as they conduct this their operations in Ukraine. But in terms of the specifics, Vadi, that's just not something I have insight into. And then, second part of your question, I'm sorry.
Has the Pentagon detected any new movement or indications that new units are being prepared to enter Ukraine?
Yeah, so what I would say, again, without getting into a high level of operational detail, is that we've seen indications of some small numbers of replacement forces being moved into Ukraine to essentially help the Russian military shore up some of their defensive lines, but nothing on a large scale at this stage. Again, the battlefield remains very fluid, very dynamic, and so again, this is something that we'll continue to monitor. I know obviously the Ukrainians are monitoring very closely as well. Okay, yeah.
Thanks for taking my
Question. Since President Biden's comments on Sunday night on Taiwan, has the U.S. seen any sort of military shifts by China in the Taiwan Strait?
I'm not aware of any activity that I would characterize as out of the ordinary at this stage. So, thanks. All right, let me go out to the phone line here real quick, and then I'll come back to Barbara. Idris.
Hey, Pat. You mentioned in terms of, I think you said it would take some time for them to train and equip the folks that they're mobilizing. Is there a sense of how long that would be? Are we talking weeks, months, next year? And do you have a sense of how many folks have already been sort of handed the paper to start mobilizing since the announcement was made?
Thanks, Idris. So really, what I would say is time will tell. It's just something we'll have to keep an eye on, and I'm not going to speculate. And in terms of the current status of that call-up, that's something that I would have to refer you to the Russian Ministry of Defense on. I don't have any information to provide on that. Let me go to Barbara.
Can I come back and ask you a few questions on the food price initiative you laid out, if I may? And I understand you may have to take the questions, but are you talking about actually putting DOD budget or federal money into the exchanges and having them directly, this is my first question, directly address prices and lower prices themselves? Is that what you're talking about?
Sort of. Let me just give you a little bit of context, and what I would tell you is that we're posting some fact sheets to our website on each of the initiatives that I laid out that will deep dive, that will provide you, and importantly, our military members and their families with a lot of additional information. But in essence, for the commissaries specifically, what we've done is we've changed the commissary funding model to ensure that the Defense Commissary Agency is able to provide savings by eliminating the requirement for them to earn a profit margin from higher prices to pay their operating costs. So in other words, they're able to now use that money instead to put into buying down the cost of food.
Okay, so let me follow up on that. Can you provide us with how much money are you talking about in total? How long do you expect to have to do this? Is there a means test, or is it anyone of any rank and income that is qualified to shop in a commissary can take advantage of these savings? Have you identified food products such as healthy foods that this will apply to, or does this also apply to junk food?
Can you define junk food for me? Can you define junk food for me?
I was going to say, however the U.S. military would define junk food. I'll leave that to you. Kind of really a much deeper look at the economics of it, because I think it's been quite a while since the federal government got involved in many years in controlling anything related to food prices. Are you worried the commissaries will have enough of a profit margin to stay in business? Are you worried that this now puts you in direct competition with the private food sector? But especially means test, how long, how much money, when will you know, what do you have to see in food prices to stop this, to call a conclusion to this effort? Just
yeah, so there's a lot of questions there, Barbara. But again, I think the fact sheet that we'll be able to provide you will be able to answer some of the more detailed aspects. And again, that will be available online to everyone here afterwards. What I would say, first of all, is in regards to your question, who benefits from this? Anyone who can shop at a commissary will benefit from this. It will take effect. You will probably see within 2 weeks, because every 2 weeks is when the commissaries go and they will look at prices, and then they'll, was when they're buying their food and adjusting prices. But within 2 weeks, you'll see prices drop by 25% in the commissary, thus benefiting anybody who shops there. This applies to essentially, most products in the commissary. But in particular, it's going to affect staples like bread, milk, eggs, as compared to grocery stores that are
off installation. And so again, a lot of this goes back to the funding model, and that previously the commissaries had to use a lot of the money that they were bringing in order to maintain a profit margin, in order to sustain themselves. They still have a requirement to pay for their own operating costs by law. They have to dedicate approximately, let's see here. Well, we can get you those numbers. Collect a surcharge of 5% to pay for commissary construction, equipment, maintenance. But the bottom line is, by reducing the overhead that it takes to run a commissary, we're now able to use those funds to help reduce the prices of the food in the commissary. And the key point here being for our military members and their families to be able to address their needs and assist them.
Just one very quick follow-up. If they are reducing, at your direction, their profit margin, what guarantee do you have that they will continue to purchase enough food supplies for their customers and that there won't be shortages because they won't have enough money, that they're going to want to maintain their profit margin and not put money towards these less expensive food prices, therefore perhaps having a shortage because they won't want to spend the money on it? What guarantees do you have from them that they will carry through on this and there won't be food shortages?
We're confident with the way that the commissaries are managed, that essentially by changing the funding model and going back to the model that had been used a while ago, we will be able to sustain, and there will not be food shortages associated with this. Again, we can go ahead and take your question. I don't want to spend, spend the entire brief on that. But the bottom line here is what our military members and their families are going to see is, in very short order, the ability to buy food at cheaper prices at the commissary, which is part of our commitment to taking care of our military families and those who serve. Let me go to Louis.
Quick follow-up on commissary questions and two Ukraine questions, if I may. Was this action prompted by the inflation triggers of recent months, or was this something that was already in the work previously and it was accelerated?
Absolutely not. So this is exactly like I said in my opening remarks. This is, and I'm not exaggerating here, this is really personal for Secretary Austin. He wants our military men and women to be able to come home, to put food on the table, to have the money in their pocket that they need to be able to live a healthy life, a comfortable life, while they serve our nation. And so this is one of his priorities. I mean, from day one, taking care of people. And so he has been working very closely with our leadership within the department, with the other services, to identify areas where we can move out and take actions like this in order to help our service members.
And when you talked about the assessment about the Ukraine, about the Russian mobilization, you said that it would address some of their manpower.
I said that our assessment is that it would potentially address some of their manpower issues.
Mr. Call had said a couple weeks ago, between 70 and 80,000 Russian casualties. Is there a more accurate assessment of the Russian casualty count since then?
I don't have any updates to provide on that.
And what is the latest operational update on the situation in Ukraine in terms of?
So broadly speaking, Louis, what I would tell you is that we continue to see Ukrainian forces conduct their counteroffensive operations in Kharkiv and the Kherson regions. The Russians continue to conduct operations in the Bakhmut area with the Ukrainians holding the line. But largely speaking, no significant updates for me to provide today on that. Okay. Let me go back into the phone line, then I'll come over here to Carla. Do we have Ellen from Synopsis?
Hi, thank you so much. There have been a couple of calls from congressmen to have the DOD drop the COVID vaccine mandate in response to recruiting problems and in response to the president calling the pandemic over. I was wondering if the Pentagon has an official response to this.
So I don't have any specific comments to make in terms of congressional requests. Broadly speaking, what I would tell you is that the DoD still requires that military members be vaccinated. As we've said before, this is a readiness issue. It's a warfighting issue. If we have to deploy forces around the world, similar to the other types of vaccinations that we're required to have, we need to ensure that our forces are ready to go. Thank you, ma'am. All right, let me go to Heather, and then I'll come back to Heather at USNI. Heather Babb.
Carla Babb.
I'm sorry.
There is a Heather Babb, so I understand that.
Yeah. It's a problem with reading this entire. Okay.
It's okay, Babb.
Carla. And then
I
Heather.
just real quickly on Syria. The attack that was thwarted near Al Hol by SDF forces. Did the U.S. military have any role or have any input into helping the SDF with that attack? And if so, can you give us some more details on that?
Thanks, Carla. So what I would say is I'm not aware of any U.S. Or DoD involvement in that. I am aware of CENTCOM's statement on that, so I'd refer you to them, and they can provide you with some additional details on that. Thank you. Okay, now for real, let me go to Heather, USNI.
Great. Thank you so much. Two questions unrelated to each other. But the first is that there's been reporting on social media and in some outlets about a USV that appeared on a beach in Crimea. I was wondering if you can confirm that this USV did appear, and also if that was one of the USVs that the United States provided back in April. And then on the vaccine mandate, I was wondering if you're able to, and you might have to take this for the record, I was wondering if you know if the military and the Pentagon actually have the ability to provide the FDA licensed Pfizer and Moderna shots, or if they're still using EUA licensed shots.
On your second question, we'll take that one and come back to you. In terms of the reports out there about a I think you called it a sea vehicle. Yeah, I don't have anything on that. Thank you. Okay, sir.
Just a quick question about another congressional question. Republicans are saying that moving the Taiwan desk from the East Asia office and into the portfolio of the new Deputy Assistant Secretary of Defense for China sends a signal to Beijing that we might be prioritizing their concerns over Taiwan's. What's the DoD's response to people who might hold that view?
Yeah, so what I would say, and I think we provided this to others as well, is that this was simply an administrative move within the department in terms of just helping to better manage it. No one should really read into it too much. Thank you. Courtney.
Just wanted to follow up on the question from a couple of days ago about the abortion services. The VA announced that they've provided their first abortion at a VA facility. Has DoD, can you provide any information about military treatment facilities? And is there any effort, I mean, is there going to be any attempt to provide that information going forward?
When you say provide that information?
If any military treatment facilities have provided abortion services to since the Dobbs decision.
I'm not aware of any. Again, Courtney, let me take that question for you. Yeah, and I don't have any updates to provide from the last time we talked. So thank you. All right, let me go back to the phone real quick, and then I'll come to you. All right, Sylvie from AFP.
Hello, thank you. I would like to go back to Putin's nuclear threat. Is it the assessment of the Pentagon that Putin has shifted the Russia's nuclear weapon use policy, and that it will apply to the Ukrainian territories that Moscow wants to annex?
Yeah, thanks, Sylvie. I'm not going to comment on Russian nuclear policy. What I would tell you is that from where we sit right now, we have not seen anything that would cause us to change our own posture. Certainly, we'll continue to watch this closely and take any kind of rhetoric seriously. But again, at this stage, we've seen nothing that would indicate that we need to change any approach from our perspective. Thank you. Okay, sir.
Ukraine asked for 4 MQ-1C Gray Eagles, and yesterday Secretary Austin got a letter asking the Secretary to review from Congress, asking to speed the review or to go over that review. In the last 24 hours, has there been any progress on looking at that particular case for Ukraine?
Thank you. First of all, what I would say in terms of congressional correspondence, it'd be inappropriate for me to talk about that from the podium, and we'll certainly respond to Congress accordingly. What I would say in terms of providing any kind of specific equipment to Ukraine, it's something that we're always discussing. We are aware that the Ukrainians have asked for Gray Eagles or have an interest in Gray Eagles. No decisions have been made in that regard. Deputy Undersecretary for Policy Baker recently, as you may recall, indicated that we are, things that we're considering as we look into this include technology protection, survivability in the Ukrainian battle space. And so, and then, of course, the other thing we have to think through, like on any system, are readiness impacts on our own force, and in this case, particularly the Army. So, again, no decisions have been made in that regard. I would highlight the fact that throughout the course of this conflict, going as far back to the first tranche of USAI, Ukraine Security Assistance Initiative, we've been providing Ukraine with a variety of ISR capabilities. 22 Pumas, we've provided Scan Eagles, we've provided Switchblades, Phoenix Ghost, and so, again, we continue to maintain a robust dialogue with Ukraine and the international community about what we, the international community, can do to support Ukraine, but that's where we're at this point.
So on those couple points from Ms. Baker the other day, survivability and readiness impacts, going just off the top of my head, I think there are about 286 of those systems in the United States Army's arsenal right now, and they're going through a pretty costly tech refresh. So should the taxpayer be concerned about the survivability of those 280 some odd systems, or the 4 that the Ukrainian battle space, particularly costly for those systems?
Yeah, so let's not mix apples and oranges here. What we're talking about is security assistance to Ukraine. When it comes to the employment of U.S. military capabilities, again, I'd refer you to the Army to talk about their own systems. Certainly, we're going to consider a variety of options in terms of how we employ those kinds of capabilities, the operating environments that we employ them in. And just broadly speaking, as an airman, when we do employ aerial systems, it's more than just the aircraft. It's a variety of capabilities that are supporting those aircraft. So there's a lot that goes into employing any type of aircraft. So I just highlight those as factors that, like any system, we would have to take into account before we introduce it to the battlefield. Thanks. Okay. Let me go ahead here, and then I'll go back up to the phone. Yes, sir.
Thank you, General. Regarding to other area like Syria, do you have any communications or contact with the Russian counterpart to avoid any conflict between the two armies, especially, we have U.S. bases in Syria, and additional for that, we have even Russian troops there.
Yes, so we do maintain regular military-to-military contact with Russia, the Russian military, as it pertains to Syria. I talked about the other day about the fact that particularly the airspace there is contested. And so going as far back as the counter-ISIS campaign, the early days of the counter-ISIS campaign when Russia introduced forces, that has been a long-standing policy and approach. And I would encourage you to contact Central Command or Air Forces Central, and they can provide you with much more detail. Let me go out to the phone here. Laura Seligman, Politico.
Hey, Pat, thanks for doing this. 2 questions. One, I just wanted to follow up on the questions about the mobilization, and I'm wondering if you could, if I could ask specifically, what does the Pentagon assess as the quality of the people that Putin is calling up? I know these are supposed to be former troops, but what kind of training have they had, and what kind of difference will they make on the battlefield? And then a related question, what is the Pentagon's assessment of what Ukrainian forces are going to need for the winter, and how are we helping them with that?
Yeah, thanks, Laura. In terms of the specific individuals that may be affected by a Russian partial mobilization, again, I'm seeing a lot of the same press reporting that you are that's coming out of Russia, and so I certainly would not want to speculate or generalize about specific individuals. I just don't have that information to provide. In terms of Ukraine and the winter, as evidenced by the PDA announcement that we put out recently, we do continue to communicate with the Ukrainians and our international partners and allies in terms of what their needs may be for the wintertime. And again, we're providing some winter gear, but we'll continue to have those conversations and support them as we head into the winter months here. Thank you. All right. Yes, ma'am.
Is the DoD going to launch an investigations to look into the accusations made against U.S. forces in Iraq of the killing of an Iraqi teenagers in Abu Ghraib recently by a bullet?
I don't have any information on that, so let me take that question for you. Thank you. Okay, let me do one more for the phone here, and then do last couple here in the room. Qasim from Anadolu.
Yeah, thank you very much, General, for taking my question. I was going to ask about this prisoner swap. Based on the information you have, could you just tell us how many other U.S. veterans are currently fighting in Ukraine, or are there any other veterans at the hands of Russians?
Yeah, thanks, Qasim. So I would refer you to the State Department in terms of the status of U.S. citizens overseas. That's not information that we track necessarily here in the Department of Defense. Obviously, our focus is on our actively serving military members. Thank you. All right, do one or two more here. Yes, Tony.
Your service this week made a big splash saying that the B-21 bomber is going to be rolled out in the first week of December. Did Secretary Austin have any hand in that decision to allow it to be rolled out? And should observers look at that as a less than subtle message to China of this new U.S. capability that later this decade will be flying?
Yeah, so the Secretary is certainly aware of the Air Force's announcement. I would refer you to the Air Force to talk through the specifics. Of course, part of this is the normal maturation of the B-21 program. And in terms of sending a message, I would just broaden the aperture here and just say, by virtue of the B-21 and the capability that it will provide to the United States military and to our allies and partners around the world, it certainly does send a message in terms of our ability to provide global strike anywhere, anytime.
Later this decade, obviously. Quick housekeeping. What's the status of the National Defense Strategy, which you control, versus the White House?
Thanks, Tony. I don't have any updates to provide for you now, but as always, we'll continue to make sure that when we do have something to announce, we will announce it. So, all right. Thank you very much, everybody. I appreciate it.
All right, a Pentagon press briefing, a lot of focus on the war happening in Ukraine. Of course, a lot of eyes have been on that ever since it broke out back in February. Live now from Fox, going to step away for a brief break. Boy, when we come back, we're going to be playing out some top stories, plus taking you out to New York, where more buses full of migrants continue to arrive in New York City. More to come here after this 2-minute break. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox, where we're always keeping track of the top stories coming to you from across the country. Let's go ahead and take a look at just some of those stories we're tracking for you here today. Do you want to first start off with just some of the battle that has been going on with former President Donald Trump? He has definitely been in the news headlines here as he's facing a new slew of legal battles. A federal appeals court just ruled in favor of the Justice Department, which will allow prosecutors to continue reviewing the documents taken at Mar-a-Lago last month as part of its criminal investigation. We do have Fox News correspondent Griff Jenkins reporting from Washington with more.
The Justice Department prevailing in court. Prosecutors will now be able to review roughly 100 classified documents taken by the FBI at Mar-a-Lago as part of its criminal investigation. Judge Eileen Cannon blocked the DOJ, but an appeals court lifted her ruling.
This is significant because it recognizes that President Trump might be on the hook criminally here because of the mishandling of the classified documents.
Former President Trump has repeatedly argued he declassified top-secret documents he took with him after leaving the White House last year.
You can declassify just by saying it's declassified, even by thinking about it, because you're sending it to Mar-a-Lago or to wherever you're sending it. You're the president. You make that decision.
The Justice Department investigation isn't the only legal challenge confronting Mr. Trump. New York Attorney General Letitia James filed a civil lawsuit against him in the Trump Organization, making several accusations, including that the organization manipulated the value of assets for more favorable loans from banks. The former president disputes the allegations and says it's a political witch hunt.
She's pursuing civil charges. If she had brought a criminal case against the former president, she would have had to prove her claims beyond a reasonable doubt.
The New York Attorney General is seeking $250 million in damages. In Washington, Griff Jenkins, Fox News.
Continuing things along with more top stories, the Caribbean has been struggling with recovery from Hurricane Fiona, and the storm, well, it's not over yet. It swelled into a Category 4 storm that could still gain even more strength as it moves over the Atlantic. We do have Fox weather correspondent Robert Ray with more on where it's heading next.
3 days after devastating the Caribbean, Hurricane Fiona continues gaining strength. It's now churning across the Atlantic and is expected to pass by Bermuda early Friday. Forecasters warn it will bring high surf, storm surges, and heavy rainfall. But its impact won't be as bad as Puerto Rico and the Dominican Republic, where flooding and landslides devastated communities.
It was very strong as it passed through here. Very strong. It destroyed the majority of homes.
The back part of the house collapsed. We lost all our clothes, groceries, and everything in the wooden part of the house.
Despite recovery efforts, thousands remain without power and running water. In Puerto Rico, the National Guard began distributing water out of trucks. Power crews have been working around the clock to restore electricity. And local leaders say it's a tough task as some areas are still being assessed for damage.
In many towns on the island, particularly in southern Puerto Rico, there is serious, significant damage to the electrical grid. In those towns, it is going to take longer.
Meanwhile, island residents have begun cleaning up and lining up for basic necessities.
This isn't easy, but you have to keep fighting, right? As long as God gives us life.
On Wednesday, President Biden declared a major disaster declaration to help with the recovery efforts. In Hamilton Parish, Bermuda, Robert Ray, Fox Weather.
And thank you, Robert, for that report. And our final top story here, the Michigan teen accused of opening fire inside his high school last year. Well, he will remain in adult jail. Ethan Crumbley had appeared via Zoom for a hearing today on Thursday, where Oakland County Circuit Judge had said Crumbley has everything he needs and should remain at the Oakland County facility. Now, Crumbley is accused of shooting and killing 4 students, as well as injuring 5 others during a mass shooting at Oxford High School last year. Crumbley will be back in court on October 20th. His parents also facing charges, including involuntary manslaughter in connection to these shootings. Now, police say Crumbley's did nothing to prevent their son, the alleged shooter, from committing this deadly shooting. We did have a press conference earlier here today with one of the attorneys who's in charge of one of the lawsuits surrounding this case. We'll be replaying that out right here for you on Live Now from Fox. But that's a look at some of those top stories we're keeping track of right here for you on Live Now from Fox. So you can always follow our social media pages, as we always keep them up to date on information you need to know about. We'll step away for a brief 2-minute break. When we come back, we're taking you out to New York City, where we had yet more buses full of migrants continuing to be dropped off throughout overnight into this morning. We'll bring that press conference to you as officials are speaking about these busloads of migrants coming up here after this break. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. We do have more buses that have been arriving in New York City. Well, let's go ahead and listen in as some of our officials are speaking about how they're going to be lending a hand to these individuals.
Welcomed an additional bus with 50 individuals and many children. Our priority is to ensure the well-being of asylum seekers so they'll receive medical attention if they need it. They'll be transported to our local intake shelter system, and we'll make sure that they also have the resources and the support they need to get to their final destinations. But again, we are seeing people who are tired, exhausted, very confused as to, frankly, why they're in New York, why they've been transported here. They've taken long journeys to get to the border, and the treatment they've received there is just unacceptable. As we've learned, people have been misled. They've been put on these buses. They arrive in New York, and we're a welcoming city, and we're making sure that people are supported here. And our commitment is that New York will continue to do this and continue to support families, especially children, who, as you can see today, are very confused and tired. I'm here with Commissioner Lori Combo from the Mayor's Office of Cultural Affairs, who will share a few words about her first impressions here. And I'm here with many of my city colleagues who are also underground supporting and making sure that the city and the nonprofit organizations are turning out for people.
Commissioner, before you move on, can we just ask you a few quick questions? Karen with Pix. Number one, are there any other buses coming today, or is that it that we know of?
We expect 5 buses today, but as we've shared in the past, because Governor Abbott is not coordinating with New York City, we expect 5 buses, but it could be more.
5 in addition to these 2? To 7?
No, in total. In total. 5 in total. We've welcomed 2 buses. Again, 2 arrived today, this morning, but the rest can arrive later this afternoon or evening.
Do you know yet how many of these, like these 90 that came this morning, how many of them will actually be staying in New York City yet?
About a third of people on these buses generally leave to other destinations. It just, it changes, every day. But we do know that almost 4,000 people have left our shelter system. We have about 12,000 people that arrived to New York City so far. And so we know that people are moving on to other destinations, not just upon arrival, but after being here for some time.
So the number we got from the mayor yesterday was 13, or on Tuesday. So is it 13, 12?
I do weekly updates, and so that might be the most updated number. So by today's Wednesday or Thursday?
Thursday, I know.
Okay.
So we'll go with 13?
13. If the mayor has the most updated numbers, I do weekly updates.
So let me ask you this. Two quick questions. One is, we've heard from the mayor that the city shelters are inundated. Resources are strapped, but they're inundated. So how are you finding space for these people?
Well, as you know, we're a right to shelter city, and we're committed to following the law. As we need more shelter space, we add additional space by contracting with vendors and hotels. As you know, we've opened at this point over 25 new shelter locations where we're housing people. And again, for families, they get individual rooms, they get support and hotel space that is dedicated for families. Individuals get other treatment, other spaces, generally congregate spaces. But again, we're a right to shelter city, and we're committed to continuing to follow those laws.
Commissioner, sorry, one more question. So you mentioned that the people have been misled, some of them coming here, by the governor, Greg Abbott. But, with the Martha's Vineyard situation coming from Florida, officials there have said there's a possibility they're going to be suing Ron DeSantis for misleading people. Is there any chance the city's doing that with Greg Abbott or with Texas?
The city is looking at all options that we have to make sure that Governor Abbott and all those involved in this are held accountable for their treatment of these families. And again, to clarify, even though the plane to Martha's Vineyard came from Florida, it actually started out in Texas, where people were misled that they were going to be transported to Boston in particular. Then they were transported to Florida, where they then were flown to Martha's Vineyard. And that's what we've been seeing these many months. We've been seeing people being misled at the border in Texas by these folks that Governor Abbott and folks who are really political extremists are trying to engage in a process to use innocent people as political pawns.
So are there plans to sue them, to be more specific?
Well, we'll get back to you. And, as you probably have heard, both our Attorney General, Tish James, and others are looking at the options that we have. But we're looking at every single option, and especially to hold those who are taking advantage of innocent people, wherever it may be, whether it's Texas or Florida or elsewhere. We have to make sure that other governors who are looking to take advantage of people don't follow this trend, because it's incredibly dangerous, not just for New York, but for the rest of the country. And so I'd like to hand it over to the Commissioner.
First and last name, just once more.
Lori Cumbo, I'm the Commissioner of the New York City Department of Cultural Affairs. I'm here in my official capacity, but upon arriving here, I'm seeing that I'm more in my capacity of being the mother of a 5-year-old. And so to see so many children arriving today, it should really bring the humanity out of all of us nationwide and throughout this city. New York City has been incredible in terms of stepping up. Interagency support has been coordinated. New York City is stepping up in ways that many other cities have not. And so I really want to applaud all of the volunteers, the people that are on the ground, those that are providing a welcoming experience for so many who are coming here without knowing where they're going to sleep, where their next part of their journey is. But really, as a mom, as so many of us have prepared for the first day of school, getting our children on the right track, I can't imagine what so many of the parents who are coming on those buses must be facing as they are not able to plan for their child's first day of school. They're not able to manage after school or to worry about what kind of lunch they're going to provide for their child that day. This is a really severe situation that so many parents are being faced with, and the challenges that young people are facing. Many are coming sick, many are coming confused, and so we in the New York City Department of Cultural Affairs, We wanted to be here because so many of the families, they need shelter, they need food, they need support, they need medical care, but they also need joy, and they also need happiness, and they need to experience that. And so we, in the Department of Cultural Affairs and many agencies, we've been proud to welcome so many of our children here today, to give them a sense of joy, to give them a sense of space, to know that they belong here by welcoming them with little Amal, who is a Syrian refugee who has been all throughout New York City. You have seen her travel and to bring joy and happiness through the artistry of puppetry. And while this may seem like such a small thing in the midst of so much that they need, but to see their smiles after such a tragic journey is worth every element of it. So I really want to thank Yasmani and the entire team who have made it possible for her to be here to welcome so many children who need joy and who need help in their lives at this time.
Commissioner, we saw you just get emotional. You said you're speaking as a mom. What are you thinking about?
I'm just thinking about all the dreams and aspirations that I have up for my own son. I'm thinking about how challenging it was to prepare for the first day of school and all the things that I went through, making sure he had his uniforms, making sure that he made new friends, making sure that he had his school supplies. And I can't imagine, as stressed out and excited as I was about that, what parents must be going through who don't even have the ability to do that right now, who don't even know they're just coming out of a pandemic, and coming out of a pandemic, traveling for months at a time on 30, 40, 50-hour bus rides, what that has to do psychologically to you as a mother, as a parent, as a father. This is really traumatizing, and it's natural as a parent to want the best for your child. And so when parents arrive here and they say, I need a doctor, my child is coughing. I know for myself, when my son is coughing, it is the worst feeling in the world to hear them coughing and sleeping at night. So I really understand from a very far-off vantage point what that must feel like. And so for us in New York City to provide humanity, to provide a welcoming smile, a face to say, you belong, we welcome you, and we're here for you, is the most important and powerful thing we can do.
Yeah, my name is Yasmani Arboleda. I have the People's Artist for the City of New York through the Civic Engagement Commission. Today we have Little Amal inside. Little Amal is a puppet of a 10-year-old Syrian girl who has been traveling New York City. This morning she's coming to the Port Authority to welcome these buses because literally she represents communities from around the world who have been displaced by violence, by war, by climate change. I mean, all kinds of things are making humans have to leave their homes. And when I think about Little Amal being here in this moment, to me it is a critical moment because it is where the art piece and the artfulness of what we're building connects to the realities of humans who are dealing with the hardships of having to leave their home and find a new place to live.
Are you the puppeteer?
No, I am a part of a very big team of people who are working together to move Little Amal through New York City. I have the great honor of being the creative producer for Little Amal Walks New York City, and we've planned 55 events that really tell the stories of New York. But to come here in this moment when there's so many questions and narratives about what it means to be an immigrant in the world and who we are, I'll tell you personally, I'm Colombian. I was born in Boston, but when I was 11, my father was assassinated in Colombia, and 2 of my uncles were killed, and my mother had to figure out how to bring me and my sisters to this country to find a way forward. It's very personal work, right? Human beings are being moved, literally, to this city, and for us to be here and to show up with dignity and with care. Part of what we're doing with Little Amal's presence here also is that the New York Immigration Coalition is now providing dignity packages to everyone who's arriving, and we're able to support those efforts from today going forward through Choose Love.
So this is new, the dignity packages?
Well, we're hearing that all the resources are drying up for all the buses that are coming in, and part of what we're trying to do is find resources to continue to be able to enable, you know, these folks to get off and have resources when they get off.
So you're doing that today? You're handing out packages?
Yeah, we are.
What's in them?
Toiletries, basic needs. We have a lot of Pampers, things that are the basic things that are needed for children and for families.
Last question. Can you spell first and last name?
Yeah, Yasmani Arboleda. First name is Yazmani. Many, last name Arboleda, Arboleda. In my role as the People's Artist for the City of New York, I always think, how do we...
All right, we are going to take a short break. We'll have more on migrants being bused to New York City after this.
We're looking into what people are being told as they are boarding the buses, but we do know that people are incredibly confused. Often they cannot tell who is a federal authority from a state authority in Texas. And of course, they're being misled that they'll find all kinds of resources, jobs, etc. here in New York City and in DC and Chicago and other places they're being sent. They're often being misled to get on these buses thinking that the state of Texas is coordinating with us, which is not true. In fact, as we've said before, Governor Abbott has made these bus companies sign non-disclosure agreements that do not allow them to coordinate with us, so we don't know when they'll be arriving, how many people are on board, or there are children or people with special needs that we need to assist. So Governor Abbott is doing everything possible to be disruptive and use asylum seekers as political pawns.
Okay, so do you think that the city of New York is stuck between a political battle?
Well, this is a political battle created by Governor Abbott by using innocent individuals, families, as you saw this morning. We welcomed over 30 children. This is unacceptable. We should not allow that to happen in our country. So this is to be clear, this was initiated by Governor Abbott. This is something that New York City experienced basically overnight, but we're ready to welcome families. We've always welcomed immigrants. We welcome tens of thousands of immigrants every year. This is one of the destinations that immigrants want to arrive to. And our city has made clear we're here to support and uplift immigrants. And before we go speak with families, because part of what we're here to do is to speak and comfort and bring joy to children and families, I want to make sure that it's clear that today in New York, we're not just welcoming hundreds of foreign dignitaries to our city, but we're welcoming hundreds of asylum seekers and with open arms. We want to be an example. We want to be a beacon for hope, not just to the country, but for the entire world. And so I hope that that's the message. Little Amal is here to continue that message. And, I hope to continue to do this, in the time to come. I'll do one in Spanish so you can go inside.
Oh, yeah.
Hoy le dimos bienvenida.
Commissioner of the Sorry, she's gonna.
Can I just say
Oh,
something
yeah,
super
sure.
quick? First and last name. Yeah, Sarah Said. I'm Chair and Executive Director of the New York City Civic Engagement Commission. And we're Sarah, S-A-R-A-H, S-A-Y-E-E-D. And I'm here today as well with my government colleagues to affirm the dignity of the people who are coming off these buses. And I want to echo some of the things. Just one thing I think is really important for us today. You know, we're living in a moment where a lot of people are questioning democracy, and there's a crisis of trust in elected officials. And I think that I'm very proud to be here with my government colleagues because we want to restore trust in our democratic processes, and our country can be a country that is welcoming. And I think it's incumbent on all government officials to create those kinds of moments of welcome. And so I just want to thank you for this opportunity and for all the work that you all are doing as well.
All right, so 2 more migrant buses have arrived in New York City today from Texas. And as you heard there, officials say and advocates say they will continue to welcome them and shelter them. Meantime, we want to bring you the latest regarding that defamation trial against conspiracy theorist Alex Jones. He has taken the stand in a Connecticut courthouse, and again, the jury will decide how much he must pay to the victims' families for defaming them and the emotional pain they've endured. This is after his claims that the Sandy Hook school shooting was a hoax. We want to bring you some of his remarks that he made earlier today on the stand.
Did I read that correctly?
Yes.
And as proof of the harm that you suffered as a result of this, you included an exhibit. And let's go to Exhibit 8. I'm sorry, page 8. This is Exhibit 1. Oh, thank you. Appreciate it.
So, sorry to interrupt, counsel, but you're referring to an exhibit that's part of this exhibit.
Yes, thank you. There was an Exhibit 1 attached to the complaint. Thank you.
That was come around to see the board here.
Yeah. Thank you.
Sure.
Excuse me. Yeah, I'm not going to use it just yet.
Let him just get situated so he can do this.
And as you see, here, this is the tweet that was so concerning to you, right? And there's a video associated with it, obviously not here on the printout.
No, it was what they said in the video where they said I was going to jail and I did it on purpose and a bunch of other incredible stuff.
I'm going to strike that, Your Honor.
Okay.
What you included in support of your lawsuit was this, yes?
Yes, an image of the video so you can see the video.
And the headline was Alex Jones sent child porn to Sandy Hook parents, correct?
Yes.
Now, as a technical matter, your agents did send child pornography to the Sandy Hook families, as a technical matter, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And down here, if you look at the bottom, how many retweets did this tweet have? You might have it in front of you, sir, if that's easier.
20.
20. And how many likes?
37.
Okay. And then over here, this 132, those are comments, yes?
I don't know.
You don't remember that? Okay.
The issue is the video, not
I didn't ask you any questions, sir. All right, you can take that down. So there were 20 retweets and 37 likes, right?
Yes.
Okay, so we're going to put TYT, that's Young Turks, right?
Yes.
So there were 20 retweets.
Do you need Mr. Jones to see that board? Because I'm not sure he can. Can you see that board?
Yeah.
I can see it.
Oh, never mind.
A little
You
bit.
can see it?
A little bit.
And 37 likes, right?
Yes.
Now, you said you've been watching some of this trial, right?
Yes.
You know that Clint Watts testified here earlier this week, correct?
Yes.
And did you hear his testimony that at a minimum, your lies about Sandy Hook reached 550 million just on social media alone. Did you recall that testimony? That's a yes or no?
Yes, I recall it.
You recall it.
Preposterous.
Move to strike, Your Honor.
So, sir, just remember, no comments. Just answer
yes,
the
thank you.
question. Thank you.
I'm done with this.
That's right.
Huh? I got it. Thank you. Now, Mr. Jones, the lie you spread for years and years was that the families behind me were actors, correct?
I can't
That's
answer.
a yes or no?
No, objection. It's too complex. Sorry.
Motion eliminated.
Can I have a sidebar on that? The lies that you spread before Trump.
He doesn't think they were lies. I mean, the court has made that finding. And so this is the heart of that Fifth Amendment issue I alerted the court to. If he agrees with the characterization that it's a lie, he's testifying falsely. If he testifies truthfully, he's in contempt of a prior ruling of the court.
So I'll do something a little different. Okay, that's a good point, though. I mean, look, you can take the fifth.
So if we're going to get to that, I'd rather do it outside the jury's presence because my claim.
I'll try something. Okay.
Chris.
So just wait for the next question.
Ma'am, sorry.
Yes.
Mr. Jones, for years and years and years, you called these families actors, correct?
No.
That's not correct.
No.
Do you remember in your deposition, sir? I asked you about Robbie Parker, right?
Yes.
And you always called Robbie Parker an actor many times, didn't you?
No, I said it looks like he was acting.
You said it looked like he was acting?
The internet is a huge thing.
Mr. Jones, is your
Objection,
testimony...
my client wasn't permitted to finish his answer.
These are not yes or
No, Mr. Jones. I'm sorry, because now I've lost the question. So can you ask the question?
You know what? Let's do it this way. Mr. Jones, would you agree with me that if somebody were to lie about a group of people and call them actors and having faked their children's death, that would be a horrible thing to say about something?
I'm not calling them liars.
As to the vouching in proper form, it's a contrarian voucher. Nobody cares whether he agrees with Mr. Manager.
All right, sustained.
Mr. Jones, if someone were to falsely claim that a group of families who had lost loved ones were actors and had faked the deaths of their loved ones, that would be a horrible thing to say, correct?
In the context, it could be, yes.
Could be. And if somebody were to spread that claim to millions and millions and millions of people, one would expect those families who have been falsely accused to be damaged, correct?
Objection, speculation, judge.
Yes or no, sir?
I cannot answer this question truthfully without violating the court's order.
Well, why don't we have an invocation then?
What's an invocation?
Oh, no, wait, Judge. This is improper. I'm going to object.
So why don't I excuse the jury for a minute? This shouldn't be too long.
All right, those were some moments inside that courtroom in Waterbury, Connecticut. Again, conspiracy theorist Alex Jones on the stand today for that defamation trial for claims that he says the Sandy Hook shooting was a hoax. Of course, we'll bring you more on that and the latest throughout the day here on Live Now from Fox. We are going to take a short break here. We'll have much more after this. And welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. Thanks so much for joining us today. I'm Shirley DeScorbeth. We are following a number of top stories today, including the latest on the Oxford High School shooting. It's one of our top stories for the day. Well, the Michigan teen accused of that shooting inside the high school last year will remain in adult jail. Ethan Crumbley appeared by video for a hearing today. Now, the Oakland County Circuit Judge said Crumbley has everything he needs and should remain at that county's facility. Crumbley is accused of shooting and killing 4 students as well as injuring 5 others during that shooting at Oxford High School. Now, his parents are facing involuntary manslaughter charges in connection to the shooting. Police say the Crumbleys did nothing to prevent their son from committing the deadly shooting. Meantime, we heard from one of the attorneys suing the Oxford School District. He says staff missed multiple red flags. Here are his remarks from earlier today.
This is exactly what's happened. So I've shared this information globally with the parents, and we do so today publicly, understanding that we're obviously doing so with the eye toward what a word that everyone likes to use, but no one apparently knows the definition, and transparency. So we are sharing this information. One of the greatest and biggest questions and mysteries of all is, did Ethan Crumbley show signs of problems before? And if you notice, no one's ever really given you folks a solid answer, but the answer is yes, he did. So let's talk about just what we know so far, folks, and this is not everything. It's still unfolding. And again, what I'm referring to now are the depositions that we've taken, and for those that may not be so familiar, depositions are sworn testimony with a court reporter who swears in the witness just like they're in court. Lawyers from both sides. In these depositions, we had almost all of the defendants there every day. So every teacher who's been named, the EJAC, who was, of course, in essence, the dean of students, administration. Hopkins was there, and not they go in and out, so I don't keep track, but they're all there for almost every deposition. And of course, they're lawyers, and they have multiple lawyers involved. And then, of course, we are present, and we ask questions under oath, and it's a similar situation than it would be if we were in trial. So depositions are a huge part of what we do. It's how we gain access to information of what these witnesses know and don't know, or at least what they claim they know and don't know. So first and foremost, what we now know is this. From literally the beginning of school, Ethan Crumley was evidencing signs of being highly troubled individual, to say the least. Chelsea, can you share the photograph? The note card. Yes, the note card, just page 1. What I'm showing you is a note card that was given to Crumley by his teacher, Ms. Kavinsky. And it was one of the first days of school, so we know it's in August. I can't give you the exact date, but it was August, late August of 2021. What you can't see is what used to be in this person's hand, who looks a lot like Ethan Crumley, drawing a picture of Ethan Crumley, hence the glasses, is there was a firearm. How do I know that? Because Ms. Kavinsky told me. What she ultimately saw, and we'll go through this in a chronological format, she claims she never saw this drawing until Monday, November 29, the day before the shooting. But this drawing was in her classroom, and one of the first assignments she gave those kids in the 2021-2022 school year. So even though he drew it and he gave it to her, she claims she didn't look at it. So I would just ask us to think about that. Teacher gives you an assignment. It's supposed to tell me a little bit about yourself, tell me what you like, what you don't like. Someone draws a picture, has a handgun in their hand with their glasses, and to the left, some people would say that's a building, but Ms. Kavinsky, when I asked her her deposition, admitted it might be a building, or it might be a magazine full of bullets, like the bullet at the top. Not my words, hers. So this was one of the first days of school, like I said, late August 2021. We're going to go beyond that, because again, Ms. Kavinsky says, I didn't see it, or if I saw it, I would have done something about it, and we'll talk about what later. The next step in the process, again, guys, this is not a full timeline yet. This is just what we know so far. We now jump forward until September 8th. So think about it. The drawing was made one of the first days of school before Labor Day. Kids go away for the long Labor Day weekend, come back. So it's the week, if you will, after that. Bless you. And on September 8th, we know that Crumley was the subject of an email from a teacher, Ms. McConnell, a Spanish teacher, at 8:23 a.m., where she sent this email to Mr. Hopkins, the counselor that was obviously involved on Monday the 29th and Monday